Okay, good morning. Come back into session. If you're just joining us, we got a little bit ahead yesterday and started on C3 scallop specifications. We made it through the presentation and questions and the public testimony block, and now we're on to discussion. And our first lead for scallops is Andrew. Go ahead, Andrew.
All right. Thank you. We received a presentation on the 2026 scallop stock assessment. I want to thank Tyler Jackson and the scallop plan team for the presentation, for the assessment report and the plan team report. The last full assessment was in 2024, and in this updated assessment, we were provided updated fishery and survey data as well as a brief socioeconomic update. The assessment methods for the stock did not change in 2026. However, the authors have been working on a size-structured model-based assessment, which we're not reviewing at this time because it hasn't gone through technical review at the plan team level meeting, which I think is important before we see it. I think our minutes should reflect that the SSC appreciates the author's efforts to address the SSC's recommendations from previous reviews. As far as the update on the surveys, there were no surveys in 2024, but in 2025, the results indicated that overall biomass of exploitable scallops increased in Kamishak Bay, but declined in Kodiak Northeast District and Shelikof. But biomass of small scallops actually showed a different opposite pattern for all three areas. I guess it's important to note that the survey data aren't used for setting the harvest specifications, but they are used for the setting of the state GHLs, and also inform the model-based assessment that the author is working on. As far as the fishery update to the fisheries, the 24-25 total catch, which includes retained catch and discard mortality, was about 22% of the OFL, and for the 2025-2026 season, it was about 25% of the OFL. So overfishing did not occur in 24-25 or 25-26. In the absence of stock size estimates, the overfish status of the scallop stock is unknown at this time. One of the things that came up in the plan team was that the recommendation to move the assessment to a 3-year cycle, because that's what allowed Amendment 18 of the Scallop FMP allows, that harvest specs can be set up to 3 years. The plan team recommended switching to a triennial cycle, and they're citing recent progress in the model-based assessment, and this would provide initial years to allow for new survey data, some model diagnostics, technical review, and development of harvest control rules. I think the SSC should concur with this move. I mean, even if we stick with the current harvest spec settings that are specified in the FMP, I think this makes sense. If we do in the future move to a model-based assessment, I'd recommend, reconsidering the triennial. Might want to review the assessments in a more frequently. So moving to the harvest specification recommendations, the SSC, as I mentioned, the methods for setting OFL and ABC have not changed. They're in the FMP, and the SSC agrees with this plan team to recommend an OFL of 1.284 million pounds of shucked meats. And if we move to the the triennial. It would be for the 26-27 season, 27-28, and 28-29 season. This OFL is, as I mentioned, specified in the FMP, and it's based on the average total catch from 1990 to 97, excluding 95. I think we also concur with the recommendation for the ABC, which is the max ABC based on 90% of the OFL for the next three years. The other topic that came up in the scallop plan team meeting and also in the crab plan team meeting, which we talked about a little bit, was the joint meetings of the crab plan team and the scallop plan team. I think, it sounds like we had some support for merging. I think as far as sort of reviewing the technical review of the model-based assessment for scallops, I think that's having a joint meeting is wise, so you can leverage the the technical quantitative abilities that are in the crab plan team. As far as like merging the two, I mean, I don't know the technicalities of all that and why there are two different ones, but I guess there may be some consideration of the pros and cons of merging the two. I can see some benefit given the erosion of membership in this scallop plan team and the need for quantitative support. And so maybe that's something we can discuss some more. And then I guess finally, the authors was looking for some advice or recommendations for moving forward with the model-based assessment, specifically looking for guidance on what's necessary to implement a model-based assessment that covers only a portion of the stock. So my understanding right now is the model is focused on estimating the abundance of the stock in core areas that are surveyed. And because the stock encompasses, Alaska, there's a lot of non-surveyed areas. And I guess the question is how do you work that all together? Scallop is a little bit outside of my expertise, so I'll probably look to my co-leads if they have any advice on that. And I guess the question is really, I mean, I don't know. It sounds like it's a complicated thing. How do you come up with an overall OFL with where only the portion of the stock is surveyed in this way? And it sounds like, as far as a model-based assessment, that's useful and probably will be used for setting the state GHLs. And note that the GHLs are much lower than the OFLs right now. So I think with that, I'll stop talking and turn it over to my co-leads. Thanks.
Excellent. Thanks, Andrew. And next up, we have Brad.
Thanks, Ian. Thanks for that thorough overview, Andrew. I agree with all of your points. I'll just add a few things. As it regards specifications, I agree with you that the current approach as outlined in FMP is the one we should use going forward. And as you just characterized, I think the SSC should be clear that given the type of species being managed, the data products available for management, that we think the status quo approach using the historic catch averages is the best for the OFL and the ABC, and that our comments about Tyler's work on the model development are really specific to guidance for GHLs, and that we encourage that work to continue. So I fully support the specifications as you outline them in alignment with the plan team. In terms of the assessment frequency, I do support the triennial cycle for this round, noting that in the future, if Tyler's work results in a sort of ensemble of model and sort of tools for the areas with little data, that we, and a new model comes forward, that we would most likely perhaps move to a more frequent review cycle while we get that new system up and running, and that Amendment 18 appears to set this sort of flexibility that we can go out to 3 years in the spec setting process, but we can shorten that if we need to. So I think we should just signal that if this work kind of matures like we hope it does, we would probably increase the assessment frequency, at least for the development and implementation phase. Technical review is obviously a really big part of what we've been asked to look at here, and the Scallop Plan team has kind of scaled over time, kind of in step with the fleet. In the early days, you know, there was, I think, 18 boats, and now we're down to 2. And I think that we have 2 members on the Scallop Plan team at this point. And so I do think it's important we listen and make sure they get the resources that they need. That being said, crustaceans and mollusks do have some, you know, important life history overlaps, but they have some pretty foundational differences in terms of their population dynamics. And so I think we need to be careful not to just drop scallops into the crab soup, but to indicate what we would like to have from the crab plan team is really technical review. So I support a joint or nested crab plan team, scallop plan team technical review process. I think this would be responsive to the certain limited capacity, especially with this increasing kind of expertise needed for the new model development. And so just to be careful not to assume that the crab plan team can just cover all of this. I think it would be really wise to consider exploring the path for some support from the New England Fisheries Management Council Scallop Plan team. They have a tremendous amount of expertise, and even just being able to examine the information products, think about ways to assess, you know, a meta population like scallops, could really help in this process. I don't know what the dynamics are for requesting support from a plan team from another region, but I know the councils do have some mechanisms to facilitate working together, and it would be a shame not to leverage that expertise if it's available. I agree with you. We shouldn't, and we aren't reviewing Appendix A, sort of the technical specifications related to the work that Tyler's doing, but I think it would be great to see it going forward. If we can get a technical review from the plan team side. I think your point earlier that really want to reiterate is that if we're going to scale the modeling work he's doing up to a tool for setting specifications, then we really need to work on how we're going to deal with an assessment that has data products that come from only small sections of the stock, and how we would link those together. And so we'll give some suggestions in terms of ways that we might blend catch-based approaches with work that is happening within the GMAX framework. And those will mostly focus on how we would move forward to align survey footprints, catch, discard mortalities, JHLs, and reference points that need to line up by area so that we could, in the future, begin to try and combine them. But this will just be general guidance to help Tyler work over the next 3 years, not the expectation that he's going to come forward with some new modeling framework that links all this together. That's still contingent upon having the appropriate technical review that we're going to advise. So part of what I'll list off too is just some things to think about in terms of candidate harvest control rules, natural mortality assumptions, survey catchability, survey selectivity, how to standardize CPUE, where you've only got very small numbers of vessels in the fleet. So these are all just kind of key topics that we'll put on the list for them to begin to think about as part of that scale up from the work on the GMAX model to a tool that we could use for, or workflow we could use for spec setting. And I just finally concur with your comments, thanking them for the work to this point, especially because the SSC's advice is kind of, hey, expand this, now contract this, and do more, do less over time. And so I really appreciate the steady work Tyler's put in to just use the information products and move this assessment forward. So I would just say, make sure we signal our thanks.
Thanks, Brad. Next up is Bob.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to my colleagues for a thorough review. I concur across the board with the recommendations that they have made, and in short, agree with moving to the appropriateness of moving to an OFL cycle of 3 years based on the data availability, the stability of the stock, the consistent effort, and the low level of effort that we see in this fishery. I don't see any reasons to change the methodology that's in the FMP for the harvest specification, so I agree with the numbers that have been put forward. And like my colleagues, I encourage the continued development of the model-based assessment for the GHL. However, I think that I'd be interested in the author's opinion on where that is going to benefit him and us in this process. I think from a management perspective, the stock is stable and or increasing, and there isn't it does not appear to be increased exploitation concerns in the future. So if he and the state have that kind of time, and we do want further technical review from the SSC, Brad named a number of things associated with information that we would require in order to better understand the dynamics of an assessment model. I would also focus heavily on the survey data that are available and the additional information that would be required to have a survey that is really representative of the population or the different stocks within a quote population. And the details about how representative those data are, the gear being used, whether or not we can say anything about the population structure given the information that's available, trying to understand something about the ecosystem information associated with larval drift and relationship between beds. So there's a lot to think about if we want to develop a stock model that is representative. So I know that's not giving the author more specification on the different kinds of advice that he's gotten from the SSC, but again, I think if there is a sense that more information will be available and that there's a benefit at the GHL level, then I think we can provide those reviews. But I think overall, from a management perspective, the stock looks good and is being managed soundly as is. In terms of moving from the to the crab plan team, I would agree with what's been said. I think that functionally we may have to do it because of the number of people involved, but practically, or maybe that's practically, we should do it because of the number of people that are involved, but functionally we can't lose that expertise. Crab scientists are not scallop scientists. They're a different organism, and we would want to make sure that that expertise is not lost just because you're in a larger group. And so thinking that through, especially if we move down the path of the model assessment. I would say if the model assessment was not in the works, that move would make much more sense to me from a practical perspective and given the stability of management in the past. So supportive of the move. I understand the situation with staffing and wanting a certain capacity for review of this information. A scientific review is good nonetheless, but we'll have to make sure that we don't lose that expertise in the long run. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Bob. Other SSC comments? Martin.
I know it's early in the day, but did other people hear Brad read a list of things to do to improve the assessment? Okay, sorry. You want me to read again? No, that's fine. Yeah, I would just add that looking at the historical footprint of the fishery relative to the surveyed area might sort of be a useful way to scale a local or a smaller area assessment up to the whole. For example, you could just look at the relative area covered by the assessment relative to the entire historical footprint of the fishery, and that might give you just a rough way to scale things up.
Sherry.
I've got a few comments, and I have to admit I'm straddling a little bit being an SSC member and also an SSC co-chair. So You can tell me to stop anytime. So one of the questions that I had, it might have been similar to Martin's. Sorry, I'm trying to find it. Brad, you mentioned that we will give suggestions on how to align things. And do you mean in our minutes for this meeting, or is that something that we're going to do in the future?
Thanks, Sherry. Great question. And to support Martin's comment there, I think my lead up wording could have been better. There's two parts of what I'm going to include in the minutes. And this is about suggestions, guidance for Tyler as he develops the tool, the GMAX based approach over the next couple of years. I want to be really careful not to be super prescriptive. It's just him working on this. And, you know, Martin's comment about the surveys, he's dealing with what the state is able to do in terms of surveys, and that, you know, each year it's a different area. And so I don't want to kind of presume he can do all this stuff. So it's a list of things that I'd like him to focus on. And then if he feels like he's got something to bring back to us in 3 years that could be appropriate for spec setting, some of the key things we would want to know or want to look at. So the first bit talked about is ensure for spatial accounting within the system where we've got large areas with no survey information and no fishing information, and then other areas that actually have a dedicated survey and catch accounting through the observer program, that we really want to look at the spatial footprints for the survey, information about catch, information about discard mortality, what are the boundaries for the GHLs, and reference points we'd need to see that the reference points could line up associated with those information products. The why, scallops exhibit strong metapopulation dynamics with oceanographically linked source and sink areas, and so it's a lot different than groundfish stocks or even crab stocks. The second piece would be really being cautious about the notion that you could have surplus production in some modeled areas that then push out to other areas. And so that's why that patchwork of information should really drive the way the assessment pieces come together. In the future review, we would want to see, if we were going to see a scale up to spec setting, what are the candidate harvest control rules, your natural mortality assumptions, survey catchability, survey selectivity, CPUE standardization or hyperstability, growth, shell height to meat weight conversions tend to vary spatially. That's really important. Retroactive patterns already in the retrospective patterns in the trends in the surveys of individual beds potentially could be important. How survey timing and gonad condition affect meat weight biomass estimates. Those are the types of things that we would then want to see in order to feel comfortable for spec setting. And so rather than telling them how to do it, it's just a reminder that those are all key pieces of a stock assessment for scallops.
Great, that helps. And yeah, so I've got a couple of comments, but if there are more things that you were thinking of for the minutes, I think it's critical that we bring them up now so that if other people have comments on it or disagree, we can. One thing that I heard that I don't know, I do have something to contribute on this, but I don't know if there was agreement sort of among the leads. We talked about reviewing the model based for GHL setting, but then we also talked about scaling it up. And for GHL setting, the GHLs are set on the separate beds, so it's not an issue of scaling up. And so what I'm not sure is, if we're talking about scaling it up, I think we're dealing with OFL and ABC. And so I feel like I think that may be key to let the author know whether what we're looking at is something that we only want to see it if you scale it up to the full all of Alaska OFL ABC level, or if we still want to see it if it's just on the individual beds for GHL setting and it's never scaled up. I think that's going to be kind of key, because if in one way we don't want to see it, I think that the author will need to know. And the other one was, I've recognized in either different documents and in presentations, we've had different wording for merging. In some cases, we've talked about merging the plan teams, and other times we've talked about the crab plan team taking on the specification setting. And I think they're two totally different things, because one deals with, we're looking at keeping the exact members and putting them in the same group. The other one is talking about, we are leaving that up to other people, but we think that specifications should be done by the scallop plan team plus whatever additional members. But I think that what I would add is, based on what you've said, Brad, and what you said, Bob, I feel like we can support having specifications be under this new, whatever you want to call it, crab plan team, invertebrate plan team. I don't know if that matters, but that we do think that there need to be scallop expertise specifically on this as well. And I don't know that we need to say that you have to merge the teams, but I think that there are kind of two pieces. Yep, specifications should be reviewed by this crab plan team plus some scallop expertise because they're different. I guess that's where I would think about going for it. It gives some flexibility, but it also says what we think is really important.
Bob. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Agree with your last statement 100%. With respect to scale it up, I think you were asking us for clarity on our position. I would not scale it up at the level of OFL. What I was saying was, if that is the intent, ultimately, there's a lot of information that we're going to need to know in order to go there. And I'm not sure that the state or the author has the intentions to collect that information. And if they do, then what I was saying is we would need much more information about the consistency, the information coming from the survey in order to be able to accomplish that.
Allie?
Yeah, thanks. I just wanted to jump in here since I was lead on the balance of the crab plan team report. I purposefully left, and I'm sorry if this wasn't clear when I said it, and we went through a lot very quickly with the crab plan team report. But I purposefully left some flexibility in my comments so that we could, if we want to merge the teams and everyone thinks that's the best way forward, then great. But at the very least, having joint meetings, leveraging some expertise from both teams. It is a practicality issue at this point, but absolutely recognizing that scallops are a totally different beast and we need specific expertise in that area in order to manage those stocks appropriately. So I think hopefully the comments in the crab plan team report, I think are jiving with what your guys' comments have been so far on that. And I think we were just kind of leaving the door open that we don't need to keep these guys separate if they want to work together in some way. So hopefully that makes sense to everybody.
Thanks, Allie. So I think the only thing that I want to make sure we're clear on before I try to summarize is that what I'm hearing is that we are going to support the status quo approach for the specifications process, and note that the model-based approach might be appropriate for GHLs, but we're also going to add that we would support continued development of the model-based approach. And if the intent is to scale up based on that, we'll have a number of recommendations of things to consider if that's the path that they choose to go on. So we're not going to actually come down, I think, on whether that's, which of those two is the better path at this point. Sherry.
So I'm a little bit divided on this because I really value the review capability of this council process. I'm not sure, maybe Anita can help me actually, or even Carla. I don't think in the crab plan team, I don't think that the plan team and the SSC provide review of how the state should set GHLs. And so I'm a little bit sensitive because reviewing it is a benefit for the state because you get the scientific review. And so for us, then it's a workload issue of should we actually do this if it's if it's supporting the GHLs only. On the other hand, it also provides concerns that if we make recommendations that the state doesn't necessarily like, they can make their own index and then we're just duplicating efforts. So I'm almost tempted to even take out the recommendations going towards GHLs and just say that we support going ahead with this model-based approach. And that we're not clear yet whether or not it's going to, whether it's I'm not sure quite how to do this, but I'm wondering if we leave out the part about GHLs and we can just say we recognize that this on its own may be helpful for GHL setting. And since the door is still open that we may do this for ABCs and OFLs, I don't know whether it's possible to leave that piece out. And I realize I'm not being eloquent here. If other people have suggestions, I'm open.
Bob. Yeah, Mr. Chairman, thanks for that. I think if I understand this correctly, it's just about the verbiage. You're trying to make sure that we're not making a recommendation to the state of Alaska on the GHL. And I think the reason we want, or I was thinking that I would like to see some text stay in there is because I think it's been confusing to the author as to, the author's bringing forward a model. We don't have that information in front of us. What are we asking that author to do for us? So, and my understanding, and I haven't been the lead on this assessment, but my understanding has been that there has been some model effort for the GHL level. There's been some discussion on this body as to whether or not a model could be developed for your word scale up to the OFL ABC. So I think distinguishing the two is of value to say, great, if you're going to continue doing those, the stock assessments anyway for GHL. And if you then choose to scale up, this is the kind of information that you would need. So for me, it wasn't a recommendation to the author for the GHL model. It was a recommendation for the author, should that be something that this body is going to be reviewing in the future. Frankly, even seeing some of the survey data, and we brought it up in our minutes as if those survey data had been reviewed and assessed in a way that we understand the idiosyncrasies of the survey. So there's pieces that I think we should review, but I absolutely agree with you. We should be careful in our words that we're not actually guiding the state at all here. This is about helping the author with our recommendation on that assessment model development.
Sherry.
Thanks, Bob. Your comments actually helped me distill a little bit better. Because yes, I was thinking I'm split in roles. Part of it is as an ADF&G person, the other part is an SSC chair. If we know already that the only thing this model base is going to be used is for the GHL, as an SSC chair, I'm not entirely certain that that is the focus of our purview and review time. However, it sounds like it may be possible that this is scaled up, in which case it definitely would be part of our review time. So as long as we're careful about these, I think we're in agreement. I think it is a verbiage thing. I think seeing it at this point is totally worth it, and we can figure out where we're going with it later is kind of what I'm thinking. I don't know. Andrew, I saw you nodding. If you've got more comments, you can add them.
No, I don't. I hear what you're saying, and I think, yeah, I think being careful in our wording is going to be important. I think Brad had.
If I can just jump in, I think one of there is an issue with verbiage to some extent. You remember scallops have 3 different districts that the state is using, and each one has its own manager. And the managers in those districts are making decisions about those GHLs. Each of those districts, let's say it's the one for Kamishak, the South Central office, Homer, has motivated to go do a dredge survey, and then they start developing a age-structured model, and so they're using it for that region. So Tyler's building a GMAX structured model that can be used in this sort of local setting. Will it be used for a GHL setting? That's going to be up to the area manager for the state. We're saying we support status quo going forward with scallop spec setting as it's per the FMP, no change. We appreciate all the work over the past decade to develop these more sophisticated tools contingent upon what's happening in each of those regions. And so Tyler's picking up the baton and doing that. So we should just continue to encourage that work. If it gets used for state harvest spec setting, great. But that's not, we're not saying that that's the purpose. And when we say scale up, we mean he's working to combine what happens in off Yakutat and Shelikoff and Kamishak together in this sort of unique approach that would have some survey data, some unsurveyed areas. And we're telling him, if keep that work going, and if it looks like the pieces are going to come together, then bring it to us, and maybe this would be useful for spec setting in our process. Does that make sense?
Yep, that last sentence did it. Thank you.
Okay. I think barring any other questions or comments, we're ready to summarize. So we will thank the author and the staff for the report and specifically for following the previous SSC's recommendations and guidance. We'll note that there was no change in the assessment methods this year and that we are not reviewing the new size structured assessment approach due to the lack of plan team technical review. We'll summarize the trends observed in the 2025 survey, noting that these are not used in the calculation of the OFL and ABC. We'll note the 2024, 25, and 25, 26 catch, both of which were 22 and 25% of the OFL, therefore overfishing did not occur. We'll also note that status is unknown for this stock. The SSC will support the plan team recommendation to move the assessment to a 3-year cycle, noting that this will allow for additional time for model development. We also will note that we may want to reconsider this and move to a more frequent assessment if, in fact, there is progress made on a model-based assessment in the future. We will recommend the OFL based on average catch from 1990 to 1997, excluding 1995, to remain unchanged for the next 3 years, and the ABC based on 90% of that OFL in agreement with the plan team. We will support combining the meetings of the SPT and the CPT for technical review and specifications, and we'll leave the plan team structure open for logistical discussion. We'll note the important differences between crab and scallops and highlight that a joint process will need specific scallop expertise and could be recruited from other areas such as New England. We will note that we think that the current status quo approach is appropriate for the specifications process. However, we will support continued development of the model-based approach, noting that this may be helpful for the GHL process. We'll provide comments on what would be needed to scale up the model-based approach for specifications, suggesting blending model-based approaches with survey and catch information across areas. We'll highlight specific key topics to consider, including spatial accounting of catch and discard mortality, the development of harvest control rules, survey catchability and selectivity, growth, standardization of CPUE, survey timing, and other topics, noting the unique sourcing dynamics of scallops. We'll also encourage looking at the historical footprint of the scallop fishery in order to help with scaling up the smaller areas informed by the survey. And we will also recommend that the next iteration include some description of where and how a model-based approach could benefit the entire process, specifically exploring the survey data available and what information would be needed to represent the entire stock. We would encourage consideration of the population structure, ecosystem information on larval drift, as well as linkages between scallop beds. And I should have begun that by saying, I apologize, I'm from New England, so I pronounce scallops a little bit differently than everybody else. So that concludes this item, and I think we'll take a 10-minute break now while we transition to our E3 economic and community reports and transition chairs for this item. Thanks.
All right, we're coming back into session and we've switched co-chairs for this one, so I'll be the contact. And we're starting E3, the economic and community reports, and I'll just turn it directly over to council staff.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the SSC, Anna Henry, council staff, and I'll just do a introduction here. I'm going to do a little bit more detailed walkthrough of the action memo than usual because it provides some important context for this particular agenda item, and then I'll turn it over to Dr. Russell Dame and Dr. Sarah Weiss from the Science Center to present their presentation and the product. So I'll skip the background here at the beginning here and start with the history because this action has been years in the making. So we recognize that the ideal timing to present information that is highlighted in the EconSafe and ASEPO is during the December meeting when you're reviewing groundfish harvest specifications. But due to limited agenda time, these products have not been presented since 2023. And prior to that, they were presented at the February or April meetings. And the SSC first commented on this lack of socioeconomic information during the specs process in October 2023. And that initiated a multi-year effort to address increasing the presence of social and economic information in the process, which is detailed in this table in the action memo. So it kind of goes through the whole history of this. So the SSC made comments regarding this in October and December of 2023. The council responded with a motion that NOAA and council staff recommend species level socioeconomic indicators appropriate for the ecosystem and socioeconomic profiles and other refinements to the timing or aggregation of information presented in ASEPO and EconSafe. So council staff and staff from the regional office and the Science Center's Economic and Social Sciences Research Program met to kind of discuss a plan for this. That was back in April of 2024. And that group determined that we were going to start with working on the sablefish ESP. And so you all reviewed in October 2024 a sablefish ESP that had additional socioeconomic indicators. And that work has led to incorporating more robust socioeconomic indicators in the development of multiple ESPs. So now the Atka mackerel, Goa peacod, Goa pollock, Eastern Bering Sea peacod ESPs all have more robust socioeconomic information in them based on that process. So then in January 2025, we met with the SSC socioeconomic subgroup to kind of plan the next step, which was at the time going to be a broader agenda item in June of 2025 for a broader discussion of social and economic information. But then due to changing staff capacity and some future uncertainties at the time, we had to postpone that larger agenda item. And as a result, we kind of rescaled to what we had planned then in December of 2025 to be contextual information supporting groundfish harvest specifications, which was going to be an agenda item that organized multiple products to provide relevant context to inform groundfish harvest specifications. So it was going to include in-season management reports from the regional office, the ESRs, ecosystem status reports, and then these economic and community indicator reports that you'll hear later in this agenda item. So that was our plan for December 2025. And then due to the government shutdown, that didn't happen. So then in January of this year, we pivoted again to planning the agenda item that you're getting here today in June. And so the focus of this really is to have Rusty and Sarah here highlight information, recent and important economic trends in the groundfish fisheries and how these connect to social impacts in communities that rely on these fisheries. And this will provide the SSC an advanced review of these, the Econ Safe and ASEPO products. So that will provide the SSC an opportunity to provide more feedback as to the most relevant information that should be provided in these in December during the specifications process. But in December, there's more limited agenda time, so we're scheduling it here so y'all can have a little bit larger, more robust conversation about that. And as a reminder, these products are primarily oriented towards the advisory panel and the council for the purposes of tax setting. So we're focusing on that, but the SSC can provide useful recommendations on methodology and content relative to your role in reviewing best scientific information available. And also provide comments on when and how often the SSC would like to review these products. So that's kind of the whole backstory of this agenda item and why you're receiving this information at this meeting. And if there may be some questions.
I forgot that I was chairing. Chris Anderson.
Everybody's tentative here this morning.
To get back on it.
Okay, we have a lot of conversations about these products, and I want to be as clear as possible about what it is we're doing today and how that's different from some of the other conversations we have that so am I correct that our purpose here today is to consider the products before us as things that could be presented to the council to inform tax setting and provide social and economic context to what they're doing when they set tax on a sort of ongoing annual basis. And we're to evaluate this information and its presentation as fulfilling that role. So that's sort of part one. And then part two is the role of the broad context to illuminate trade-offs that are implicit in the allocation decisions associated with tax setting. And in that way, this information complements what's already in the ESPs.
Through the chair, Chris, yes, I would say specifically to the first part, yes, that's exactly the role of this information and the role of your review in terms of this providing contextual information directed towards the council for tax setting. And broader information in these products also provides broader relevant context for those decisions as well.
Kaylin.
Oh, yeah, maybe related. I guess I was wondering if you could talk a little bit more about the review now and the documents before us now and the extent to which, or if you anticipate that any of the actual information would be updated before December. And I think then that ends up having a nexus with ESPs, maybe.
Yeah, through the chair, thanks for the question. I think your recommendations regarding any additional information or updates for these products for December I don't want to speak for the authors of the products in terms of setting expectations for what will be included and updated by December. I think that depends on what's practical given time constraints and capacity constraints. But certainly any recommendations you have will be helpful in terms of guiding future work on these products.
Kaylin.
And then can you just come back to the ESP piece for a moment? I think I don't understand how things are fitting together, and I would have specific questions maybe about the brief itself. I don't know if you're the right person for that, but I'm looking at these documents and then I'm thinking about the ESP, and I know this is way, way back, but one of the questions that we had was the role of the different products and the potential timeliness of the data that would appear in these different products. So, and I understand the background as well too, where maybe not everything is worked out, but I just, if you had a comment or a thought about how what we're reviewing today may or may not be synergistic with or overlap with the ESPs, that would be really helpful.
Yeah, through the chair, thanks. I think specific questions for the specific information in each individual product are probably best left to the authors. The ESPs is kind of a larger project that we're working on, or the folks at the Science Center are working on, to build out the socioeconomic aspect of the ESPs, because the ESP is ecosystem and socioeconomic profiles. So kind of leaning into the socioeconomic aspect of those products to make that portion more robust. And that's ongoing work. You reviewed the beginning of that with the sablefish, and then it's been included in other stocks and included in their ESPs that are incorporated in the safes for each of those stocks. And so those ESPs get reviewed during the specifications process within each stock. This information is a little bit separate because it's not unique to each individual stock, although it provides a lot of complementary information that would be useful during the specifications process. So ideally, we would have the time for all of that information to be reviewed in December. Right now, we're trying to kind of jerry-rig some time when you guys have time in your agenda to discuss these specific products of the EconSafe and ASEPO specifically. So you have time to focus on those products at this meeting.
Thanks, that's really helpful. So we can think about this as reviewing the products that operate at this sort of beyond, like higher than a species scale, but then we would still expect species information to come through these ESPs in the future. Okay,
Yes.
And then I actually have a question as well. Since we haven't, so we planned this contextual piece for last December and didn't necessarily have it. And I guess what I'm trying to figure out is, and I know that part of our tasking today is to figure out sort of have recommendations for scheduling and when to see what, but recognizing that you've planned to have this as part of the December meeting, or that we have planned to have this as part of the December meeting, how does what we're doing today as far as evaluating best scientific information available, how does that differ from what we would do in December?
Yeah, thanks. I think part of the reason to, ideally, it wouldn't be that different what you're doing today and what you're doing in December. Part of the reason for scheduling it now is because the SSC has not reviewed these products in some time, and there's been a lot of discussion about these products and socioeconomic information in the process in general. So we wanted to schedule these now when there would be more time for a more robust conversation at the SSC than is available generally in December. And then hopefully the recommendations and discussion that you all have can be incorporated in, maybe not this December. I don't want to put any timelines on anyone, but will be incorporated in the future to the extent practical. And really, it's just, this is the agenda when you could have the time to have that discussion more broadly than usually is available in a December meeting.
Thank you. And I do fully realize that I regularly say, oh, but we don't have time in December to you. So I realize it was a strange question, but it helps just to figure out what you were thinking as far as difference between now and then. So that's great. Bob.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. With my AFSC hat on, if I may, I think if we could think about this as a review of the product, in December, you'd be reviewing the data from the products. I think if we contextualize today versus December, that's what we're doing. We're not going to repeat this in December. Are these the appropriate products? Are there major gaps that folks see that we could be using? And throughout this process, in December, it's the actionable information coming forward where we're not reminding you of a website or telling you about the different reports that we do. It's the actual information that can be used.
Kaylin.
So now I want to ask my question about what the brief is. And looking at the national standards, I think there are certain products that are supposed to be present. And so is the brief part of the SAFE? Or what is the brief from a national standard perspective?
Through the chair, Kaylin, I'm going to postpone that question probably for the authors of the products to I think they can discuss kind of the context of the products and their role.
Jason.
Yeah, I'm still back on schedule a little bit, thinking about this, and stop if you're going to go into the schedule more, maybe later in the presentation. So maybe I'm getting ahead of you. So is the idea still that this would be part of the plan team review in the fall, and for both crab and groundfish plan teams? Is that part of this process into December? And if yes, maybe I'll let you answer that and then see if this is a two-part.
Thanks. So we've focused on this in terms of groundfish because of its focus towards tax setting and the council's role in tax setting groundfish. In terms of plan team review, I don't think that we've gotten that far to figure out if the plan teams will review these products as well. And part of this also is that the specific planning for December may depend a little bit on your discussion today as well. So I don't want to get too far ahead of prescribing exactly what things will look like in December.
Chris.
I really appreciate Bob's comment, because I think that was one of the big questions I had going into today, that we're not being asked to look at the data. We're talking about what is the purpose of these products and do these products fulfill them? And so to me, a missing piece there is the definition of the purpose, because that I'm coming then to, do these help answer a question the council has in tax setting? And I don't know what that question is. Does somebody know, or are we making guesses at that here today?
Thanks, through the chair, Chris. I think these products provide important contextual information in terms of the specific economic trends in the groundfish fishery and trends in the communities in a way that is presented in a scientific manner from the Science Center that can help provide context for the council when they set tax.
Okay. It would be helpful to me to have some examples of these questions on the table, right? So for example, I can imagine this would be a context where the council could see Gulf communities are struggling. They're struggling because of dependence on these fisheries. There's, particular fisheries or particular fleets, where the council could see the market for whitefish has gone down the drain globally. These aren't data examples from what we have, right? But just sort of questions and context that might be useful in tax setting. For purposes of our discussion here, are these the kinds of questions we're talking about?
Yeah, I think that's the type of information that is useful provided from these products and provides that context for the tax setting process, yeah.
Is this in response? Go ahead, Bob.
Thanks, Madam Chair. And again, apologies. So with my AFSC hat on, when the staff are allowed to present, it will help some of this because they'll understand what product we have. But it's an excellent question, Chris. So, and it's something that we have all struggled with. What is specifically what the council is asking the agency to provide? What does the SSC think the agency should be providing in the space of decision making? And there's also the moment where the experts in this field are bringing forward information they think is important for this process. So I think there's not one answer to your question, and which is why I think we end up in this kind of circle conversation on a pretty regular basis. So if we could clarify what this body wants or believes should be provided at the end of this presentation, I think we would be a long way. I think our folks are already thinking about what they believe we should provide. The council piece is another matter altogether.
Go ahead, Chris.
Yes, and I think in that, I would add to what you suggested, what do we think on behalf of the public the council should want to see?
I just have one comment as far as roles go, and that is, I do, and the authors may have a better answer going forward, but I do think that we're going to have to go through a little bit of cycles on this, because the SSC is given the authority, obviously, under the national standards to evaluate what is best scientific information. And so that is our process as far as what we think is best scientific information that the council should see. So your comment of what is the council's question, that may be different. There may be different questions, but I think that what we're talking about now is the first step that Bob said of what do we think they need to see as best scientific information. And then hopefully we will get some feedback from the council as far as whether or not that meets what they are looking for when they're doing this or not. So I think that there may be some feedback, and it gets into some of the roles that Bob had started. I don't know if that helps, but. Kayla.
This may be verging a little bit into a comment, but since Bob opened this up, we keep talking about the council as maybe the only audience, but I just want to flag that I think another question could be who are the audiences, and to make sure that we're clarifying the different audiences as well. Is that something, I guess, that your group has been thinking about too, an audience beyond just the council, maybe?
Yeah, through the chair, I think that's a a relevant discussion regarding these products as well. I, th- I think a lot of this will come out, be a little easier to discuss once you have the specific presentation on the products also, because we're kind of talking about, there's an actual example that can be discussed.
So I do think we need to get the presentations. I am assuming that Bob already knows what the presentation is. So go ahead, Bob, and this will be the last thing.
No, thank you. But I think these are really good points because we tend to not pay attention to the overarching. So I really appreciate starting with these questions. This is helpful. On the last one, AFSC provides information not just to our major stakeholder, the North Pacific Fisheries Management Council. So that often becomes part of the talking point where someone says, well, we don't need that. Why are you doing that? And often it's because we do have other stakeholders. So, and they get mixed into these products because the team of experts is putting and gathering this information, trying to find tools that will make it more digestible, briefs or places that you can put information that are useful to the various stakeholders that use the information. So I think if we can just focus on what we need as the SSC and the council through the council process, and the team can communicate why the other work's being done.
Great. Thank you for taking these questions.
All right, thanks. With that, I will turn it over to Sarah and Rusty to present the actual product.
All right, thank you, and good morning, members of the SSC. I just want to make sure I can see what I'm doing. So for the record, I am Dr. Sarah Wise, social scientist at the Alaska Fisheries Science Center, and I'm here with
Rusty Dane, also leading economist through this Science Center.
And we've been asked to provide a high-level overview of the economic and community indicator reports that our team develops at the Economic and Social Science Research Program at the Alaska Fisheries Science Center. So as a reminder, we have been tasked, there's a little delay here, so I just want to, okay. As a reminder, we're presenting a few of our annual social and economic reports as examples in order to receive feedback and recommendations on the structure and on the content of the documents. And the aim is really to present to the council bodies more broadly annually. The thinking is at the December meeting during tax setting, which we just discussed. So today, in addition to presenting the ASEPO, or the annual community engagement and participation overview, as well as the groundfish econ safe and brief documents, we'll also briefly go over where to find these documents and social and economic data and analyses that are relevant to the council processes and beyond. So we'll also be directing you through the AFSC's Economic and Social Science Program's Human Dimensions dashboard. And that is where all of or much of our human dimensions data, public facing and products are accessible. One thing to note, and as you can see from a quick review of these products, these reports were published in November and December of 2025, and this is due to what we just discussed in terms of timing, and also when social and economic available becomes available in the year, and the fact that we did anticipate presenting last December, so we published at that time. But due to the government closure and scheduling difficulties, we then moved to the June presentation date. In the future, these reports will continue to be updated in the fall and can be ready for viewing in December. All these items are posted on the e-agenda for reference. I will note that we did have some technical difficulties because we migrated the ASEPO to the online version. We did have some posting difficulties on our website. So those who may have looked at the link posting may have seen some discrepancies in dates. That's been resolved. So the link there now is correct and updated. And in the future, in order to avoid that issue, we will also post just a hard copy to avoid any issues with that.
We have a question from Kaylin.
Yeah, Kayla.
This is so basic, but I'm always confused and wondering if I found the right thing. So the December 2025 SAFE is really current through 2024, and that is the most current data that has currently been compiled and is available at this point in time in 2026. So the 2025 year is complete, but none of that information is available in these products. Is that right?
Through the chair, yes. We are just now receiving preliminary 2025 data, and that is in analysis phase and will be ready in December of 2026. So what we're presenting now is the 2025 analysis of 2024 data. So a quick reminder.
Sarah, I have a question as well. No worries. So with the updated link that you talked about, I'm wondering if I reviewed the right thing. So for ASEPO, does that have data through 2023? Or was that an older one?
That was an older one, 2024. So back to
Okay.
Bob's comment in terms of don't focus on the data, but more the product and the delivery and the topical content. So the current version is through 2024 data. And there was some technical issue in posting. And so some of the old content was mixed in there. So it's currently correct.
No problem. The other question is the structure or what was covered in the updated one different than the old one?
That's the same.
Wonderful.
So
Thank you.
literally just a few of the percentage years were off.
Great. Thank you.
So as a reminder, the AFSC Economic and Social Science Research Program produces rigorous policy relevant analysis to support sustainable fisheries and management across Alaska and the North Pacific. And we work underneath the mission of delivering timely economic and social science products that inform management decisions and reflect the needs of fisheries, fishing communities, and broader stakeholders. And just a note that we do work in partnership with and in collaboration with a number of groups, including council staff, regional offices, fishing industry representatives, tribes, Alaska coastal and fishing communities, academia, and others. We've experienced some turnover, pretty substantial turnover in the last year, and we currently stand at 4 economists and 2 social scientists who are here for your reference. We're also on the website and including our skill set and research areas and contact information if anybody wants to reach out and ask questions. So now to focus a bit on the science and the products that we're presenting today and where to access them. So starting here, we put all of our products that we've developed through ESSR's program on the Human Dimensions of Fisheries Data Explorer. And we've developed this in partnership with ACFIN. And the products are produced and updated across time, including some of the annual reports and some of the other long duration products that we've produced, and they're uploaded onto the Explorer, which is public facing. The Data Explorer provides access to data and data visualizations as well as other tools for understanding the economics and sociocultural dimensions of Alaska fisheries. So if you go to the link, which is listed here, And just on the top above, or sorry, yeah, top of the page of the link, and you scroll down on that page, you will see each of the products displayed, and you can simply click to access the product. The most recent version will be up on the Data Explorer. So you can also access the data that is used to create these reports and products, but for now, I'm just going to talk about the 2 example annual reports that we've produced to inform and support council processes. So going to this website, you start here, you scroll down, and you can see that there are examples of economic safe reports, and then below that, a subsection of fishing communities, and we'll be talking about an example of each of those sections. Today, we'll talk about the groundfish economic safe and a SEPO. I'm going to spend a little time on this slide because there's a lot of information here, and it's really meant to provide some context throughout the process of how we think about the work we do as a team, and also how economic and social science information is developed within this fishery center. Again, this is an example. This is not exhaustive, but it gives you an idea. Our research program works within several national and regional objectives, including federal mandates, regional plans, policies, national initiatives, and strategies. And I've provided some examples here of the mandates and other directives that up on the top of the screen that we work within. Obviously, everybody here is familiar with the MSA, national standards, and I've listed some of those that we work directly within, from NS1, which includes optimum yield, economic and social considerations within that. National Standard 2, making available best scientific information. National Standard 4, fair and equitable distribution of fisheries benefits, and so forth. So we consider those as we are developing our products. And then another example would be recent executive orders, such as the one in 2025, Restoring America's Seafood Competitiveness. That is a new initiative in 2025 that we then become responsive to within our products, within our suite of existing products, or develop new ones as we go, and so forth. So within that, we have 3 overall categories of, I tried to categorize sort of the products that we do produce, the work that we do. And one would be annual reporting, which our examples today would fall under. The groundfish econ safe, the crab econ safe, a SEPO, the Alaska snapshot, which ideally in the past we have presented on, and it's hopeful that we will be able to present on that again in the future. And the purpose of the annual reporting is to really track Alaska fishery and fishing community performance over time. So they're really longitudinal monitoring and documents that provide context, but also provide that longitudinal overview. And the audience for these reports are the council bodies, regional offices, specific analysts, council staff, as well as the general public and specific stakeholders and user groups within the general public. So as we go through the examples today, we'll talk more in depth of how we were imagining and what vision we had for the audience for these documents. And then some specific uses that are that these products have been used for. So for some examples of that are within RIR analyses, within impact analyses more generally, council analytical docs, harvest specs, etc. So this annual reporting, both the documents that we have produced as well as the data that goes into them, have been used within that process. And more broadly, I would say some of this SEPO, for instance, has been used by certain communities in order to develop grant writing proposals and to sort of provide overviews of their community engagement with fisheries. So that would be another example. A second grouping would be what we're calling decision support tools, and that would be the MR-SAM model, the Community Landings Dashboard, which is deals with confidential data, so it is not public facing, but council analysts have access to that to really get into the data and visualizations and inform their analysts. And then social and economic indicator work that is ongoing, underway, and we're continuing to refine specific to Alaska. And the purpose of these decision support tools is really to provide analytical support to resource managers and decision makers more broadly. The audience for these are council bodies, council staff, regional office, and as well as fishing communities. So depending on the models or the tools, they are designed with specific audiences in mind. And examples of this specific uses would be the council climate plan that is underway now and scheduled to be presented this meeting, not this meeting, but more broadly, council meeting. Some prioritization analyses that are underway both regionally and nationally, Alaska fisheries snapshots, forecast landings, predictions, etc. As well as some that are slated for the community that are underway that are being refined in order to be useful for on community level decision making as well. And then databases, some examples of the databases that we have developed or contributed to is the ACE dashboard, which is the Alaska Climate and Ecosystem Dashboard, which has a whole suite of climate advice and tools for decision making. The Catch Share Performance Dashboard, which I think Rusty will talk about briefly, as well as the NOAA Voices Archives, which has over 2,700 oral histories and first accounts of environmental change and science that is an enormous qualitative data source. Purpose would be data transparency, providing best available science across various user groups and to support analysis workflow. And the audiences are analysts, again, regional office, plan teams, academics, students. It's a really broad audience. And I think that I'm not presenting on the ACE dashboard, but it will, and I believe it has been presented in various platforms and will be presented again, but that's one example of really multiple user groups. And some examples of that are national and regional level monitoring, research, and analysis integration. So on the local, regional, and national, as well as international engagements on fisheries management. I know that was a long one. So here is an overview of our data availability and timelines according to specific products. So in the first main row is the Groundfish Safe product and the various types of data and when they are available across the year. So when we're talking about the data lags that we talk about, much of our data, not much, but a substantial and important parts of our data are not available until early fall, late summer, even in their preliminary form. And at that point, we then hustle to do, and that's of the previous year, 2024. In this case. And then we hustle to do our analysis in time for council processes. So as we are developing these products, doing the analyses, and thinking about some of the questions you all raised in terms of Who's the audience? How can this inform? What should it inform? All those really important questions. We're continually balancing timeliness and uncertainty. Some of the data is available in more preliminary form, and so we're constantly thinking about that level of uncertainty and what is acceptable given the products and when they are available. Also of note is that as we think about the social and economic data availability, this is just another slide. You can take a look at it at your leisure, but this is specific to the ASEPO data sources. So what is of note, though, is that as we are thinking about data availability, we're also realizing that the EDR reporting data is sunsetting. So the last reporting out of the EDR data will be 2027 in the groundfish safe. So that is a consideration moving forward. ASEPO faces similar challenges, particularly with respect to community level data and subsistence information, all to say that we continue to respond to the priority objectives to inform council processes based on our expertise and our understanding of Alaska fisheries, and we welcome any feedback moving forward, any suggestions about what we have missed and how we can continually improve. Now to ASEPO.
Got a question from Jason.
Yeah, just a kind of a data schedule, a SEPO update question. It looked like it was maybe last updated in 2023 when I was on the website. Is a SEPO kind of big picture, I guess, but maybe there's nuances here in terms of what within a SEPO can be updated. Is that something that can be updated per prior year to that level of sort of currency, or is it something that's like 3 years out? Kind of, I guess I'm trying to get a sense of how often that can be updated and sort of what the workload is on that.
Yeah, thanks for the question through the chair. There was some technical difficulties in terms of what was originally posted. And so what you probably saw at that point was an older the title page was an older version, and some of the data was delayed. Currently, what is up now is the 2024 data with the 2025 analysis. And that's how the pattern would be moving forward. There's still have that data lag, but certainly not 2 years.
Bob.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Sarah, could you just briefly overview the sources of those data and what drives their availability? Time-wise.
Yes, through the chair. Let me see if I can go back to that site, to that. So for example, a lot of the preliminary vessel pricing and value data are available in the spring and the summer, but they are preliminary and should be treated with caution. And wholesale value pricing and value data are not available from industry until September and October of the following year. So we wait on them to provide the data, and then and they do, and often we get preliminary data, which we then have to make sure that it's clean it and process it in that way. Does that answer your question, Bob? Okay, thanks. Yeah. So we do not have access to same year data regularly in that way. And we're constantly considering workarounds and solutions to that.
Thanks. Question from Jason.
Yeah, and stop me if you're going to get into this later, so I don't want to get ahead of you. But I was looking at the safe, short safe, and it had a schedule in there, and it talked about finalizing the core data, which is usually done September, like you mentioned, but then it had a plan team component right after that. And it kind of struck me as that would be an awfully quick turnaround to have a product available. And if you're going to get into that later, maybe we can address it then, or I just kind of was curious if you had thoughts on that.
Yeah. Excuse me. Yeah, so for clarity, the core reports are typically submitted in April for data for the previous year. ADFG cleans them. We receive them around September or so. And then it goes through an automated R markdown script, which produces the tables, figures, and economic indices, which are typically available by the September groundfish plan team meeting. Between the September and the November groundfish plan team meeting, we are working on updating the executive summary and producing the economic data report and kind of reviewing the data. So it's still considered preliminary between that time, but then in November, ideally we have all of those sections completed, and that's when it's considered, the SAFE is considered finalized at that time.
Thank you.
All right, now turning to ASEPO, and then after that, Rusty will go ahead and present the SAFE and brief. So ASEPO, or the Annual Community Engagement and Participation Overview. I'm not going to go into the weeds today about the particulars or the data of the report, but instead orient you to its content and general approach. We're in the process of expanding sections of ASEPO and refining sections, so we do welcome any ideas on what you feel could improve the document or what you feel may be missing. Oh, so just to remind you, go to the Human Dimensions of Fisheries Data Explorer and click on ASEPO, and the document will come up there. There's also a PDF download availability at that point. So ASEPO is a community level analysis, and it's guided by the council's management objectives, as well as MSA national standards, including 8 that focuses on fishing communities, 2 focuses on best available information, and 4 focuses on fair and equitable distribution of fisheries benefits. The purpose of ASEPO is to provide annually updated contextual and community level information on the social and economic benefits of FMP groundfish and crab fisheries. ASEPO provides a quantitative measure of participation in Alaska fisheries and how participation has changed from the base year of 2008 through our most available data. And in this case, what we're presenting now, the data through to 2024. The target audience is primarily decision makers, council bodies, and fishing communities. And it's meant to provide contextual information, highlight trends and patterns that may require or flag a deeper dive and additional research. And of course, the general public. The design was really meant to be highly accessible, visual, and also available in hard copy and easy mobile upload, so that there's a really broad accessibility to the document.
Got a question from Kaylin.
Yeah. Thanks. I'm wondering if you could talk about how automated this is or not. So I appreciated hearing the sort of background. Well, this is an R Markdown script. We run it and we can see where we think we're at, and maybe we need to do a little cleaning or something like that. But then ASEPO sort of lives in this online world, and maybe you could talk a little bit about that, especially given that I think for both the data tables, there were some elements where there was preliminary in-season data available. And I can imagine if you have an R Markdown script, you can take a look at it. But is ASEPO much more difficult because you almost have to clean it, be sure of it, and then upload it? Or is there a way to look in a more preliminary way using preliminary data?
Thanks to the chair. That's a great question. ASEPO, and it's exactly what we are sort of wrangling with now, is trying to, it was originally barely automated, I would say, and we are working towards higher automation but also troubleshooting and managing the bugs that are, popping up along the way with that. Because of, it's very text heavy, it's narrative heavy, there's a lot that is much more developed than simply tables. And so there's a high level of oversight in terms of reading through and manual manipulation than some of the other documents. The hope is we can reduce that and automate more. But because of the really broad suite of data that we also have in the document and the various forms it comes through, it's really challenging and not yet fully automated in any way.
So when you're thinking about this effort to increase the automation and recognizing that much of the information and synthesis may be more qualitative and written harder to kind of develop quickly. I want to go back to Chris, one of the things that you flagged a moment ago. So if we're thinking what would be available during the decision-making process, we can envision cases where communities are struggling, or there are allocation decisions that could have huge implications for certain communities. It sounds like you don't currently have a way to identify communities that might be struggling in the current fishing year, but with increased automation, is that something that would be possible? Is that something that you're thinking about as you're envisioning an increasing automation process, or are those things that you've thought about at all? Kind of tying in with Chris's broader question, and then the discussion of, well, what sort of information do we think we would some balance of what do we think would be good to have available and what is feasible, I guess. And I feel like with the ASEPO, this feasibility question is becoming a big one.
Thanks, through the chair. Yeah, I think I would answer that in multiple parts. And one thing that we do fairly early in the year with preliminary data is we do a preliminary development of the community participation indices. And then we rerun it with later data to make sure that they're saying the same thing. And sometimes some communities emerge as more highly engaged or less highly engaged within that preliminary running of the data. And then we can take a closer look at those communities and see what else is going on. I would be reluctant to flag a warning or a red flag, early on with that preliminary data, because we do see some shifts with the data later on. But it does give us an idea internally of where to look and what to look at, and to see some of the complex interactions that communities are experiencing on the ground, which we then, with the final data, are able to verify and present. So to answer your question, I think in terms of automation, that is something that we'll be able to do to some degree. And what it does allow us to do is really do a lot of, foreground a lot of the work so that we can turn it around very quickly when we have the final data. Okay. So the structure of a SEPO, there are 4 large or 4 to 5 sections of the document. Then section 1 defines fishing communities according to MSA, describes the social and economic benefits associated with participation in groundfish and crab fisheries and Alaska fisheries more generally. Section 2 details the methods of developing the community fisheries participation indices. and identifies those communities that are substantially engaged, either low, medium, or high. And we develop those through 4 performance metrics: commercial processing engagement data, commercial harvesting engagement data, processing regional quotient, which I'll get into that in a little bit, but that measures the percentage of all Alaska commercial landings within specific FMPs occurring within each community, and the harvesting regional quotient that measures the percentage of all Alaska landings attributed to vessels owned by residents of each community. Section 3 presents an overview of the groundfish and crab fisheries in relation to the associated community level benefits more broadly. And here we identify which communities participate in groundfish fisheries, along with observable trends in those participation. And then the final section is dedicated to the individual community sketches. And these are created for each community identified as substantially engaged in groundfish or crab fisheries, FMP groundfish and crab fisheries. And these sketches really do a deep dive in the community participation in fisheries more broadly, and they provide vital context for that particular community. One thing to note on that is that since ASEPO was first developed, I think it was 2019, we've seen quite a bit of fluctuation in highly engaged communities. I'll talk a little bit about this more later. We don't take sketches out of the suite of sketches we develop, even if one example would be St. Paul. St. Paul has historically been extremely deeply, highly engaged in crab fisheries, but because of the snow crab collapse, their engagement indices has dramatically declined, but we continue the St. Paul sketch in order to continue to recognize those communities as still fishing communities and still historically have been dependent and highly engaged in particular fisheries. Several assumptions are made within these analyses. Vessels are assigned to the community based upon the ownership address listed in the CFEC registry. The vessel ownership can be dynamic, and there are multiple reasons for registration practices that may not relate to residency of the owners. Permit information was assigned when possible. It's not always available. Given a mobile workforce and possibility of multiple home ports, these indicators only allow for a partial understanding of the flow of economic and social benefits associated with individuals and vessels. Shoreside processors are associated with a geographic location, although it is understood that economic benefits likely extend beyond one geographic community. We are in the process of also developing a more nuanced and closer look on ownership structures and strategies, because those are quite complex. And I think that would illuminate the sort of distribution of benefits in the future as well. It's worth mentioning that this report is not an exhaustive account of communities substantially engaged or dependent on fishing to support livelihoods or ways of life. However, ASEPO provides an overview of select communities that have identified as highly engaged in commercial groundfish and crab fisheries through quantifiable select criteria. By examining fishing community participation over time, it's possible to trace these fluctuations in sustained participation, as well as flag changes in participation for some communities. And this can inform discussions around sustainable fisheries management as driven by the MSA. One question we are currently exploring and grappling with is how to characterize those communities experiencing dramatic changes in engagement due to fisheries disasters. Levels of engagement during one period of time does not always align with reliance on specific fisheries. And these communities require additional research to better understand how they are responding to these changes, in what way dependency on specific stock shift, and strategies employed by the communities to cope with a fishery disaster. So,
Sarah?
yes.
Yeah, I have a question. And I think that it applies to the structure of this. When I'm thinking of the council using this for tax setting, you know, they'll obviously need to know in general about communities, but they go through tax setting species by species. And I'm wondering if there is any capability in the future to look at engagement or fisheries disasters or things like that on a species by species basis so that they know for a certain TAC decision, how is that decision in particular going to affect communities?
Thank you for the question, Madam Chair. Yes, and that has been, I think there's been that tension from the beginning of creating a SEPO. And it's one that we have discussed at length. I think that actually Rusty, we have been working together also with his work on the ESPs and thinking about how to bridge some of the information that a SEPO has that provides some broader context and nuance into a SEPO or ESPs that are very indicator specific, very snapshot and narrowly defined. So from my perspective, and this is just my opinion, I really see this, these are a suite of products that really complement one another and cross-reference one another. So should you see something in one document and need additional information, you can then go to another document and explore that. So while I definitely acknowledge that the unit of analysis being the community is a challenge for council tax setting, I also think it does provide some important, deep analysis that allows for informed decision making. That an ESP, for instance, social indicator, may not quite get at.
Just one follow-up. And this may be what you said, so I'll ask again though, and just tell me if it's a repeat. I don't think I was thinking of the unit as being a species necessarily, but I mean, the unit being the community still, but instead of having groundfish compiled all together, is it possible to focus it on community, but have it, yeah, specific species of groundfish and specific stocks of crab?
Thank you. Yes, that makes sense to me. And in fact, prior to 2025, that was the direction we were headed. So we were going that route. Steve Kaspersky was one of the co-authors, and we were doing the preliminary analysis for that. But unfortunately, with loss of staff and constraints for this year's product, we had to reconstrain to where we were because we simply didn't have the capacity to do the added analysis. I agree with you. I think it's doable. We just need to find the time, resources, and the capacity to do that.
Great. So then can you tell me, so for what is in the ESPs, so that is not what you're talking about as being in the ESPs. How does it differs in the ESP, the unit then is, I don't know if you can tell me how that compares.
Thank you for the question. I think Rusty might be able to answer that a bit better.
Yeah, so with the ESPs, we're looking at a specific stock and we're looking at the metrics associated with that one stock. So for example, like the local quotient, for example, where we try to bring in some of the community level information, it's looking at the communities that are reliant on that one particular stock. As I think in the SEPO, we're kind of looking at it in the opposite way, where we're looking at it by community and what stocks is that community dependent on. I hope that clear.
Yep, that does make sense. Thank you. Okay. Jason? Kaylin first. Yeah, Kaylin, you go.
Thanks. So I'm back to the timeline a little bit and thinking about what's available, and then following up on Sherry's question related to the tax setting process in particular. Wondering if you have thoughts around how useful you think 2-year-old or 3-year-old data would be to inform tax setting at a particular point, or what is the um, as a social scientist, how would you think about the timeliness of some of this data versus the depth that could be provided in a SEPO? So I think you could go slower and have a lot of depth, but then it's less current, versus you could have something that's maybe more current, but there's a lot less kind of depth and nuance. And do you have thoughts about that, and thoughts in terms of what you think is most or ideally would be presented around tax setting, and would be that kind of important process, context to provide?
Yeah, thanks for the question through the chair. I would say that the level of detailed, nuanced information in a SEPO is not what's slowing it down. It's really just availability of data, very similar to the Econ Safe. So that data becomes available, and really in a normal year, it would be 1 year delayed when that data becomes available. So given that, I think that a SEPO provides information that allows decision makers to see the trends of various impacts, regional and specific spatial impacts. So within the sketches themselves, so we do the analysis to identify which communities are highly engaged. We create those sketches for those communities. And what we are adding to that are some of the fisheries disasters that have been declared or pending, climate impacts and events, including some of the fisheries performance data and information that is in that. We also provide some of the well-being indicators, including school enrollment, fisheries tax information. And what that allows for is, and we can see how those have changed over time. So if you take the example of Accutane as one of the community sketches, previous sketches are posted on the Data Explorer so that you can see previous years. You can see the current year, which is still a year delayed. And then now that we have been doing this a series of years, we can start thinking about providing time series of those shifts over time. So I think that in contextualizing, deciding tax setting, I think it can really inform distributional benefits of fisheries over time, as well as community, fishing community hardship and impacts more broadly.
Jason, and then we'll go to Chris.
This question is a bit in the weeds, but I think it's important because it gets back at sort of how you view the distributional impacts and community engagement. So when I was looking through and looking at the community profile, there were some maps in there. What I noticed was the maps reflected the port of landing, but they didn't always reflect necessarily the connection with who was doing the processing. So you could have, for example, a buying station with a bunch of different communities, but it's all tied to one processor. And I guess I'm wondering if that's something that SEPO could consider looking at more in the future. Is that something maybe you've looked at before? Because I'm sort of thinking down the road if it is going to be more tied into maybe the annual tax setting process, how those processors are operating, that's going to be a key source of information.
Thanks for that. Through the chair, yeah, we're exactly thinking about that currently, and trying to work out best methods to really, I think, two things on that. One, to determine distributional benefits, and two, to actually do some data visualization that accurately shows that. And I'm not sure I'm sold on how we're doing the maps as they stand. I think we can really, I think we can build from that and more accurately show those distributional flows.
Chris.
So I'm thinking a little bit about Kaylin's suggestions about and thoughts about sort of the lag in the data in the SEPO and the SAFE. And I'm also thinking about a slightly different problem, which is not just that there's a lag in the data, but that SEPO in particular is talking about very retrospective, long-term, complicated human processes, right? And the council is looking at tax setting, which is a very reactive, very short-term, forward-looking process, right? And I'm wondering if part of the disconnect where the council is trying to figure out how to use this information and kind of being stumped is that there's not a clear mapping between their tax setting task and any lever that they could pull to be particularly helpful on any of these long-term trends. So just floating, just putting this out there, have you thought about ways to kind of close that gap? And an example of doing that might be, because the groundfish plan team is looking at this, and they're looking at the stock assessments at the same time, right? So you could use a SEPO to suggest that you have some communities that are highly engaged and possibly highly vulnerable to dramatic changes in tax, right? And then you have next year's recommended preliminary, whatever the heck they call it when they bring it to us, preliminary ABCs, right? Could we map those ABCs back onto the communities that depend on them and bring forward an integrated product that says, for this coming year, here's what it looks like. Here's how the different communities are seeing our projected ABCs. And that's going to help them look across species at the community level, or potentially at the fleet level, which would be another lens that we could take to this. Is there a gap there to bridge? Yes.
Mine were questions.
Thank you, through the chair. I will have to give that some thought, but that's exactly the kind of brainstorming we're currently doing, and I really appreciate the thoughts on that. And perhaps we should talk more about ideas on being able to bridge that gap, because I agree that that link is an important one, and it's a challenge to make that linkage very, very explicit.
Thank you. Back to you.
All right, so I'll just, for the sake of time, go over some highlights very quickly. In the commercial groundfish sector, 5 communities emerged in 2024 as highly engaged: Homer, Kodiak, Petersburg, Seattle, and Sitka. And Seattle was by far the highest degree of engagement and has consistently been that over time, with fairly consistent comparative indices between 2008 and 2024. So when compared to the 5-year average, all communities in the community group of Other Washington have showed declines. Other Washington has declined by 16.9%, while Seattle has only declined by 0.37%, but still all communities are showing declines. That's an example of the maps that we were talking about, and I'm going to skip these for the sake of time because I do think they're just one point about this is that the idea of this was an interactive platform on the Data Explorer so that people could look at current indices, and then ideally we can also show how that has changed over time. But we are reworking these thoughts. Regional quotient for the harvesting sector. And basically, this is a distribution of revenue for communities that have been identified as highly engaged for all years from at least 1 year from 2008 to 2004. Within the processing sector of groundfish, 4 communities, 3 communities of place and 1 community of practice. So Akutan, at-sea processors, Kodiak, and Onalaska Dutch Harbor were emerged as highly engaged in commercial processing for all 17 years that were in the analysis from 2008 to 2024. The at-sea processing group has consistently been emerged as the most highly engaged over time, and partially this is due in large number of the vessels and the allocations of the Bering Sea Aleutian Island FEP groundfish species to this sector relative to shore-based communities. Homer became highly engaged in groundfish processing for the first time in 2022 and has continued into 2024. So we'll continue. So we continue to watch Homer's progress in that, in engagement. Overall, the general revenues, pounds landed, numbers of processors, and numbers of delivering vessels have all shown declines. Within FMP crab harvesting sector, aggregate revenues and pounds landed were both down, and 39.6% and 70% respectively. And in 2024, when compared to the 5-year average from previous years. So similarly, the number of vessels and crab vessel owners were down as well. Of the groupings, Seattle is the only community grouping that has emerged in as a highly engaged community in commercial crab harvesting for all years in the analysis. Historically, Kodiak had high engagement scores, but since 2010, engagement indices have fallen below the threshold of 1, indicating declines in engagement in crab processing. And Anchorage's index scores rose from 2000 onward, peaking in 2015, but since 2016, they have remained below the threshold of 1. The threshold of 1 being determined highly engaged. Nome emerged as highly engaged in crab processing in 2022 as well, and has showed steady increase since. So, and just in between 2023 and 2024, Seattle's engagement remained pretty flat. Anchorage's decreased by 30%, and Kodiak's decreased substantially. And Nome's increased by 5%. So some slight increase in Nome. Just an overview of the region. Yes.
Go ahead, Chris.
Thank you. In looking at those statistics on crab, and I think this would apply to a couple other fisheries, looking at vessel ownership, is quota ownership something that's possible to represent here?
Through the chair. We have done some preliminary looking at that. The data is less reliable given and I think a bit more complex and difficult to align to specific communities. But one thing we have been able to think about is sort of put it into more of a Alaska, outside of Alaska, and that may be something that we do moving forward.
Thank you. Back to you. Oh, no, we got all sorts of things. Jason.
Yeah, your previous slide, I think there's a story behind this slide that could be related to tax setting, in the sense that what I don't see is which species are driving this trend. Is that something? So I don't know if the right word is, constrained species that are perhaps bringing the most revenue to that processor that's driving that change in Homer, for example. Is that something that could be brought forward?
Thanks for the question through the chair. Yes, that's actually, we do have that data in the sketches themselves. I just didn't highlight it on the slide. But yeah, we do a pretty thorough breakdown of specific species for that community and sort of proportional, depending on confidentiality needs. We get as close to that as we possibly can.
Yeah, I think, and maybe I'm not remembering the sketches, but I think when I looked at the sketches, there was like a pie chart that showed proportionally what was caught. But I don't know that necessarily got at the value driver. So you could have had high diversity, but it's pollock that's driving, that increase. Just as an example. So I don't know, some way to sort of maybe tie in more of a value into that.
Through the chair, are you asking if the value, sorry, can you clarify?
I guess I'm asking, in the sketches, it's got the portfolio of the diversity, I think, but I didn't necessarily see the story that would tell me, oh, it's a high value halibut or it's high value pollock that's really driving this change within the broader portfolio. And I don't know if that's something that could be brought forward, or if that's something that's been considered in the past, or if that's more on the econ safe side of things. I guess I'm just sort of curious your perspective on that.
Thanks. Yeah, no, thanks for the clarity. Yes, we have, historically, we have provided that data. I will have to go back and look. But if it is not there, then it would be a specifically, it would be a confidentiality issue. If it is there, I mean, it is meant to be there. So I will have to take a closer look and see.
Kaylin.
This is maybe a process, maybe how to navigate the ASEPO question. So I know right now we're not supposed to concentrate on the specifics. We're thinking about this is the type of information that could be made available. And I'm thinking of this set of slides that you're going through right now, and it seems like this really nice high-level synthesis where you're calling out some of these communities that are more engaged, maybe making some statements about trends and things like that. So my question is there a kind of overview like that in the ASEPO, or is this something, this might have a nexus with your question too, is this in this new age of socioeconomic kind of thinking, is this, would this be in this brief thing? Would it be in an ESP or, so without diving into the specific numbers and everything, I would just highlight that whatever you've got here, I haven't been able to find that synthesis, or I don't see it in the ASEPO, and it seems like it's useful, helpful to see that synthesized context, and maybe you do a deeper dive here or there. But yeah, maybe you can talk a little bit about where it is or where it would be at the time of tax setting.
Yes. Okay. Thank you for the question. So in terms of the general structure, it would be in that section 3 of overview of participation. There is a section that is a high level synthesis for FMP groundfish, a high level synthesis for FMP for commercial crab. And then within the sketches, it gets into specific to that community. But those sections talk more broadly about general trends. I think as in this year of refinement, we are trying to break out. So we're not just talking about all crab. We are trying to break it out more in those overview of participation sections.
Thank you. Back to you.
Okay. So within the processing sector, let me make sure this is where I am. Yes, so of the 5 communities of place and 1 community of practice, being the at-sea processor, within the crab processing sector, only Unalaska Dutch was highly engaged in commercial crab processing for all years from 2008 to 2024. St. Paul was highly engaged for all years from 2005 through 2022, excluding the year 2007 when the harbor was frozen in and deliveries were made to floating processors. But beyond that, St. Paul emerged as highly engaged, but with the ongoing closure of Bering Sea snow crab, their high engagement has fallen dramatically from what was a score of 3.9 or an indices of 3.9 in 2021 to the historic low of negative 0.23 in 2024. As the sole processing plant in St. Paul primarily has historically focused on snow crab, the declines in that fishery significantly impacted local fishermen revenues and as well as the community of St. Paul. Consistently, Unalaska Dutch harbors held the highest engagement indices over time, followed by St. Paul. And Nome's relatively new engagement indices have steadily increased over time with some recent dips. Overall, there's 6 communities that were highly engaged, 4 that were highly engaged in harvesting engagement, and for at least 1 year between 2008 and 2024. And sorry, in process engagement is what I meant to say. And let's see. Sorry. Seattle continues to dominate the crab harvesting and processing and harvesting engagement, while Dutch Harbor has increased its already large crab processing engagement as a result of the closure of a snow crab fishery and the associated landings in St. Paul. So the community sketches I will not go through in detail, but as I said, they do a deep dive into those communities that have been identified as highly engaged. And there's 3 sort of broad sections to the sketches. Each sketch presents fisheries performance and sustained participation data, an overview of the community showing details of community engagement in crab and groundfish through vessel ownership, through permits, crew data when available, et cetera, as data becomes available. Metrics associated with community well-being are also included in the sketches, and this includes tax revenue, fisheries tax revenue, school enrollment, subsistence harvests, basic infrastructure, transportation, and a general description of the community. Climate impacts are a 3rd section of the sketches themselves, and this outlines climate impacts, some of the threats as well as events that have occurred within the community. And we pull from national indices and other information for that information as well. And that concludes ASEPO. And if there are no further questions, we can turn it to Rusty.
So I think what we may do, it is 10:25 right now. So I think that we may take a mid-morning break. And for the SSC, we have pictures outside in the hallway, and we will do pictures first before everybody completely scatters, and then come back at 10:40 in 15 minutes, and then we'll move to Rusty. Thank you. All right, folks, let's bring it back together. All right, so what I've got is, I think this is just some comments for SSC members, and you can give me feedback as you need. So time-wise, I mean, this has been great information to be able to ask for questions, to have the interaction. Time-wise, we've been going, we're close to the end of our allocated time for this end discussion. I do not want to cut down or speed up things for Rusty, but I guess I am going to ask the SSC members, if you have questions that can wait until the end of the Econ Safe, please save them, and we'll try to save some time in that way. But I want to be able to have the interaction still with Rusty. So we'll see what we can do on the SSC members' questions perspective. So, and then back to you, Rusty.
Yeah, so thank you. So before I get into the trends and key findings from the 2025 Groundfish Economic Safe, I first wanted to introduce a product that we've been talking about a little bit during our discussion, and that's the Groundfish Economic Safe Brief. We made this document in response to some comments that we received regarding the length of the Groundfish Economic Safe and the sometimes difficulty in finding the overarching theme and message without necessarily knowing exactly which table or which figure to look at. So that's kind of one of the main purposes of this document. So the contents of the Groundfish Economic Safe Brief will be to highlight key findings and trends from both the statewide level groundfish fishery and also region-specific trends as well. So for example, in the Groundfish Economic Safe Brief that is currently posted to the agenda, we tried to highlight the decline in ex-vessel and first wholesale value as a result of falling prices that we saw in the 2025 Groundfish Economic Safe. And this product will allow us to kind of determine what we think is the most applicable and the most useful for council to see and kind of adjust the narrative for this document going forward. So it'll be a little bit less automated in that sense. We'll also have a summary of the Alaskan Catch Share programs section as well, which will be available here and then also in the new module that I'll be talking about at the end of the presentation. In addition to 2 infographics that we thought would be useful for readers to kind of quickly reference what's going on in the Groundfish Economic Safe at that given time. So the first infographic is a timeline that shows when the data is available, how it is compiled, and the timeline of when the preliminary and the final versions are available in parallel to the Groundfish Plan Team and council meetings in a given calendar year. The second infographic takes 6 economic metrics and aggregates them up to the statewide levels for a very quick high-level summary of what we saw in the Groundfish Economic Safe for that year, with an example of that infographic on the screen here. So when developing the Groundfish Economic Safe Brief, we really had 2 primary purposes in mind. The first is we wanted to create a product that allowed the reader to quickly and easily digest what we have seen in the Groundfish Economic Safe, the full Groundfish Economic Safe for that year, and distill it into a relatively short document that will hopefully be no more than 10 to 12 pages in a given year. The second purpose that we're hoping to do with this document is encourage more engagement from readers. You'll notice that this document has a lot of hyperlinks, both in the text and in the footnote, and that was done intentionally. So for readers that want to dive a little bit deeper or are a bit more curious about what we're discussing in that given section, they can simply click that hyperlink and it will take you to the table that I use when creating that paragraph in the Human Dimensions Data Explorer. Hopefully, once the reader gets on that page, they'll click around a little bit more to see what other data and products that we have available. Now, this brief is not going to replace the full Groundfish Economic Safe. Instead, we're trying to target this document more on council members and maybe the general public that might just be looking for a quick overview of what is going on in the groundfish fishery in that given year in a relatively short period of time. You'll notice that each section has bullet points at the beginning of the section. So for those that just want a very quick high-level summary, they can read the bullet points and have some kind of idea of what we're trying to show in the full Groundfish Economic Safe. Now, the timeline of this document, we plan for the timeline of this document to be completed in parallel with the full Groundfish Economic Safe. So ideally, the Groundfish Economic Safe brief will be available by the November plan team in addition to the brief as well. In the future, our intention is to have the brief be substituted in for the executive summary. So it'll be two unique links, but the full Groundfish Economic Safe will turn into an almost like an almanac for the groundfish fishery at that given year. So it will contain only the automated tables, figures, and economic indices that can be produced very quickly once we have the final data in September, where the brief gives us an opportunity to kind of highlight the trends and key findings that we think are most useful for the council and can be adjusted on a year-to-year basis. Now, diving into the full Groundfish Economic Safe and a presentation that we would be similar to what I would give in the December council meeting. I first wanted to start off with a quick overview of the type of information that's available in the Groundfish Economic Safe for those that might be unfamiliar with or haven't looked at it in a while. So the full Groundfish Economic Safe has 6 unique sections. Within the safe, we have detailed economic figures, indices, and tables aggregated up at the state level, but then also disaggregated by region, by species, by gear, by sector, and many other different disaggregations as well. So it contains a lot of rich, detailed economic information in there, as well as a dedicated Amendment 80 chapter that provides an economic status summary of the Amendment 80 sector. So the overarching theme that we saw from the 2025 Groundfish Economic Safe, which again focuses on 2024 data, is a large overarching theme of declines in ex-vessel value as a result of falling prices. So just so that we're all on the same page for terms, when I talk about ex-vessel value, I'm really talking about the value of the catch that was sold directly to the processor once the fish was initially caught. So in 2024, we saw a decline of ex-vessel value by about 17% for the second consecutive year. And that decline is primarily made up of 2 species. The first being Pacific cod, which we saw a decline in ex-vessel value by about 1/3 from 2023 to 2024. And then also a similar level of magnitude in pollock, again, from 2023 to 2024. Now, because ex-vessel value is calculated as the product of landings multiplied by the ex-vessel price, I wanted to very quickly mention that we saw a relatively stable level of total landings declining by less than 1%. So based on that, it really gives some insight that the reason that ex-vessel value fell was related to declines in ex-vessel price per pound. I wanted to point out on this figure specifically that I decided to log the ex-vessel price per pound, and that way it kind of spread the lines out a little bit more, made it more easy to interpret, as opposed to when I kept it at the absolute magnitude, you had a high stable fish and then the other species were kind of closer to the bottom and all scrunched together. So that's the reason why the y-axis here has been logged. But going back to the trend of ex-vessel price per pound, similar to ex-vessel value, we saw a decline of 16% for the aggregate ex-vessel price per pound. Just to clarify, when I say aggregate ex-vessel price per pound, I mean the total value for all groundfish landings and the total retained catch for all groundfish species, taking the average across all of that. And it declined for the second consecutive year. With similar to the trends in ex-vessel value, the largest declines were both in Pacific cod, which declined by approximately 1/3 from 2023 to 2024, and about a 10% or so decline in pollock. So if we move one step up the value chain, I wanted to briefly talk about the first wholesale market. So again, just to clarify for terms, when I say the first wholesale market, I'm referring to the initial sale or transaction after initial processing at a commercial processor. This can be to a retailer, a wholesaler, or an exporter. So for the first wholesale market, we have these really cool first wholesale market decompositions. And I think the best way to kind of describe these is to walk through an example. So I'm going to do that with pollock. So in the 2025 Groundfish Economic Safe, we saw about a 9% decline in pollock first wholesale value. That's highlighted in that orange bar, the net effect. If we were to, if the reader wanted to quickly determine whether it was the prices that were primarily driving that change in first wholesale value or quantity, they could look at the blue bars. So starting with the furthest on the left, the dark blue bar, the quantity effect. This is how first wholesale sale value would have changed if we kept prices at the 2023 levels. So based on that, you would see the first wholesale value would be expected to increase if prices remain the same. The light blue bar is the opposite interpretation. This is the price effect. So if we held quantity at 2023 levels and looked at only a change in price, we see that the first wholesale value for pollock would have declined by about $190 million. Taking the sum of that gives us that net effect. So I really like this figure because we're able to kind of quickly determine whether it was the price or the quantity that was the main driver of first wholesale value. In the safe, we also have this by product type as well. I just chose not to show it for this presentation. But in general, we saw a decline of about 6% in the total first wholesale value for the groundfish fisheries. Similar to the ex-vessel side, I wanted to show the trends in the first wholesale price per pound. Again, the y-axis here is logged for the same reasons I discussed earlier. But overall, we saw a decline in the aggregate first wholesale price per pound by about 7%. Again, this is the average across all groundfish fisheries. Now, if we're looking at specific species, we found that pollock had the largest decline at right around 11%. And these changes in ex-vessel and first wholesale value can be for a variety of compounding factors. This could include changes in the global and domestic markets. This could be changes in climate drivers that might affect fish quality, or many other economic drivers that could be causing this. But I wanted to look into the safe to see if we had any kind of metrics that would support what might be causing this decline in 2023. And that's when I wanted to highlight one of the report card metrics we have here, which looks at the effective real exchange rate for Alaskan fisheries. What we see here is a year-over-year trend, a year-over-year increase for the last 3 years. So to help interpret what this figure is trying to say is if you look at the green dotted bar in the middle, that's looking at the historical average. So on average, $1 of Alaskan seafood product cost about 70 cents of foreign currency units, depending on which country was importing it. In 2024, it increased to a historical high of about 99 cents. What this is trying to show is that in the global market, $1 of Alaskan seafood is becoming relatively more expensive. You know, we hear about the trends of a strengthening US dollar, and that's good for us as the buyer. But for the seller, it's making the products more and more expensive. So this is just some of the information that we have in the safe that could kind of support what's changes are going on in the global market could be affecting the Alaska seafood market. One other thing I wanted to highlight for the report card metrics, I mentioned earlier that ex-vessel value fell by approximately 17% and the first wholesale value fell by approximately 6%. So it's quite a large difference between declines. In this figure, in this report card figure that we have in the safe, we're looking at the share of the first wholesale revenue that goes to the vessel itself. Similar to the slide we saw before, historically, it was about 39 cents or so for every $1 that was sold would go back to the vessel. In 2023, it fell to a historical low. In 2024, it fell again to a new historical low. So what this is showing is that now approximately 30 cents of every one first wholesale dollar unit is going back to the vessel. And this has a real effect on the vessels and the processing sectors as well. And again, this can be for a variety of reasons So this could have a real effect on the fleets and the processors. So I looked at the number of active vessels that were targeting groundfish in 2024, and it declined to 524 vessels, so a decline of 17%. This is the lowest level that we have in our historical time series that goes back to 2003. If you look at the interannual change, the change from 2023 to 2024, that's also the largest percentage decline since the 2012 to 2013 change. And this is affecting both sectors, both the catcher vessels and catcher processors, where we've seen a decline in both sectors, also to historical lows. But this isn't just affecting the fleets themselves, it's also affecting the processors. So we saw a decline in the number of processing permits issued, a decline of about 7%. That looks like that it's affecting both the BSAI and the Gulf of Alaska as well, as both of the number of processing permits issued to processors in both of those regions has also declined to a historical low. The final piece I wanted to mention is we have good data for at sea, the number of days at sea for different catch share programs. We've also, again, in 2024, saw a decline in this value as well to 33,000 days, a decline of about 7%. So this is all to sort of ground truth that these declines in ex-vessel value and first wholesale value is having a real impact on the fleets and the communities themselves. So when wrapping up with the catch share programs, I also wanted to mention this new module that we've been developing, the catch share performance module that's on the Human Dimensions Data Explorer down near the bottom. So historically, we have provided data starting around 2013 or so. We've provided data to headquarters looking at common metrics that can be calculated for all catch share programs in the United States. This has been delivered to them each year, but in around 2015, 2016 or so, the reports weren't published as consistently. And we wanted to provide a place where this data could be accessed easily as opposed to just being kind of hidden away somewhere, which is the development of this module. So this is the banner of the module where you're able to select any catch share, or we also have some non-catch share programs as well. You can select them and look at different economic values that were produced for headquarters in the past. And so you can go through and navigate the different metrics that we have for these catch share programs. It also compares them to what we refer to as the baseline, or the year before the implementation of the catch share program. So you can see how they changed once the catch share program was implemented. We're referring to this version as 1.0 because although these metrics were these are the metrics that were provided to headquarters each year, this is a great landing page where we can include other metrics that might be affecting specific catch share programs that we think could be useful to the council or for the general public as well. This dashboard is also being implemented at a headquarters level, where we're going to be implementing other catch share programs from the US. So you'll be able to compare Alaska catch share programs with other catch share programs in terms of the data they have, the metrics they produce, and et cetera. But for now, this is, again, just the version 1.0 where we're only considering the metrics that were provided to headquarters in the past.
Jason.
Thanks, Rusty, for that overview. I hadn't realized the headquarters connection there. When I pulled up the metrics table, I saw that there was a field in there, ACL, and it said that there were ACL overages in fisheries where, at least my interpretation of ACL is more in S1. So maybe there's a different interpretation here, but there was saying ACLs were exceeded in fisheries where there wasn't. I was kind of curious if you could speak to that, and maybe if that's incorrect, if there's terminology we need to think about or way to change it.
Yes, thank you for the comment. As I mentioned before, these kind of metrics were created back in like 2013, and that's when the queries were set up. And the team back then was trying to figure out a way where we can create a common metric that can be compared for other catch share programs in the US. During that computation and development of the query, the way that the query was set up is we were trying to fit it into that ACL bucket, but it's not, it's an incorrect label. I went back into the notes to look at how it was being calculated, and it's slightly different based on the catch share program, such as Pacific Halibut, for example, compared to AFA. So I think what we need to do, and we plan on doing relatively soon, is going through those labels to make sure that the definition and the label properly matches what is actually being shown there. My hypothesis is that in the past, they chose the ACL term because that was the common metric that was kind of agreed upon as for all the catch share programs. And at the time, the way that it was calculated was trying to fit in that bucket. But the definition as it stands now, you're correct, is that the definition is slightly different than what it's actually portraying. And I appreciate your notes on that, and we're going to implement that very soon.
Next question's from Kaylin, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, I kind of forgot we weren't supposed to ask, but I'll ask really quick. Is this something that would be relevant for the kind of fall presentation of social and economic information, or is this just a separate update?
So I think it could be useful for the council in the December presentation if there was something that was necessary to highlight from this cashier program. We'll continue to develop it each year. It uses the same data that comes in September, so it'll be updated on an annual time step, and it can be referenced by analysts or the council or the public in general. And if there's something that comes up that, again, we feel we need to highlight, then we can kind of navigate them to this screen.
And next question's Chris.
Sure. Taking a look at the general declining trend in share of wholesale revenue that goes to vessels, does that hold up if you look within fleet or sector, or is it just an aggregate trend that has more to do with the composition of different sectors?
That's a good question. I don't know exactly if it holds between sectors or between fisheries. That report card metric is only looking at the aggregate level, but it's something we could dive into to try to see if there is any kind of differences, but I'm not sure at the moment.
Great. Back to you.
That was actually my last slide. So now I just kind of have some questions in terms of the brief, if that is preferred compared to the strategy we used in the past, and if there's any other feedback or recommendations that you all have for the SAFEs or SEPO or anything like that.
Wonderful. Let's open it up to all questions, including those on the slide. Dana.
Yeah, thank you for this presentation. I had a couple questions about, we were talking about relevance to current tax setting. In the past, we used to work on doing forecast models of price and ex-vessel revenue, but I don't see any of that in here. Is there any thought of doing that in the future? Because I thought that was really useful.
Yes, thank you for the question. In the past, we did develop a nowcast and a forecast of what we believe that prices per pound would be in the present year and in the future. We've talked to folks, council staff and in the region about how much they liked that data and how much they used it. And we didn't really get a lot of feedback that it was the most useful for the amount of time we put in to try to estimate those models. So we decided to take them out in 2024, or I'm sorry, in 2025. We're looking into ways that we can potentially use the preliminary data and perhaps fit it into this brief since it's not the finalized version, we're kind of hesitant to put it in the full SAFE since it'll serve as an almanac, but some way that we can use some of this preliminary information to make it more relevant for the given year.
Yeah, just quick follow-up. Since like your dashboard that you're showing here, I mean, it's linked in with ACFIN. It seems like all the catch statistics, you could have those up to date to 25 or 26 even in that.
Yeah, so I really appreciate you saying that. So the timeline that we have earlier in the presentation, the landings data comes from the catch accounting system. So we have that near real time. The disconnect comes in what we consider the finalized price per pound. We consider core as the finalized price per pound because it's the most accurate. Contains the most data cleaning QA/QC checks, which is why that lag comes into play. There's some data sources that are a bit more real time, that are a bit more preliminary that we could use for preliminary results. And that's the kind of data that we're trying to determine whether we can fit into the SAFE to make it more relevant. But the catch, you're absolutely correct. We could have that near real time.
Kaylin.
I'll jump in now because I think it's very related. So thinking about this goal of best scientific information available, I could see where near real-time information could be very useful, but as the SSC, we should be assessing it in some way. And so I'm wondering how hard it would be or if it would be possible to do some kind of just retrospective analysis do you have past real-time data so you could look back and see what is this discrepancy? And so that if you were then, I always say, do what you say and say what you do. So if you took that approach and you made something available, especially in cases if you see something that would maybe be cause for concern or you want to flag for the council, you would also be able to say, you know, this might not be exactly right. In the past, we've had margins of error of X or Y. But even with that margin of error, we still see something that, you know, is pretty concerning and we want to bring it forward. Or is that something that you would have the capacity to do?
Thank you for the question. Yeah, so it's something we are looking at. We've talked to folks at Ackman and at council staff that have dived a bit deeper into the new e-landings fish ticket data that we've recently been able to access. And we're trying to figure out a way for what species might what is the best representation of the finalized value. We've done very early work and it looks like the trends themselves are very similar for some of the key Alaskan species. But we're still looking into the magnitudes, if the magnitudes, how close they are for which species and how different they are for others. There is some caveats with that data. For example, it really only captures the shoreside processors. So some species that are primarily caught at sea, such as Acca mackerel, for example, don't really have a good representative price from that data. But for some species like pollock or sablefish, for example, it is likely a good representation. So we're still trying to parse through which species would be most appropriate and potentially looking at a subset of species that could be a representation of different fisheries as a whole and how we can incorporate that.
Jason.
Yeah, terminology question. So there's the full groundfish safe, the safe brief, and then you mentioned report card, I think I heard. So is that something separate from the brief?
Thank you for the question. No, so the report card metrics are in chapter 1 of the full economic safe. Going forward, the report card metrics are a part of the executive summary. We're going to keep the report card metrics there because they are automated, but we plan on removing the executive summary narrative and placing that into the brief. So the future versions of the full safe will be the report card metrics, the figures, the tables, and the economic indices.
Chris Anderson.
So the safe, the economic safe is sort of this encyclopedia or repository, right? And it's got a multi-decadal history of that. And the report card metrics that have been added in relatively recent years are sort of designed to highlight changes relative to that. And the brief, its mission is to talk about like what changed this year on an annual basis, and instead of having a necessarily specific template, it would involve a reading and analysis of what's going on and would change year to year.
Correct. Yeah. So the brief itself will allow us to highlight trends that we're looking for in a more easily digestible format. So we've had the report card metrics and the executive summary for a while, but we still receive comments about this. Sometimes it's difficult to find an overarching theme. And so with the brief, we're really trying to highlight the overarching story that we're trying to tell from the safe that given year. So it allows more flexibility as opposed to the safe. In a hopefully a more easily digestible format.
Who are you envisioning as the audiences for that?
For the brief itself? Yeah, so I'm anticipating the audience being some council members and the general public that might not have a economic background or I hesitate to say they don't know, but they don't necessarily they're not necessarily looking for a specific economic metric in one of the tables or figures that we have available. We're hoping to kind of elevate the most relevant information so that you can pick up the brief, look at the infographic, or skim through the bullets and have some kind of overall idea about what is happening in the fishery overall. And then if you want to dig deeper, you can go to the full safe. You can click on one of the links associated with the bullet points or the sentences.
One more. As we mature this document, is there a thought that it would be appropriate at some point to migrate some of the data repository functions of the SAFE onto some sort of online database rather than a PDF and cut 300 pages?
Yes, so we have thought about that. There's some things we're still working through in terms of how do you review like the online data repository each year? How do you provide a relevant citation for each year, where the PDF kind of serves as that permanent permanent document that you can pick up and you know exactly which data you referenced in a given paper, you know exactly where the tables are, for example, or how to cite it. We were hoping to kind of migrate to that online format, but as of now, the paper format, because we plan on it being largely automated, we think we're going to try to keep it as a PDF so that it's available for those that want to download that might not have, for example, like the internet connection to access it very quickly. And just there's a few reasons that we think we're going to keep it for now, but it's in our minds about, where that will go in the future. Thank you.
Okay, that's what I see for questions. We do have, is there any follow-up? Was yours the last presentation? Yep. Okay, thank you very much for the presentations and for answering all the questions. Really appreciate it. All right, we will move into public testimony. And at this point, we do have two signups for that. The first one will be Mateo Paz-Soldan. Good morning. Go ahead and start when you're ready.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the SSC. My name is Mateo Paz-Soldan. I'm here on behalf of the City of St. Paul. St. Paul is a primarily Aleut Unangan community of about 350 to 400 members, residents. Due to its location and proximity to the Bering Sea resources, the community has played an important role in Alaska's history and U.S. history, and to this day is almost entirely dependent on the sea's marine resources. I wanted to thank the Council, the SSC, and in particular the analysts, Sarah Wise, Steve Kaspersky, and others who have worked on gathering and presenting this information in recent years. It is valuable and will hopefully assist this and future councils with the work that they need to do to consider the MSA national standards, in this case, specifically National Standard 8, regarding the sustained participation of fishing communities, and National Standard 4 regarding equity and allocations. This national standard has provisions which concerns Indigenous American and tribal well-being and fishery rights that are important to consider. Regarding the SIPO and community sketches, the folks on St. Paul have two main concerns with the sketch. The first is with the meaning of the use of the words fisheries engagement. As you're aware, since 2021, the main fishery that St. Paul depends on, the snow crab fishery, has been either closed or at very low tax. It's a similar story with the red king crab fishery. This prompted St. Paul and the state of Alaska to request fisheries disaster determinations for these fisheries. Assistance for the 2021-22 and 2022-23 seasons has been dispersed and has provided great relief to St. Paul. But the assistance for more recent seasons has been held up in DC. Although there have been no crab landings and processing on St. Paul since 2022, St. Paul still considers itself highly engaged in the crab fisheries. Fishing is part of the DNA of this community. Every map you look at of the Bering Sea commercials fisheries has St. Paul and the Pribilofs in the middle of these resources. The fact that they have lost direct or active participation to those fisheries through either man-made decisions or natural causes is no fault of their own. The City of St. Paul has lined up tens of millions of dollars in grants in response to this crisis. And all of this effort is to invest in, diversify, protect, and restore the community's participation in its fisheries. Similarly, CBSFA, the local CDQ group, is playing a lead role in attempting to develop a crab hatchery on St. Paul, which takes me to the next point. The CPO sketch notes that St. Paul's engagement on groundfish harvesting and processing is low or non-existent, and that its engagement in crab harvesting and processing is closed due to the collapse of the low-tax fisheries. But that doesn't take into account St. Paul's participation in these fisheries through CBSFA, its CDQ group. From that vantage point, St. Paul is highly engaged and dependent on the groundfish and crab fisheries. CBSFA has allocated 5% of the CDQ pollock allocation and has additional pollock investments in partnership with other fishing companies. This pollock allocation and investments are today one of the main sources of revenues for educational and social programs on St. Paul, as well as for fisheries-related investments. These groundfish resources also support the operations of the local halibut fishery and fleet. In the past, it was a snow crab resource and the processing of it that helped support the halibut fishery, including the processing and packaging of halibut at the local plant during the summer months. Similarly, CBSFA has made considerable investments in crab fisheries, both PQS and harvester IFQ. On that basis, St. Paul, through CBSFA, is the second largest snow crab PQS holder in the north region of the Bering Sea. Most of these fisheries are doing poorly now, but CBSFA has done everything possible in the past and in the present to leverage its ownership stake in these fisheries to bring crab deliveries and processing to St. Paul. It has also negotiated tax agreements with South region crab communities, whereby South communities disperse to St. Paul their share of the North quota that is exempted from regional delivery requirements under the relief from regionalization mechanism. CBSFA submitted comments on this matter to the council under B reports and commented on what happens to fishery management systems and the ability of councils to balance the national standards during low-tax fisheries. It's going to be an important issue going forward. Going forward, St. Paul believes the ASEPO sketch and the council would benefit from including this type of information in future reports. St. Paul is unique in that CBSFA is a single community CDQ group. However, there might be other communities that are similarly situated vis-a-vis their CDQ groups. The second concern has to do with what happens from a national standard and legal perspective when a community is no longer considered fisheries engaged. This may be a worst case scenario, but does this mean that future councils and even administrations no longer need to take into account National Standard 8 and National Standard 4 considerations for a community that is no longer deemed engaged? That would be a catastrophic outcome to these communities and contrary to the objectives of the MSA, and would potentially affect, and we'll wrap it up, and potentially will affect that community's ability, for example, to leverage grants in DC or elsewhere to attract new fisheries investments. You have a bureaucrat receiving an application, for fisheries-related infrastructure, and it's looking at these indices and says, oh, this community is no longer engaged. Application denied. Anyway, that concludes my comments. I'm open to any questions.
Thank you for that. Question from Bob.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks for the public comment, Mateo. So building on your last comment there, as that community or the CDQ group is pursuing grants or certification status, et cetera, what are the types of questions, information that they are looking for to, positively support the community?
You're talking about the grant writer?
That's correct.
Well, many of them are far away in distant locations, have perhaps limited knowledge of what happens on the grounds and particularly what happens in remote Alaska communities. And so from a pro forma perspective, if they're looking at an application and, for a small community of, say, 400 residents, and they're seeing that community, is no longer engaged in fisheries, or maybe its future looks bleak from that perspective, why would they, throw money at it? And that would preclude that community's ability to re-engage or potentially seek new opportunities in current fisheries or emerging fisheries, new fisheries that might be taking place in this era of climate change. So I think that's something that just needs to be thought about as we create these, categories or these definitions.
Thank you. If I may follow up, thank you for that answer. And do you think that there is a way that we could continue to provide this information that's meaningful? It's meaningful to know whether the engagement has changed, but make it not a negative, but communicate the importance of these communities and highlight that this change in capacity or whatever is shifting is indicative of needing more resources to keep it where it's at and support the overall benefit of the community?
That's a tough question. I mean, we're all living a new era, right? We're entering a new era in many respects, and so how this will play out in the future, we will need to assess on a regular or on a yearly basis and adjust accordingly, right? It's hard to predict how all this will play out 5 or 10 years from now. But I guess this is a iterative process, as I've heard many times said, and hopefully we'll be able to incorporate new information and react to new stimuli as we go along, so that we don't, disadvantage our communities, which are really, Alaska's communities are really, not only because of the native component, but just the remoteness and their location are really unique in the national framework and picture. And so this council is different and special in that regard, and that it has to deal with a whole set of additional challenges that other councils might not be aware of.
Jason.
Yeah, thanks for the testimony. A question about your comment regarding investment activity in other fisheries. That information often isn't available to the analyst, or it's confidential. So I'm wondering if you had some thoughts about how to go about getting that kind of information and incorporating that into this process.
Understood. And a good question. That's some of it isn't confidential, but and I know this is a big ask, and perhaps the analysts can't reach out individually to all the various communities. That's a lot of work. But some of that information is available, for example, in the CDQ group websites. They publish, by law, they're supposed to publish their annual reports every year, and those are available online. And so a lot of what the CDQ groups do with their fisheries resources and how they benefit those communities is available. Speaking for St. Paul, that's where a lot of our information is. And so you can gauge engagement and dependence on the CDQ fishery resource based on what's on those annual reports. It's one source. And certainly reaching out, you know where to find me, but reaching out to the city manager on St. Paul and others who participate in this process.
Chris. And
yeah, thanks for your testimony. And I'd say I wouldn't in any way read a decline in the engagement metric, and I don't think anyone in the council family would read the decline in the engagement metric as saying you're not engaged, right? I think it is front of mind for everybody here that this has been an extremely painful period for St. Paul. And I think we have a sort of universal admiration for the perseverance and the efforts that St. Paul has put in to sort of make it through to the next, to crab recovery. And that,
thank you.
That metric is not saying you're not engaged. It's like when I'm driving down the highway and my speedometer goes to 0, right? That says something's changed and there's a problem. So it is the fact that we're tracking this metric over time and we see that drop that provides the evidence to say this is something that's been historically important to us, and it's gone away. And so I think that's the intent of the use of the metrics, and that's an important thing to keep in mind. If we can do a better job at depicting that, I'd be curious of thoughts there. But I also take your point, and I think Jason had exactly the right question of like, how do we show ownership engagement and investment engagement and dependence. And as Sarah said, that data is often very hard.
I understand it is a hard job to do, and I wish, I wish we'd started this 25 years ago. Maybe we'd be in a different place, but it is what it is. But going forward, and this is not, this is not the end of it. I mean, we will continue to work together. You will continue to incorporate our feedback and comments in developing a better product, and one that I agree it's extremely valuable. And I'm glad we have it, but I just wanted to highlight certain concerns given what's happening more broadly. I mean, it's affected a lot of grants. A lot of grants are being held up in DC right now. And it's creating a lot of pain for people. And so we don't want to provide, but I'm careful here. We don't want to provide, information that would feed into those outcomes and preclude those communities from the opportunity to thrive and diversify. So that's all.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
The next testifier that we have, I believe, is online, and that is Heather McCarty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Go ahead when you're ready.
Thank you. I'm Heather McCarty, and I work for Central Bering Sea Fishermen's Association, which is the CDQ group that represents St. Paul. As Matteo said, and I agree with everything he said, we work together very closely, the city and St. Paul's CDQ group. So we think alike on many things, and I agree with his testimony. Particularly thanking the SSC for their attention to this and for the work that's gone into this economic data collection by the folks at the Alaska Fisheries Science Center. We need it badly, and there's reasons for that. A couple of things caught my attention during Dr. Wise's presentation and some of the questions and comments from the SSC members, which I thought kind of approached sort of the nub of the issue when we're talking about fisheries management. First, I want to expand a little bit on CDQ involvement and CDQ, the economic aspects of the CDQ involvement. It may be hard, but it shouldn't be that hard. And I don't know what we need to change to make sure that people at the council level and in Alaska and everywhere understand how much the CDQ program is part of the fisheries of Alaska. It's huge, and it goes well beyond the 10% that was granted in the CDQ program, as you all know. For example, I'll only use CBSFA as examples because I can't speak for the other CDQ groups, but on part of CBSFA, in aggregate, and I'm talking about the crab program in particular, we are the third largest holder of processor quota. And we're the largest holder of North Region Bering Sea snow crab processor quota. We're behind only Trident Seafoods and Peter Pan Seafoods in the aggregate, and not that far behind. So it's a huge component of the processing aspect of the crab fishery. And I'm not sure how those community benefits and community involvement are captured in these snapshots of communities if that involvement isn't reflected in St. Paul's snapshot, if you will. I really feel like it's a big hole if it's not being represented. Again, only speaking from CBSFA's perspective, but also we all know about the large investment of CDQ groups in the at-sea processor element of the fisheries in the Bering Sea. When you look at Seattle as being the biggest community involvement in the pollock sector, for example, many of those Seattle-based companies are partially owned by CDQ groups. We all know that, but I'm not sure that that's captured in the fact that many of those benefits, the economic benefits, flow back to the communities in Alaska whose CDQ representation is involved in those companies. Second, one of the comments during Dr. Wise's presentation seemed to really focus on how TAC-related changes affect management, essentially, fisheries management. You were talking about whether these economic aspects were captured by species and how that would change the way we look at community benefits. I think that's really important. And someone said, how do we connect this to fisheries management? I think Matteo mentioned this already, but we put in an unsolicited letter, not to the SSC, but to the council this time, asking the council to look again at what the crab program changes have meant to our community. The crab tax are the driver for the economic benefits that flow back to St. Paul. It's a chain that's pretty easily followed. Crab tax go down, people don't process, the processor in the north doesn't process for economic reasons related to the TAC and its low status based on the low status of the resource. There's a chain there, there's a link, there's a pathway that can be followed all the way to management policy. And that's the link that I'm hoping that the SSC can draw attention to at the council level. I think it's important, and I think that's where this conversation really leads to. So thank you, and I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony. We have a question from Bob.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Heather. Question. In agreement with what you're suggesting, the kind of information that we need to tie the CDQ groups back to the communities, are you aware of any other products that are out there that either the CDQ group provides or the community provides that analysts could go to find some of the information that specifically links the impacts of CDQ engagement in communities, either on social or economic effects?
Thank you for the question, Dr. Foy. Matteo mentioned annual reports from the individual CDQ groups. I think that's a good source of information. I also think that WACTA, the group that represents all 6 CDQ groups, Western Alaska Community Development Association, has done in the past sort of a compilation of annual reports from the various groups. I think we do that irregularly now, but I think many of us are hoping that we continue to do that regularly and provide that information as sort of an aggregate look at the CDQ involvement in all these fisheries. I think that would be a good source of information. Otherwise, and I'm speculating, but I'm assuming that in corporate data that some of the ownership might be clearly laid out. I'm just not sure about that, and I can't speak for the other CDQ groups, but it's pretty well known CBSFA's involvement in a number of groups, including ownership of crab boats, ownership of some crab processing, and then ownership of crab processing quota is all very well known at the NIMS level and at the public level. So I'm assuming that that is the case for the CDQ groups. I could be wrong. Again, I don't want to represent their available information.
Thank you for that. I don't believe we have other questions, so thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
All right, that is the end of public testimony, and next is our discussion. I don't have a sense, I'm guessing that our discussion will be longer than 25 minutes. And I guess I'm looking at the leads and also at the SSC. I'm almost tempted to take an early lunch and then come back so that we have our discussion in one group. If the leads think that we can get through the discussion in 25 minutes, we can do it now. or if anybody has issues, has commitments over the lunch hour and taking an early lunch is problematic, please let me know that as well.
Yeah. Oh, we were trying to chat offline right now. I'm pretty organized. I'm 25 minutes, maybe not quite 25, but not sure an hour seems too long. I don't know, Jason, Chris.
Great. You know what? This sounds good. If it's all right, let's go ahead and start our discussion now. We will see where we get, and we can work at it on the fly. All right. So I do wonder, so there was the last slide that we got in the presentation had a number of questions for the SSC, and okay, so our leads have these questions, great. And I'm just going to go back to you know what? I am not going to highlight the topics. We spent enough time in the early part of our discussion that let's just move straight into the discussion without me trying to rephrase things. Let's go to, we've got Kaylin, Chris Anderson, and Jason. Let's go to Kaylin first.
Great, thanks. So I suggest that we start off by acknowledging and saying how much we appreciate the work by the ESSR team to advance work on how to improve integration of economic, social, and community information into the management process. I think we should recognize the turnover and capacity constraints that this team faces, and therefore generally support flexibility and timing of development and advancement of these products. I'd also suggest that we note that know how much we appreciate, especially given these constraints, the attention to policy and management as drivers of this effort and the consideration of stakeholders in this process as the audience. So a couple of the slides I thought really spoke to some of our past comments along those lines, and it was helpful to see that kind of introduction to this discussion. I also think that for parsimony, we could continue to refer to a lot of the comments that the SSC wrote down in December of 2023 for related to sort of long run and very aspirational ideas around integrating economic, social, and community information. That's also where the SSC laid out some of what I think is now in the presentation related to different uses of social and economic information, relevant national standards, and potential different audiences. I'd suggest that we endorse the plan to schedule presentations of this information or something like it at the December 2026 meeting in some kind of contextual information for tax setting presentation. And furthermore, although not reviewed today, this came up a bit, I would suggest that we also support specific efforts to include more robust socioeconomic information into the ESPs. So given those broad comments, I have some specific comments on individually the ASEPO portion of the presentation, and then the econ side, and then some more synthetic comments at the end. So I suggest that we support efforts to increase the automation of the ASEPO product, and where this would go and how this would be presented, that may be an open question, but I think that we could express some support for scoping out a look at in-season or more preliminary data to trace that through to the community participation indices. And I think at the very end, asked some questions around, could we suss out the extent to which some of this data that is more preliminary ends up being quite similar to the final on the community side as we might do on the econ side. Let's see. Right, and then if that was able to be done, then I think we could support an effort to do something a bit more synthetic to highlight specific communities or issues or concerns, to take a sort of deeper dive, something that might be a little bit more akin to the what was Rusty's thing called? The brief. A brief. Okay. I would also suggest that we support efforts to refine the profiles to account for disasters and past legacies of participation. Okay, I think the other main Q&A point that Chris may build on as well, but I think I would suggest that we express support for some type of movement to the extent possible to use more current data, take this synthetic approach, and close more of the gap between what has historically been a retrospective product with the ASEPO, often using relatively old data, to try to move that into the here and now and translate available data into relevance for policy and management decisions. I think Chris had some potentially very specific suggestions, but I personally would support some type of effort to look at options in general, and maybe there are easier to implement sort of options available. I think the other thing that we could support, and this came up in public comment, could be thinking or rethinking about how dependence trends are characterized and presented. And of course, I think we probably all want to acknowledge that a decreasing dependence on fisheries, this could represent more of a failure to meet National Standard 8 and sustain community participation, and not that fisheries are not something that the community views as important for their economy. I also would suggest that we support some exploration where possible, practicable, into gathering information and potentially data on investment and ownership engagement in fisheries, acknowledging that potentially in the past this has been often viewed as confidential, but I think we heard in public testimony there may be some CDQ group websites that could be leveraged, and potentially reaching out to CDQ groups as well if folks or groups understood the endpoint. Maybe there are some that would be interested in engaging, and I think that ASEPO has always been viewed as a dynamic document, and so if information is available, I could see it could be incorporated for those communities or CDQ groups that were willing to share that information. On the economic side, I think that we should support the brief and its role as a sort of refined executive summary that would be about 10 to 12 pages. I also really appreciated the focus on the current state and recent changes. And so I would suggest that we support this initiative to identify issues and drivers, and in general support some flexibility on the part of the analyst to apply their expertise and synthesize what they think is most important to bring forward to highlight for tax setting, or honestly when and if or when this information is used in other contexts. And although I realize that our job right now was not to comment specifically on this data and maybe what it means, I think that we saw some of that expertise applied in the development and discussion of indicators we saw today, like the ex-vessel share of first wholesale, the decline in days at sea. So I think this actually is a really nice example of some of that flexibility, and then how providing flexibility can allow an analyst to provide sort of a fuller story around what's going on in an FMP, or I could see this also applying for specific species or regional levels and so on and so forth. There's a little discussion around forecast models of price and revenue, and then we moved into, well, what about use of intermediate or preliminary data? How up to date could we be? I think I would favor us expressing support in general for the team to consider different approaches that could be used. And in particular, it seemed like there was movement toward considering in-season data that may have some issues and may not be finalized. And so specifically with regard to that, I would suggest or support a retrospective analysis of the margin of error. And so comparing the preliminary data to what ends up being the long run data. And I think through that process, we could think about applying the best scientific information available metric. And if we're appropriately caveating things, that could be a source of information for the council that could be better than not having data at all in terms of the current status. I'd also suggest that maybe we express that the catch share metrics as presented right now were maybe a little bit less clear on how it would inform some of these management policy questions that we were directed to look at. But I think we could say that we can see some utility in the longer run, and that having that information available together with some synthesis by an analyst could help flag issues related to specific fisheries. And then I would also like to comment on a third area. So the presentation was a little segmented between ASEPO and the economic safe, but I think through our discussion and then also looking carefully, a lot of these documents that are coming forward, I'd suggest we express support for work at the nexus of the economic safe and ASEPO, so a more socioeconomic approach. And we could see some of the metrics that are being developed for the economic safe being broken down by the community, the fishery, the fleet level, and that those could be more informative. And particularly, I think there was some conversation around how there's the potential there to tighten the link between TAC decisions and impacts on communities. And I think that that kind of collaborative work would be a path that could sort of sync up those documents in some ways, but also help the ASEPO move closer to the kind of tax setting process. And I think that we might also want to note that the socioeconomic information, it could be especially salient in some cases, but maybe not all. And I think maybe Chris would offer some comments as well. We were talking a little bit about when this could potentially change a decision. And so I think in cases where there are ecosystem caps, effectively these tax become more of allocation decisions. I think another example would be cases where lowering tax below ABCs might be something that would be considered. So just broadly, I'd flag, I don't know if that's, I appreciated Chris's early question. Well, what is the audience? What would what would the social and economic information be used for? And so maybe just a little bit more thinking down those lines could help prioritize the focus. And then I would flag the set of questions, and I think these were more specific to the econ safe. When would the SSC want to comment or review the products? Is the proposed format of the econ safe plus the brief preferred to the past? Is there information in the econ safe or ASEPO that would be useful or unuseful for the council to see on the annual basis? And then the fourth is for future presentations to focus more on data trends or exploration of the trends. And so I'd offer just some responses, and maybe other people want to chime in on these as well. I think that especially in these cases where we're thinking about what is best scientific information available. So when we're thinking about using the really current data, those sorts of comparisons, I think those should come before the SSC. But I think in the spirit of endorsing a process in general, I think there's a lot that we can support generally here. I thought that the brief worked well. I think that I said this above to a certain extent, but moving the ASEPO in the direction of trying to sync up with management, maybe flagging current issues or recent changes could be helpful. And then I would actually like to express concern if trends were presented that deviate from the past without some exploration or explanation. And so I really appreciated the work that was done to synthesize across these million data tables that I think can be so foundational as a reference, but to have someone with the expertise and the time and attention to go through and flag what may be most important for folks to see. I think that that's something that I think could be important. And then the last thing, and I think this would apply generally and maybe across these different questions. I think I've commented something to this in effect in the past. I think that when fisheries are undergoing substantial change, that's a point where reviewing data used, analyses done, synthesis of these analyses, and through the council process seems most important to me. And I think in the past I've said, well, if we have really well qualified analysts monitoring the data, the analogy would be with the SOC assessment authors on years where they're not doing a full assessment, just kind of checking in and monitoring what's going on. That's something I support in general. And so the autonomy of the analysts to flag issues, new analyses, and so on and so forth for the SSC to review, I think that kind of analogous process is a process that I would generally support. And that's all I have.
Thanks, Kaylin. Chris.
Yeah. So yeah, that's a really great summary, Kaylin, and I really support everything that you've said there. I especially want to amplify that this is a team that's had a lot of capacity reduction and turnover, and I really want to appreciate the effort that Dr. Wise and Dr. Dame have put into these products, and in particular, ASEPO's really benefited from several years of curation and evolution under Dr. Wise's stewardship. And I'm really appreciating the energy and focus that Dr. Dame is bringing to sort of the continued evolution of the SAFE document in a way that would try to make it more useful. Our discussion today is a continuation of a sort of long-running conversation about how do we use these documents, and I think some of the challenge that we've had in the utilization of these documents, which partly has to do with when we've received them in the past, is they kind of get dropped as big binders full of tables, and then here's the information, somebody should figure out what to do with this. And the big thing that I want to endorse out of today is I felt a somewhat more specific sense of providing some guidance about how we can use this information. And by we, I mean how the public can use this information, how the council can use this information. And I'm, most of my comments here are at sort of a higher level on what that process would look like. So I'm taking the spirit of today's charge is to sort of align the social ecosystem, the social and economic information with the way we use the ecosystem status report, right? We get the very abstract information, but every year we get an update on that along with a current interpretation of what it means for the coming year. Okay. And this has a very specific place in the process where we take that information and on a stock by stock basis use it to populate risk tables. Okay. Given that the council in particular is challenged to see what to do with our social information, I want to sort of endorse and have the SSC recommend that we work hard to and to push this process to connect to the tax setting process with sort of the vulnerabilities at the scale of each of these social and economic products identifies. Right. Part of the challenge here, I think, is that the council considers striking the balances across communities and fleets and to be part of their job, part of a representative political process. Right. But they do this in a context where National Standard 8 requires that there be data and transparency in that. And that is the SSC's job to make sure that that exists, reflects the best available science, and is public. And of course, you know, NOAA, the council and the council bodies all want to head off foreseeable, avoidable adverse outcomes for vessels, fleets, and communities. To move this forward, I see the value of a SIPO is that it is looking at, its lens is the community level, and the complementary value of the SAFE is that it is looking at the level of the fishery or the sector or the fleet, right? So when we put before when the council tackles the joint process in December of tax setting for the groundfish fisheries, right? These are both lenses through which we can consider what is the joint effect of the collective decision across that entire vector, which of course is constrained by ecosystem caps, right? So there is an allocative component to the council's choices there. And a use of this information, which should be clear to the council, stakeholders, and to the public, is to what extent do different configurations of those TAC vectors expose communities or sectors or fleets to vulnerabilities. So this is where there's an opportunity to take the essentially retrospective information, and I think of both of these products as capturing retrospective information that moves fairly slowly through time, right? And a SEPO in particular is capturing these very long-term, almost sort of demographic change processes, where I'm not sure that I lose a lot of sleep over 1 year's data in a 20-year trend of declining participation. But where we can look at the community level and say, boy, there's some communities that are on the precipice of losing their school. Here are the fisheries that we know they depend on, right? And we know based on the recommended ABCs that are coming forward into the December meeting, some of those species might be subject to TAC cuts, right? How can we manage that collective vulnerability at the community level? And we can phrase that same question at the sector or at the fleet level. So in general, I want to endorse that. I think the SAFE brief has that spirit, where we're going to take this giant book of tables, and instead of relying on the reader to go back and inspect every table and try to figure out where the change, where there's been a change, or read every element in the report card, which was way better than looking at the tables, we're going to offer some interpretation, an interpretation that's relevant for the coming tax setting year. Here's some things that have happened recently. Here's some things that may be on the horizon about which we have data or preliminary information that provides context for tax setting. I think that's a great idea. To me, that's not exactly an executive summary which briefs, which rolls up all that table information, but is an interpretive or forward-looking supplement from a retrospective document. And I'm not sure I necessarily care what I call it. I think it's an appropriate piece to the annual SAFE document. So I think this is a product that's moving in the right direction, for sure. Challenges that I see coming forward, I think we heard some discussion and I had some questions about ownership structures and strategies. That is a mode of dependence around which we don't have good information. Certainly CDQ is a really important component of ownership structures in many of our fleets, and a really important mechanism through which we express community level dependence. I'm suggest we encourage the analysts to keep their ears to the ground about effective ways to do that and represent ownership effectively, although we've tried and that is challenging. So I think moving in that direction is very useful. I do think that there's some additional effort that could be devoted to thinking about the questions that that the council and the public are going to bring forward to these documents. I think in the past, we've had sort of supply-driven discussions over, here's the information we have, what information can we provide? And that's left users who are not necessarily specialists in how or why this information is important, confused about what they are supposed to be pulling out of it. So I think a further conversation about the questions that ought to be asked by the audiences of these documents would be fruitful in defining a way forward. We'll say, but thank you for the effort and continuing conversation. So I'll stop there.
Thanks, Chris. Can I just clarity on one point? You mentioned that this is similar to filling out risk tables. And I'm trying to understand, were you suggesting that this is part of what we put in risk tables?
Good question. No. No. Risk tables are for setting buffers and ABCs.
Thank you.
And this is not. Did you just want me to say no there, or did you want me to make an affirmative explanation? As we proceed into the tax setting process, there's a different level of vulnerability at the social and economic level, which this can characterize. And we don't have a formal notion of social or community buffers, but the role of this information would be to think about at the tax setting level how the implicit allocation there or explicit allocation there impacts communities, sectors, and fleets.
Thank you. No, it was a genuine question. So thank you. Jason.
Thanks for the great overview, Caitlin and Chris. I support what's been said, and as far as the high level comments, what was described, I support that. I just also want to highlight that really appreciated having the AFSC staff presentation and having staff here at the meeting to be available for our discussion. I think that really helps our discussions. It really improves the product, and I hope in the future that can continue. I appreciate the efforts by Dr. Dame and Dr. Wise and the AFSC team for their efforts to refine these products. I really think what was brought forward was, as I think Chris put it, was more digestible. In the past, we've gotten, the SAFE can be an encyclopedia, which makes it hard to sort of pick out what we're supposed to be looking at. Just some comments, generally supporting, I think this has been said, but having the up-to-date information as much as possible will increase the utility of both the SEPO and the economic SAFE for this discussion, annual TAC discussion. So certainly support efforts to automate these reports and make this information up to date. I think the SAFE brief that was presented was a great improvement over the larger SAFE in terms of presentation. I think it provides an opportunity for staff to use their expertise to highlight key trends, but also for industry and folks, public, to provide comments on what they think are key trends and help iterate this process as it moves forward. So I appreciated that. I would encourage the authors to consider if there are components of the current year's information that, while preliminary, it may be preliminary, but I think it could sort of augment the past trends in the brief. I think one place that this could really be helpful is the synergy between the in-season report that the NIM staff present and the in-year econ brief. There might be some synergies there to be had to highlight important information, noting that during the tax setting process, the businesses are also sometimes trying to figure out what they're up to for the upcoming season. So there's sort of this dynamic there that might have to be brought in more as anecdotal, but it's something to consider. I think in the long term, I'm still wanting, and we're getting closer to it, so maybe that's why I'm wanting it more. But some connection between the econ brief and the SEPO community level information. I feel like we're starting to move that way, where we'll be able to build these connections. And so I think I look forward to the future as we iterate towards this, that I would support efforts to bridge that gap. The SEPO's value, one value of it, is it provides an Alaska-wide perspective on processing trends and community involvement of those trends. So while it's Alaska-wide, it also can be broken down into regional and community components. And those are two things that aren't necessarily offered in the econ SAFE or even the ESPs. So it's unique in where it sits in regard to those other products. And I think that the SEPO data, it is inherently lagged, and it also has some limitations in terms of predicting what's going to come up in the next year. But I think those historical patterns, I think Chris pointed this out, are useful for understanding the recent period. So both the long history as well as the recent period, I think both those things are considered in a SEPO and are important, particularly for issues like consolidation of processors versus what maybe processing looked like in the past. I think one unique related to processing is the SEPO might be able to sort of track some of the geographical changes in processing activity. I don't know that that's fully captured right now, and I have some specific ideas towards that, but I think it probably could maybe track some of those more community-based changes better. So for example, right now, in some of the structure in it, it doesn't clearly distinguish between fish landings where there might be a buying station or there's tax benefits on those landings versus the location of the processing where, you know, processor might be servicing many communities. I don't know if that's fully captured, and I think there could be some, I support efforts, I think SSC should support efforts to try to tease that out better. I think along those lines, supporting efforts, and we heard public testimony to this, to incorporate connections to the CDQ program and just broadly community investment across fisheries. This is difficult because we don't always have all the information related to the agreements and the connections between the businesses, but one potential path the analysts might consider is the Pacific region. Pacific Council uses network analysis to display these connections across fisheries. That might be something to explore for a SEPO, but we certainly have high level expertise involved in this, so I leave that up to the analysts mainly to come up with some ideas. I want to highlight in terms of process, particularly with the econ brief, I just want to highlight this. I don't have a solution for it, but if in the future the intent is to have groundfish plan team review of these products, I know there's not currently any economic expertise on the groundfish plan teams, so that might be something that we need to consider in the future. I just mainly want to just note that in our minutes, just so people are aware. We used to have we used to have an economist and I think a social scientist on the groundfish plan team. Cat share module, I just need to highlight this. The ACL terminology isn't used correctly, and I think we need to recommend different terminology be used for that effort. And I think most of what I have has already been said, so I got.
Thanks, Jason. Open it up now to other SSC member comments. Martin.
I guess I'm a little worried about sort of the fact that we're using terms sort of not necessarily consistently. And I mean, a brief is a nice thing, but you know, we've been looking at ESPs and we get report cards for those. And it'd be nice if there was just maybe an attempt to sort of standardize the terminology for products so that it's a little more transparent for users, instead of having to sort of understand that, you know, how each of them is different and therefore they need a different term. If that's not the case, then maybe a standard terminology could be applied.
Sure, and I think that, yeah, I noticed that the ESRs do have in briefs. So we've got both terms going on, and the, what's that?
Expressions of surprise over here. We didn't know that.
Yeah, the ESRs have been distributing in the last couple of Decembers. They've got printed out in briefs that they've been sharing. But that's not for the econ safe. The safes don't necessarily have that. So anyway, I acknowledge there is terminology for in brief, but I totally recognize your that does not go against your comment for using terms consistently, or at least considering how they're used. The only comment that I'm going to add, I think, is that you know, really, I had some questions about looking in a SEPO, looking at things by species rather than as groundfish, and recognize. I now understand and recognize the workload issue. I was excited because to hear I hadn't pieced together with the ESPs, we do have that specific link, even though it is sort of based on a species level rather than the community level. And so I think that we can just support that if there ends up being capacity, that could be something that's useful in the SEPO too. But we, recognize that there are capacity limitations. So that was from an SSC member perspective. My question from as far as looking at what we were going to be discussing, we talked about the relevant information for December, methodology and content. The one thing that was part of our charge for this is to talk about when and how often the SSC should review these products. From what Chris had mentioned, sounds like December, yes, is a valuable time to see these. I guess my question for you all is, are there any other comments that we want to make at this time about timing? So, Chris.
Maybe this is splitting hairs, but I found it very useful today that we were able to separate reviewing the content of the products from reviewing the structure of the products. And this has always been a challenge with the SAFE documents and SEPO. So I think as these products evolve, right, and the next iteration is not going to be the best iteration or the final iteration, we should set aside time to talk about the structure of the product, probably not in December. So that in December, what we get is, we talked about the product structure last time. Here we have plugged the information into the product, and let's talk about the information and understand the status of the social and economic profile of fisheries, not what other information could we have in here, or how else could we present it?
Great. I think that helps for both the charge of when to do it as well as sort of the focus for December. So I think that's helpful. Okay. It looks like we are there. I'm going to try to do a high-level summary. There wasn't any discrepancy really between the SSC members, and so I'm going to leave this really quite high level so that I'm not just repeating everything that you've just said. Universally, we thank the authors for the time, the effort, for being here to interact with us, answer questions, be part of this discussion. We know that this has been a long time coming, and just really appreciate your efforts. Also, we wanted to note that we appreciate the attention to past SSC comments and the attention to management with stakeholders as part of the audience. We were able to see how things have evolved and really appreciate where we're at this point. I think overall, the SSC, we endorse the presented information and structure for bringing data back for the December meeting. We do have some suggestions in ways that can be, that the structure can be tailored. But I think that as far as timing goes, like we just talked about, the SSC would like to see the information from the structure in December, and then highlighted the benefit of looking at the structure separately, and so possibly can say that that's something that the SSC would value bringing it up at like a different time from December. We did not specify how often, but at least we can say that. We did make upfront, before I talk about the SEPO and the economic safe, we did mention the ESPs, and that we encourage continuing to include the more robust socioeconomic information into the ESPs. And it was really nice to hear about the different species, the ESPs that now have this since we last saw sablefish. For ASEPO, we talked about encouraging automation of the process. We talked about trying to determine whether preliminary data can be used in the ASEPO, and we talked about that if we do that, going back to estimate the error in the. Let me see if I've got this right. Just a second. I'm skipping around in my notes. Great. I'm just going to leave that as, we're going to have some discussion about whether preliminary data can be used for the final ASEPO, and some recommendations for that, and some of the benefits that would have. And that's in particular related to the relevance for management. We did highlight, we heard this in public testimony, and we also highlighted that we recognize that a decrease in dependence it does not mean a lack of or a decreased desire in fisheries. And we highlighted a number of ways, a number of times, our recognition of that. And then the other thing for the ASEPO was we talked about looking at, we got some suggestions in public testimony of ways that we may be able to get some information that may help us get past some of the restrictions from confidential data. The other thing for ASEPO is that we did appreciate the fact that the ASEPO looks at the long history as well as the recent period. And one of the things that we thought we might be able to develop further in the ASEPO is to track geographic changes in processing. And there was some discussion about the communities that are supplied versus the location of the processing. And if there's any way to more clearly delineate that, we had some examples with the Pacific Council, but bring that topic up to the analysts and leave a lot of that to their discretion. For the Econ Safe, we supported and really appreciate the economic in brief and support using that in the future. We saw that as a really nice development from the the larger SAFE to actually giving interpretation to the data. As far as forecasting models for the economic SAFE, we support the team looking at different methods to use and possibly consider in-season data that may not be finalized. And this is where we talked about using a retrospective analysis for the error in the data then so that you could look forward. So that if it's caveated, this could be used in the sense of best scientific information available. We had, actually, let me go down and make sure that I get this across. We did talk about the name of the in-brief and just ask analysts to look at how that's used across other products and if consistency is necessary, then to possibly alter the naming. And finally, we talked about the nexus between the ASEPO and the Econ Safe and recognize that that's probably where we're going in the future, and we had some suggestions for that. As far as the summary goes, this probably would have been helpful had I taken it at the beginning, but we also we'll probably start out our section recognizing where we've been in the past and looking at the value of these two, what are the questions that we should be asked, that stakeholders should potentially be asking, and looking at sort of the holistic why of what we're doing in this process. We talked specifically about some challenges with ownership structures and encourage analysts to be open to ways to do this a bit more effectively. I think I may have touched on issues. Are there anything that SSC members would like to add? Okay. All right. Thank you very much, everybody. So we are now at 12:30. So let's go ahead and take an hour-long lunch, and let's come back at 1:30.
Okay, welcome back. We are going to get started on our afternoon agenda. We have one item remaining today, C5, Goa Tanner Crab. This is an initial review draft of the EA RIR analysis for a proposed council action to consider restrictions on the Goa groundfish fisheries for the benefit of Tanner crab. We have our standard duty here on an initial draft review, which is to determine whether the analysis is adequate to allow the council to understand the impacts of the alternatives, and if so, release it for final action. In addition, we'll provide any other comments that we see fit to improve the document or the analysis. With that, I'll invite staff to come up and lead us through it. Thanks. Our leads on this are going to be Chris Anderson, Franz, and Sarah. Sure, I guess we're experiencing some technical difficulties, so it'll be another 5 minutes or so. Okay, we'll officially get started again. Thanks for the patience, and staff, take it away.
Good afternoon to the chairs and members of the SSC. For the record, this is Anita Kroska and Taylor Holman, council staff. Today, we are presenting information on the analysis for agenda item C5, Gulf of Alaska Tanner Crab Protection Measures. Thanks to Ian, he provided a really great introduction, so he covered some ground I don't have to mention. But just to reiterate, this is an EARAR document for initial review. Joining us for additional questions in person, we have behind us John McCracken and Mike Fye, both who contributed to the analysis. And then online, we have Mark Stickert from the Alaska Department of Fish and Game, Dr. Mallory Yeager, and Molly Zaleski from the Alaska Regional Office. For the purposes of our SSC presentation today, we will focus on a majority of the sections in the document, but some will be in more depth than others. I won't walk through this outline here. This is just for your reference on what we will cover today. But one thing we wanted to note is that alternative 3 will be discussed at the end of the presentation. And we also wanted to note that requested points of focus for SSC review and consideration are provided at the end of the presentation and also in the action memo, most of which Ian has already spoken to. Sorry, there's some technology lags. We want to provide a high-level background for you on this action that speaks to the purpose and need. This action was originally initiated in June of 2023. It has gone through a discussion paper phase and an expanded discussion paper phase before the council adopted a purpose and need statement, as well as a suite of alternatives for analysis in April of 2025. We wanted to note that there's a long history of management considerations for red king crab and tanner crab protection that have come before this action. This is just our recent history. Some of those considerations of which we will cover later in this presentation. The council developed the purpose and need and suite of alternatives based on some of these key considerations shown on the slide in those top bullets. I won't read through those verbatim, but the concluding statement that they came up with was that they are considering management actions that conserve and protect tanner crab while minimizing negative impacts on central Gulf groundfish fisheries, including establishing a new groundfish fishing area closure on the east side of Kodiak Islands in areas with known densities of tanner crab, as well as considering a process to evaluate the effectiveness of existing Gulf of Alaska tanner crab protections and red king crab protections around Kodiak Island to determine if modifications are necessary.
Yeah, Chris, go ahead.
It's always a bad sign when the lead has a question on the purpose and need, but I do. So I'm a little bit challenged in this purpose and need. It's because it's kind of general. Usually we get some metrics or something in a purpose and need. Are we supposed to manage PSC? Are we supposed to, but how will we know if we've been successful in achieving the purpose and need of this action? It has, is there more there?
Through the chair, thank you for your question. Though I'm providing high-level bullets, those are pretty much the level of detail that is provided in the purpose and need. In the analysis, you'll see the approach that we took to get at these and answer this purpose and need through the alternatives that they presented. I think that you'll see on the items of focus that we are requesting for the SSC, further specificity or guidance on any of those metrics would be helpful from this body. I hope that answers your question.
Oops. At a super high level, so you're saying you did something that's very helpful, which is to pick some metrics to implement that. which specific metrics did you pick so we can kind of build off that as we go through the presentation?
Sure. Through the chair, thanks for your question. Hopefully that will become clear as we go through this presentation. For Tanner crab from the environmental side, we definitely relied on measures of PSC in a variety of ways. We also pulled from research and patterns of abundance and other things that kind of tell us what's going on with Tanner crab and their associations with the unique bathymetry around Kodiak Island. Those are some of the approaches that we took for the Tanner crab side of things, and then I can let Taylor speak to the general approach that we took for the RAR portion of it. But again, we'll go through that approach and hopefully answer some more of your questions as we go through this.
Through the chairs, following up on Anita's answer, for the RAR specifically, in response to the council's statement about minimizing negative impacts on central Goa groundfish fisheries, the RAR and economic and social impact portion of the analysis really focused on the historical reliance of different fleets on the areas, how the proportion of total central Gulf catch by gear type that has come from the areas in recent years, and the revenue dependence that fleets and vessels have on the groundfish that is harvested from the proposed closure areas. I can get into more detail on the methodology and assumptions later on, or provide that now if that would be helpful.
All right, we'll keep going. This slide provides an overview of the suite of alternatives that the council provided in April of 2025. Here we're just touching on it in a high level to orient you to what is before us for this analysis. For alternative 1, that is the no action status quo alternative. For alternative 2, that would implement a closure area off the east side of Kodiak Island with, again, the objective to minimize groundfish fishery interactions where there are high densities of Tanner crab that are known to occur, and during life stages where Tanner crab are vulnerable to fishery interactions. In alternative 2, the council also noted their intention to establish criteria and a timeline to review closure area effectiveness. Under alternative 3, the council is evaluating existing closure areas. After an evaluation has been completed, the council will consider options for modification or removal. This alternative is framed within our analytical document as more of a discussion style paper section and is not housed within the RAR or the EA sections of the analysis. So we will not dive into alternative 3 until the end of this presentation.
Bob, go ahead. Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chairman. Maybe this is going to come up later, but since you overviewed it here, is alternative 3 is the intent to go back and review the original intent for those closure areas, or is it tied to alternative 2 in any way, shape, or form?
Through the chair, alternative 3, the council has signaled that they will select different closure areas and consider them further for modification or removal after an evaluation has been completed. But there is a tie-in to alternative 2 as well. Within the council's motion, the council also stated their intent to establish criteria and a timeline to review the effectiveness of the closure area under Alt 2. So in that sense, any evaluation process or options under Alt 3 will inform that piece of Alt 2.
Okay, moving on to alternative one. The map before you demonstrates the complex landscape of closures around Kodiak Island. The map does not contain every single closure, but those that seemed relevant to this action to groundfish fisheries. You'll see on the map the existing crab protection closures denoted in various colors of purple and green. We have 4 types on this list. Type 1 are year-round closures to protect red king crab. Type 2 are seasonal closures to protect red king crab. And then type 3 are closures that are open unless otherwise triggered to be closed, and they have, spoiler alert, have never been implemented. And then finally on the list for crab protection closures specifically is the Marmot Bay Tanner Crab Protection Area, which is a year-round closure. And just a note that these all apply only to non-pelagic trawl gear restrictions. One final note on this slide is that, and it's a bit washed out up there, so hopefully you can see it on your own screen. There are a variety of other closures that may, to groundfish fishing in a variety of ways that may provide incidental protection to the tanner crab populations in those areas. One example are the mini stellar sea lion closures that are denoted in circular form because they're a radius around a point in the island. Under alternative 2, the council has specified 3 elements. First, for element 1, there are 2 closure area options, and we wanted to give you a little bit of background so you could understand why these choices were made. Both of the closure area options before us encompass a portion of the Barnabas Gully system as shown on that map on your slide. That is a bathymetric map with 5-meter contours. And you'll notice a grayed out portion that is just denoting the shelf edge. These areas, well, option 1, statistical area 525702, has been considered in past crab protection closure actions. The second closure area option, what we termed in the analysis as the custom closure or the custom area, was provided through testimony in April of 2025 by the Kodiak Crab Alliance Cooperative, or KCAC group. This was taken up by the council as option 2, and that boundary option centered around tanner crab abundance heat maps that were provided by the Alaska Department of Fish and Game at that meeting. For element 2, this provides options for the closure duration. The council is considering 3 options. The first is a year-round closure, and then the other 2 are seasonal versions. Option 2A, February 15th through June 15th, aligns with the duration of the type 2 closures that are already in place to protect red king crab. The other seasonal closure option, option 2B, is from April 1st to June 15th, and that aligns with the period that is between the end of the directed tanner crab fishery and the beginning of the tanner crab survey start date. Finally, for element 3, that one is pretty straightforward. They chose a combination of gear options. The first including groundfish pot and both non-pelagic and pelagic trawl gear, and option 2 including non-pelagic trawl gear. Before we move on to more of the content of our analysis and the description of fisheries, we wanted to cover 2 slides of methods for your feedback if you would so choose. This first slide speaks to our apportionment method to figure out catch, value, and PSC for the custom area that was chosen as option 2. As you may know, the data in this region is reported by ADF&G, statistical area, or other regulatory boundaries. So this created somewhat of a quandary for us because we did not have actual values available for this custom closure. The custom closure, as you can hopefully see on your screen, overlaps 4 different statistical areas. So it would have been a big overestimation if we had just combined the 4 statistical areas to represent that custom closure area. There has been some work on the catch-in areas database. There was a legacy version, and as many of you may know, there is they are transitioning that to what they're calling the catch-in areas 2.0 database. This is in development, and we perhaps in the future may provide a potential pathway for higher spatial resolution for groundfish catch and for this purpose, but it was not available at the time of this analysis. So our approach here was to use observer vessel tracks. That gave us known locations of fishing in this region to help produce percentage adjustments for these catch, value, and PSC estimations. This method is laid out there and also laid out in much greater detail on page 40 and page 33 in tables 3.2 and 2.2. I won't go over the details, but it at a high level, it involves proportional estimations based on those spatial observer tracks in how much occurred in each of those overlapping statistical areas, and then it was added together. And that differs by gear type and statistical area. Just to note that this is only derived from human observed data and does not at this time incorporate trawl EM data. This method assumes that first, the vessel tracks accurately represent the spatial distribution of fishing effort within each haul or set. And 2, that observer coverage is representative of fleet-wide fishing patterns in each statistical area. If you've noticed on the slide, I've noted that we have aggregated the vessel tracks, the activity across the entire time period of the analysis, that 14-year chunk from 2012 to 2025, to provide a more stable characterization of those fishing activities. But it doesn't account, this method doesn't account for annual variability in fishing behavior, species distribution, or environmental conditions that may occur from year to year. We wanted to note that as custom closure catch is only an estimate based on observer data, caution should be taken when interpreting the data and when comparing the values for the custom closure area to the other proposed closure area 525702. And the final note on that slide is that this approximation method differs from that used in alternative 3, and we will review that later in the presentation. So using that same observer vessel track data, we also created maps with that also aggregated data across the same time period of 2012 to 2025. Again, that was to help offset any variability in observer coverage rates. So we had a better understanding of the historical fishing patterns in this area. And this was only done by gear type. It was not separated by fishery. The basic process behind this is that vessel tracks were weighted by catch weight. And that's what you're seeing here in this map. Ranges from purple, which is a lower relative density of fishing activity, to the highest on the scale, which is in yellow. I think these maps are most useful to provide inferences for spatial fishing patterns and relative density by gear, but again, not by fishery. And you will see in the description of fisheries slides that we provide them by closure duration option as well, so we can get some understanding of how those patterns change when throughout the year.
We have a question from Martin.
Yeah, these, given the amount of effort in Shelikof Strait, I'd have to assume that this includes non-bottom contact gear.
Sorry, could you rephrase your question, Martin?
Is this a map of all fishing effort, or is it bottom gear?
Okay, I'm sorry that if I didn't cover that specifically for this example figure. We will go over this again. Through the chair, this example is for pelagic trawl gear, and it's only for observed data. So it doesn't include all fishing activity.
Okay, thanks.
Right. With that, we'll get into chapter 3 of the analysis, which provides a description of the fisheries that are relevant to this action. For the purposes of this presentation, I'm going to primarily focus on section 3.1, which provides a description of the current groundfish fishing activity that is occurring within the areas considered for closure. This information is helpful to describe status quo or baseline conditions, and is also used within the analysis of alternative 2 to then estimate the activity that may be displaced as a result of this action. All right, this first slide gets into the groundfish pot fishery activity that is occurring and has occurred in the proposed area closures. This is organized by closure duration. You'll see year-round, seasonal, option 2A and option 2B in this table and the preceding tables in the next slides for pelagic and non-pelagic trawl gear. The takeaway here is that there's very little groundfish pot activity that occurs within the proposed closure areas, and there's essentially no groundfish pot activity that occurs within the seasonal closure because there's really little to no overlap with the Pacific cod pot A season. It very rarely extends into the time frame that's captured in those seasonal closure windows. Now, when we're talking about groundfish pot impacts in this analysis, we're really talking about the Pacific cod pot fishery because there's almost no sablefish catch that occurs within the proposed area closures. So this table is a summary of the data within tables 3.3 and 3.4 in the document. And I will note that the percentage here are averages of the activity occurring in 525.702 and the custom closure area. That is because there's very little difference between those two values, and therefore looks like there's very little difference between the activity that's occurring within those two areas. All right, next is the pelagic trawl fishery activity that's occurring and has occurred within the proposed area closures by closure duration. The takeaway here is that nearly all pelagic trawl activity in the proposed closure area occurs in the pollock fishery in pollock B season. The areas are important for the B season pollock fishery, which occurs in the fall, and about half of all pelagic trawl CVs fish in area 525.702 annually. All of that activity occurring again within that B season. And you can also see that temporal pattern within the maps on the right. These just show another way to see that spatial and temporal fishing patterns that occur within the Central Gulf. All right, and last here is the non-pelagic trawl fishery activity that's occurring within those proposed closure areas. The non-pelagic trawl fleet and non-pelagic trawl fisheries would be the most impacted fleet by this action. The primary targets for non-pelagic trawl in the areas proposed for closure are by volume, arrowtooth, pollock, Pacific cod, and shallow water flatfish. You can see that in table 3-1 in the document, and as well as table 3-15 for precise volumes of those fisheries. The areas yield about 10% of total Central Gulf non-pelagic trawl catch volumes, value, and wholesale value. And annually, about half of the CVs and 20% of the CPs in the Central Gulf are active within the areas. Now, for most non-pelagic trawl target fisheries, our estimates indicate that more fishing activity is occurring within the custom area than within 525702. Again, that should be interpreted with caution given the fact that custom area estimates are, in fact, estimates. We have actuals for 525702. But for the shallow water flatfish fishery, that is flip-flopped. More volumes come from 525702 than the custom area. Finally, here, the seasonal closure options do overlap with a period of high flatfish activity in the region. You can see that in the lower panels on the map and also is indicated within that table. The seasonal closure option windows overlap the gap season between peak pollock and Pacific cod 8 seasons and the summer salmon season, and that is a popular time to harvest flatfish. All right, this slide just briefly touches on metrics of participation and engagement by community. We did conduct a quantitative evaluation to find which communities were most substantially engaged in or dependent on the impacted fisheries. This includes all of the harvesting engagement sub-columns in this table, the groundfish pot and trawl fleets, as well as the Kodiak commercial tanner fleet and other tanner crab users, as well as different processors that process either groundfish or tanner crab. The takeaway here is that from a community perspective, Kodiak is unsurprisingly the most centrally engaged in and dependent on the fisheries that are impacted by this action as measured by multiple indices. All right, with that, I see a question.
Chris, go ahead.
Given the prominence of Kodiak in this action, as we were looking at the catch totals of Central Gulf and looking at the different fisheries that are catching there, I'm trying to from this document get insight into sort of how Kodiak is being impacted and how the Kodiak-based vessels are impacted. So you said about half of CVs and 20% of CPs are active in the proposed areas. For those half of CVs, for example, how much of their catch is coming from this area? Do you have a sense of that?
Through the chair, thank you for the question. To clarify first, when I said half of CVs, I may have misspoke. Is half of the CVs that are deploying pelagic trawl gear and non-pelagic trawl gear in the Central Gulf that are active in those areas. Going one step further and answering the other half of your question, we do have some vessel level dependence information that is included in tables 313 for non-pelagic trawl vessels that are active in 525702 and, give me a second, 39 per pelagic trawl revenue. And we'll get into that a little bit more within the impact section of the analysis, but I'll also note that it is difficult to look at vessel level dependence for vessels that may be engaged in or dependent on the areas through multiple lenses. So say they're fishing for flatfish in the areas with non-pelagic trawl gear, and part of the year they go back and they're fishing for pollock in the pollock B season later in the year. Right now, we are not attempting to kind of count and account for all of the ways that the vessels can be impacted by the action if they're impacted or if they're engaged in multiple fisheries. For simplicity's sake, we're just not adding those up and only showing the relative dependence on NPT activity in the area versus PTR. NPT, sorry, I don't know if we've defined those acronyms yet. MPT being our acronym for non-pelagic trawl, and then PTR for pelagic. Sorry. We have a lot of jargony acronyms, which we need to untrain ourselves to use in a sentence. Okay. Moving on to chapter 4, which is the economic and social impact section. For this presentation, we are going to focus on the methods and the assumptions behind this evaluation, as well as the expected effects of alternative 2. You already heard about the baseline conditions and status quo fishing patterns within that prior section, so those will not be repeated here. All right. The impacts described in this section are evaluated as a comparison to status quo fishing effort and patterns. The extent of reliance on the areas for target fishing can be estimated with some degree of certainty using the current and historical fishing patterns as a proxy for future dependence under Alt 1. But analyzing those impacts further than simply reliance does involve a greater deal of speculation because fleet behavior is dynamic and is influenced by a range of variables. For catch redistribution, we assume that impacted vessels will seek to replace the catch volumes and values that are displaced by the potential action. And this could happen either within the same target fishery, or they may seek to replace revenues through activity in other targeted fishing efforts. The Kodiak fleet is composed of multi-gear and multi-species boats, so they have more flexibility across fisheries and may switch to other targets if costs to replace catch within one target are too high, and if pivoting to the other fisheries is feasible and economical for that vessel. And the cost of adjusting fishing behavior, those are not necessarily fleet specific. These could be incurred by any vessel that is changing or adjusting their fishing patterns in response to an action under Alt 2. If the fishing effort and patterns under the status quo alternative are ideal for that vessel and are optimal for that vessel and or gear type, and if they do not find comparable alternative patterns.
Question from Franz?
Yeah, thanks for that. I was just wondering about the sort of the catch redistribution and how you have some discussion in there of how, where they might go instead of catches displaced from the closure areas. I'm just trying to understand what you understand about that and where that came from. I mean, did you talk to the fleet where they are likely to go if they were displaced, or do you have some sort of plausible scenario of what the most likely places are that they might go?
Through the chair, we based our analysis and assumptions on redistribution based on those track catch density maps that Anita discussed earlier and that I showed during the discussion of chapter 3. So based on those heat maps of fishing effort that have occurred, we looked at other places where vessels with that gear type are utilizing very highly under status quo. And we assume that if they're no longer able to fish in the proposed closure areas or closure areas and times, they would most likely, if they're staying within the same target fishery or other target fisheries within that gear type, they would follow historical fishing effort patterns.
Yeah, just follow up. So you said historical fishing effort. So do you, I mean, I guess you didn't really do a quantitative analysis of how it might redistribute. It's more a qualitative description. So is it really, I mean, is your thinking that they would, go where effort was highest or where catch was highest, or I'm just trying to think of sort of, some potential scenarios that would maybe sort of give us a more quantitative idea of impacts on bycatch.
Through the chair, Yes, our analysis is at this stage more qualitative than quantitative because it is very hard to really predict with any degree of accuracy where vessels would really go in the Gulf because they do have that high degree of operational flexibility because they can switch from different targets. I'll talk about this more later in the presentation, but if shallow water flatfish, if the costs are too high to replace that catch in other areas, they may just simply switch to a different target fishery. And because of that uncertainty, we did stick with a more qualitative analysis at this point. But that is certainly something that we'd like to be able to expand on. I can't speak to the precise amount of data availability that we'd have or certainty that we'd be able to discuss that with. But because of that, at this stage, we did stick with a more qualitative discussion.
Question from Chris?
In thinking about places where the vessels might go, were you time constraining that at all? Because among other things, it seems like they're not just trying to replace revenue or replace catch. They're trying to find out what to do in April.
Through the chair, yes. Yeah, we did look at that seasonal lens too. For example, in the pollock fishery in bee season, they are constrained both by TAC apportionment, which is they have to, we assume that they would want to replace that lost catch within federal area 630 rather than moving to 620. We also did account for that seasonal importance of flatfish within that gap season. And because of that, discussed within the RIR, the possibility for not only a temporal displacement that may occur if they're trying to recapture shallow water flatfish, for example, outside of that seasonal closure window, but again, also that target fishery pivoting to other target fisheries in order to keep catch within that same gap season.
So yeah, it's the within the same gap season that I was attending to. Yes.
No. Okay. All right. This slide gets into the impacts for the groundfish pot fleet. We, through the analysis, are assuming that the impacts of alternative 2 on the groundfish pot sector would be minimal in nature. Harvests have been low in the last decade and revenue dependence is low for vessels. We assume it is highly likely that any displaced pot catch volumes would be recoverable because fishing activity and efforts have largely occurred outside the closure areas or the proposed closure areas within the last decade, which indicates that there are many comparable fishing areas available for this fleet. And again here, seasonal closures would largely eliminate any impacts. The pot cod A season has little, if any, overlap with the seasonal time closure windows. For the pelagic trawl gear fleet, this fleet would be impacted under an annual closure. The areas are important for bee season pollock harvest in the Central Gulf. In terms of vessel level dependence, most vessels are highly diversified. So harvest from the proposed closure areas comprise less than 10% of annual revenues for the majority of pelagic trawl gear vessels. We also assume that displaced catch volumes would be recoverable through effort displacement. This could occur in either adjacent areas or other comparable fishing locations, likely within federal reporting area 630, albeit with potential increased costs. All right, next for the non-pelagic trawl gear sector. The sector and fleet would be impacted under any closure duration, whether seasonal or annual. Catch displacement is likely to occur under any scenario because those seasonal closure windows overlap a period of high non-pelagic trawl fishing activity, unlike other gear types. We assume that displaced catch volumes in most target fisheries are recoverable through spatial effort displacement within that same timeframe, and that temporal displacement is possible if a seasonal closure option is chosen. But again, this depends on individual fishing or vessel level decision-making and availability and desire of processors to process flatfish outside of that gap season. If costs to redistribute catch within a target fishery are too high, which may be possible in the shallow water flatfish fishery because of the high concentration of shallow water flatfish that appears to occur in 525702, we assume that vessels will and may attempt to pivot to other target fisheries if those costs are too high. This would again vary on vessel level decision-making, as well as the licenses and endorsements that a vessel may have. So which other fisheries they could pivot to. All right, from a community perspective, as I mentioned, Kodiak communities, namely the city of Kodiak, are by far the most centrally engaged in and dependent on the fisheries that are impacted by this action. But in general, the magnitude of change that is expected due to the proposed closure is not expected to extend to community spending patterns from vessel owners in a discernible way. Kodiak has a diverse economy, including in other fisheries, and the revenues derived from the proposed closure areas comprise a small proportion of Kodiak's total fishery ex-vessel revenues. For processors, some indirect economic impacts may accrue to shoreside and stationary floating processors that receive landings from affected groundfish vessels. For instance, operational changes in costs could extend to processors if the distance traveled interrupts the flow of deliveries or results in smaller or lower quality products. This would also occur if flatfish catch were to be displaced temporally. A temporal displacement of catch could also displace processing efforts that would otherwise be concentrated in that gap season. So depending on exactly what season that catch is displaced to, whether it's immediately outside of those seasonal closure windows or displaced to some other time where flatfish target fishing is open, like in the fall, conflicts and interference with other processing efforts may arise. Finally, for tanner crab users, localized impacts to any tanner crab users rely and depend on the extent to which benefits to tanner crab accrue to a level that impacts abundance or availability of legal-sized male crab. Although the closure areas proposed tend to provide protections for tanner crab, it is unknown whether the probability or timing of population increases of these stocks would benefit at a magnitude that would result in tangible impacts to tanner crab users. Right, and with that, I'll pass it off to Anita. Oh, no, I won't.
Go ahead, Chris.
Could you say a little bit more about the statement that processor impacts are likely to be minimal? As I read it, this April-May gap season between pollock and salmon is really a hard time for those processors, and they need to keep those plants running and the people employed, because if they can't pay people year-round, they aren't going to succeed in supporting the community of Kodiak, because those people are going to leave. So how do we get to minimal impact when this is the economic activity for a couple months of the year?
To the chair, thank you for the question. We concluded that impacts are likely to be minimal to processors based on the proportion of total Central Gulf catch in the non-pelagic trawl gear sector alone that come from these areas during those seasonal closure windows. Those exact percentages were stated on a previous slide and are available within section 3.1.4. I don't have those at my fingertips. I want to say they are about 10% of just the non-pelagic trawl ex-vessel revenues and wholesale value within those seasons that come from 525702 and the custom area. But we did look at the proportion of Central Gulf catch that comes from these areas, not only as a percentage of annual Central Gulf catch ex-vessel value and wholesale value, but also percentages of the seasonal catch ex-vessel value and wholesale value from the Central Gulf that come from these areas. There's also some information within section 3.5 about that seasonality aspect. You'll see in figure 3-5 some of the groundfish first wholesale value that occurs within each season. And finally, there's some information within the RIR as well about the recent action for the rockfish program. There was an amendment to the rockfish program that recently shifted the rockfish fishery start date back to April 1st. This was in response to some difficulties with processor operations occurring in that gap season. Because of the increased rockfish harvest that now occurs during that gap season, there's proportionally a lower reliance on that flatfish catch.
Okay, couple things to bite off there. On the rockfish thing, do we have data on that yet?
Not within the analysis, no. It was a very recent amendment. I want to say 2024, but don't quote me on that. I can certainly dig into that a little bit further and see any changes that have occurred, especially now that we'll have another year of data by the time this comes back.
Okay. And as we look at the, so if I understand the way you thought about this is that, actually, let me ask this. Could you summarize again for me how you came to conclude that, or what was the basis for the calculation that only 10% of the revenue, or roughly 10% of the revenue? Maybe I'm not on the right table. If you could point me to a page number, that would help. How do we get to only 10% of the revenue in April is coming from this area?
Sorry, there's a lot of tables in here. I too struggle finding which table it is.
Yeah.
So the seasonal proportion is shown in table 312. And from the total, all the non-pelagic trawl catch that's occurring in the Central Gulf, the catch from 525702 accounts for 10% of that. That is the total catch in the Central Gulf within that seasonal time closure window. So between February 15th and June 15th. There's also a section in that same table about the proportion of the Central Gulf catch from the option B time closure window, April 1st to June 15th. And again, the catch from 525702 is about 1/10 of the catch from the whole Central Gulf and from non-pelagic trawl gear.
Okay.
There's a lot of qualifiers on there. Sorry.
There's many permutations here. I'm just trying to find the one I'm looking for. So does all the catch in the Central Gulf include CPs?
Yes, that does include CP. That does include CPs, and that only. When I say all the catch in the Central Gulf, that is only the non-pelagic trawl catch. That's not accounting for any, say, Pacific Ocean perch target fishing that may occur with pelagic trawl gear. That is the preferred. That seems to be the preferred gear type for that target fishery, which also occurs in that gap season. That also does not include any harvest from any other gear types other than non-pelagic trawl. So processors will be receiving deliveries from any other fisheries that are open during that time. There's a little more detail on that here, including some halibut landings that are happening in that gap season, some sablefish landings. The bulk in terms of wholesale value is still coming from groundfish, but that combines any gears that are harvesting that groundfish.
So what portion of the CV catch is from that area.
With all of the table iterations that we have, I may not have that specific number in the analysis. I can break that out.
The SSC is still awake after lunch. Yes. Okay. And do you have a sense of how much of the Central Gulf CV fleet is landing in Kodiak in those months?
Yes, I believe it's about a third of that fleet. We do break out the CV and CP counts that are active in 525702 at the bottom of the two seasonal chunks in that table 312. It's about a third of the CVs that are active during that short seasonal window that are active in 52572, and the majority of those landings are occurring in Kodiak.
Okay. Okay, I think I got what I need here. We can go on. Thank you.
Question from Caitlin?
I am looking at the localized benefits may accrue to Kodiak Tanner crab users. And then the note that the magnitude and likelihood are unknown. But I'm not seeing any note on the potential for the direction to be unknown. And so I actually want to go back to Franz's question a long time ago about what you mean by effort redistribution. And I guess I'm thinking about a case where you displace effort from an area where there could be a high density of crab, but also that is very efficient from a fishing perspective. You displace into another area, and then I think you have this assumption you're going to get to the same revenue, which could mean that you're not displacing, well, there's effort displacement, but then you would actually need to increase effort. And so can you talk through your assumptions related to effort and then tie that into your sort of certainty here around there being benefits and not a potential cost to these users?
Turn my mic off. Through the chair, we do discuss some of those operational costs and how those can accumulate, including through changes in catch composition or increases in BSC due to increased effort, or changes from the optimal fishing patterns that may be optimal under the status quo. In terms of our certainty in saying benefits, I will say that Anita's Tanner Crab PSC and Tanner Crab effects section will provide more detail on the impacts that we assume this action may have on Tanner Crab. For this section, I specified localized benefits to kind of signal that any benefits would likely only, we're only saying that benefits are likely to accrue at a localized level, meaning within the federal waters that are inside the closure or the bays that are immediately adjacent to the closures. And I'll let Anita step in so I don't go any further.
I don't have much more to add. I would say, I can't speak to this bullet point, but our main assumptions here when we talk about impacts to Tanner crab, at least, are that we were looking at localized impacts and not impacts to the stock level, because those are not possible for us to discern at this time. I don't know what else. I don't think I have anything else to add than that.
One more basic question then. So are the two analyses synced up in the sense that from a social and economic side, if we're assuming effort displacement or sort of redistribution of fishing effort, that's on the ecological side, that same kind of pattern is, and quantity of displacement would occur. And I think I'm just still stuck on, I guess you took into account the fact that you would need to potentially apply more effort in certain areas. Is that outside of this closure? Did that happen? Or maybe you can just describe again, sorry, I know Franz asked and I just didn't understand it then, and now I'm seeing it come up here now. If you could describe what you assumed again about, I guess, effort, because you're assuming the revenue is constant.
Through the chair, I to maybe provide a little more context on this, tried to be very general and uncertain in the fact that localized benefits may accrue, may improve opportunities. I could perhaps be a little more uncertain with that statement too, and say impacts may accrue. We did again try to specify that impacts would be localized based on the conclusions of the EA, and here we're talking about localized benefits also in terms of reduced peer conflict and reduced, kind of direct impacts on crap that would otherwise may be taken as PSC within these specific areas. To the piece about Franz's question earlier, I'm struggling to remember all that time ago. Sorry.
No, that's okay. I think so you're assuming that fleets, if these closures occurred, area and our time revenue would be constant. And so there's some kind of assumption about movement of effort outside of these areas. There's a spatial component. And so kind of setting aside the specific details. And so my question is along the line, and I think you said something like we looked out and we saw some historical patterns in terms of where effort was relatively high versus not. And so in that kind of redistribution, did you take into account something like a catch per unit effort? And then to what extent does that feedback through when we think about environmental impacts? I guess, sorry, that's a different way to phrase that question maybe.
I'll answer a portion of your question through the chair. I would say through the limitations of our ability to map the fishing activities, it was challenging and not possible at this time to understand those trade-offs for CPUE especially. I think that if, like those maps that we've shown you that are basically track density maps, those are weighted by catch, but they're really not displaying CPUE, and that would be a trade-off that would be a better way to figure out considerations of impacts from displacement. At this point in time, all we can really say based on that spatial footprint is like, okay, if they've fished in these gully systems, it seems to be fairly high density in some of these areas. We could assume that they would go fish in those other high density areas, but we don't know for sure if they will, or maybe they will just fish more intensely in portions immediately outside these proposed closure areas as well. I think we all hope to look at CPUE in more depth if we have that data available. I think that would be a really useful thing. Just shifting effort, like the CPUE factor would really matter if we're shifting outside and it's a much less efficient operation. I hope that gets at enough of your question.
Next question from Chris.
Following on Kaylin's question, if you're making assumptions about where people are going to go and they're going to need to fish harder, what do we know about Tanner crab PSC in those alternative areas?
Just making sure Taylor wasn't raring to go on that. Through the chair, thank you for your question. I do have a slide all about Tanner PSC and at a high level. That's a tricky one. Again, like we can't really say too much right now, but what we expect to happen when fishing doesn't occur in this area and it's redistributed somewhere. We do know some information about the PSC rates in the immediate adjacent statistical areas. So that gives us some kind of idea whether the at least direction of change would be either negative or positive. But hopefully I can answer that question more when we get to that slide. Here we are at the environmental assessment. I am mainly going to be focusing on the Tanner crab portion of the environmental assessment with a very light touch on the groundfish, Chinook PSC and halibut PSC and habitat components of this analysis. And I am not covering the section 5.1 methods that are in the document. You've seen this map before, but it is now zoomed out. This is a bathymetric contour map, again at 5-meter contours. What makes this region special for Tanner crab is that there is a lot of areas of high bathymetric relief, excuse me, as well as embayment systems that seem to be where Tanner crab are found. We are talking about these gully systems because they end up being really important spatially to the Tanner crab population, but also seem to be areas of productive groundfish fishing. A lot of things going on in these gully areas. Within these systems, we think based on existing research that they provide refuge for the crab from tidal forces, and they offer soft sediment that Tanner crabs specifically like to bury in. From what we know on migration, it is assumed that there is an ontogenetic shift, meaning that juveniles they settle in these more protected bay areas inshore, and as they age and get bigger, they move to through the connected offshore gully systems. They are not thought to migrate outside of the Tanner crab management regulatory areas. But this is based only on mark recapture tagging studies that Fish and Game did back in the early 2000s. That was not satellite tagging, so we can't always say where they were and where they weren't. Another note here is that the Tanner crab population around this area goes through very cyclical recruitment events where larger amounts of crab move through the system every few years. That pulse varies, but it's between 3 and 5 or 6 years. And you can see that in the document in figure 512 and 13. That kind of matches the time of when they're estimated to reach maturity, the timing between those peaks.
Question from Franz.
Yeah, thanks for that. Just a question on the distribution of the juveniles. So in the maps in the back, it looked like in the high abundance years, there's very, very high abundances in the base, whereas in lower abundance years, the juveniles seem to be more, in the gully and or on the shelf. And I was just wondering, is that just a function of the ontogenetic migration, and did you look at the sort of the size composition? Is that mostly just really small Tanner crab in the base, and then the larger ones offshore, or were they fundamentally differently distributed between high abundance and low abundance years?
Through the chair, thank you for your question. First, one thing to know, in the EDF&G large mesh trawl survey, the crab they catch are probably already about 2 years old. So it's hard to make any conclusions about the much smaller crab. That being said, those crab that they do catch are in those bay systems. It's a general conclusion, and it definitely does not always apply every year. As you were noting, you could see shifting distribution patterns of those crab, and I don't know. I don't have a way to attribute what that mechanism is. It could be density dependent. It's probable, but I'm unclear at this time. Yeah, that's all I have for that one.
Sorry, question from Brad?
Thanks, Ian. If I can follow up. Anita, I couldn't really tell in the document what the spatial interpolation methods were associated with the maps that Franz is just talking about, because we just had this Q&A where you're interpreting patterns in the maps and relating them to ecological processes and biological functions and so forth. And so I couldn't find the details in terms of how those maps were constructed and the sort of linkage that the SSC would need to know whether or not those products are suitable for this type of inference or inclusion in our discussion.
Through the chair, thank you for your question. These maps were provided to us from the Alaska Department of Fish and Game from one of their survey biologists. They use the ArcGIS system, and it is a simple interpolated surface based on the survey data. I don't know the exact tool. It may have been inverse distance weighting, but I will have to follow up on that. There are definitely pros and cons of showing data that way in a simplistic form, but that is why we also provided some species distribution maps to make better inferences about what is going on. And as well, those maps are provided in the appendix. I think it's number 2, that show some inferences by year. So hopefully combining those together will help us provide better inferences than just the simple interpolated surfaces.
Chris?
This is the non-biologist version of this question. So what I see in these closed areas is that there's a couple of, I guess we call them gullies, where there's sort of the white continental shelf level, and then a bunch of surface area that drops below that. And I'm struggling with, based on your description of the crabs, are they hanging out in the white area or the blue area in this map?
Through the chair, thank you for your question. I should have been a little more explicit, and I'm pretty sure it's the figure. It gets even more washed out on whatever screen you choose to look at. It's really bad up there. When you look at the scale goes from 0 to 200. And so the darker colors indicate shallower areas, and then the yellow and greens, such as near the label of Barnabas Gully or Chuniac Gully, are those deeper systems. And you can see what one of the analysts and I like to joke, and she's pointing at it right now as the ghost. It looks like a ghost shape to us, at least. The ghost shape, that's what we're calling Barnabas Gully, and it's directly connected to the bay systems where the highest abundance is found, and areas, further to the southwest are also connected nearer shore. I hope that it helps you. Generally speaking, the areas of high bathymetric relief, meaning like steeper or areas where sediment may settle, is where we think we might find crab. But I will go through that a little bit more in the species distribution model side.
Okay, then maybe the additional thing that would help is when we were looking earlier at the maps of non-pelagic trawl effort, or catch, I guess. Which spaces did that line up with on this map?
Through the chair, thank you for your question. Which slide is it? Later on slide 28, I will put them side by side. I realized after the fact that after we put out the analysis that it would have been helpful to have them more side by side. Unfortunately, when you have such a spatial, visually based question, it's really hard to make all of the maps you need ahead of time until you go through the answers later. The closure area boxes are labeled on this map. If you see the bold blue outline and the bold gray outline that are above the Barnabas Gully label on the map, those are our two closure options. And then the other basic looking polygons, both to the north and to the southwest of those, are the other crab protection closures. And again, I apologize for how washed out it's looking right now.
I'm not sure. So where are the fish and the crab in the same place?
Thanks for that question. I hope I had gotten at it earlier, but yes, we think that these gully systems, which is why we're emphasizing them so much, seem to be important for both crab and fishing activities. All right. This slide here covers, this table lists several types of molting and mating events during which tanner crab may be vulnerable to fishing gear interactions throughout their life cycle and how that may align with the closure duration options. So one key takeaway here is that all of the closure duration options may offer some potential level of conservation benefit if they were to close an area and lessen the amount of fishing gear interactions with crab. Another main takeaway here is that it is thought that crab are more vulnerable during their soft shell phase. And so you can see for instance, if we look at the April-May time period, there are a lot of gray boxes, and those gray boxes indicate times when that event are happening. These are times when crab are in their soft shell phase, and that period can extend all the way back to February or January, and soft shell crab have been encountered in the survey all the way through July. These soft shell phases have been noted to differ around or by location around the island in a localized way as well. Another point to look at here is that longer gray bar in the middle indicates the timing for when tanner crab are carrying their egg clutches for incubation. They are carrying them most, if not all, of the year. So if that is a consideration for vulnerability, that speaks to that year-round closure timeline. One thing we also wanted to note in terms of levels of uncertainty here is that there's very little known about how long it takes tanner crab shells to harden. We know based on red king crab studies that it took in the lab somewhere around 74 days. How does that translate to tanner crab? We don't know, and we could not find research speaking to that. That matters because it could add some time to this timeline here in where they are still in a soft shell vulnerable phase.
Question from Vron?
Thanks, through the chair. Yeah, the primiparous females obviously are kind of maybe most vulnerable, and I was looking for maps that kind of show their distribution, but I think it's only either juveniles or mature females. And do you have information on where the primiparous females tend to be, and is it in the document?
Through the chair, thank you for your question, Franz. I spoke to one of the ADF&G biologists about this factor. It's one of those things that would be nice to kind of parse out, especially of the distribution of the mature female population, since they do seem to have somewhat different behavior. From what we've seen in research, and I think it's in the document, I can look in a second for the section, the primiparous females, which for the rest of that is, those are females that are molting and mating for the first time. And they're also for the first time extruding an egg clutch. These crab are thought to be a little bit closer to shore. I don't know what that means in a quantitative sense, but in a relative sense. I think that the data could be parsed out to that level, but what is readily available and reported through the survey are these class distinctions of mature females and mature males. And so that's kind of why our starting point was that. And we also focused on them because they were more of the population of focus that were within the proposed closure area options. And we'll look at those broad distribution maps in about 2 slides too.
Chris.
I'm going to ask another dangerous biology question. What do we know about the behavior of these crabs, especially in their soft shell phase? Aren't they looking to hide out and avoid Pacific cod as much as they are a trawl net?
Ooh, thank you for that question through the chair. I don't know if I can speak to that. Crab behavior is a tough one because you kind of have to see it to know it. And there have been some behaviors that have been observed, which is why we kind of know that tanner crab like to bury, for instance. They think that might be for protection, but how that changes necessarily throughout the season, especially when they're undergoing their molting and mating cycle, I'm not sure. Some research also suggests that the tanner crab, if we're speaking to behavior, the females like to mound in some areas, and the males were seen on the periphery trying to mate with those multiparous females, where the mating of the primiparous females and other males are a little further inshore, a little bit earlier in the season. That's kind of the extent of our knowledge that I know of at this point. All right. One last thing I want to note on this slide. In a general sense, you can see that April and May seems to be an important time frame, and that's not a coincidence. We think that one of the common threads that helps drive the timing in this region, at least, is the timing of the spring phytoplankton blooms. That helps align with when the females are releasing their eggs during this molting and mating season. And then those later also align the settlement of the diatoms that juveniles feed on when they are also settling. All right. On this slide, I wanted to walk through just very general annual abundance trends and the harvest survey that ADF&G employs around Kodiak Island. The tanner crab population on the east side of Kodiak Island, including what they term or what they call the east side section and the southeast section management areas, have the most tanner crab in the Kodiak district. So for instance, in 2025, of the two closure area options, the custom closure had more crab. And you can see that 30% of the population for that year was within the east side section, and 34% of the population within that year was within the southeast section. And those percentages are of the Kodiak district total. 2018 was a notable year for Tana crab abundance and recruitment. This plot on the right shows Tana crab abundance by size for Kodiak district males. This is something that the ADF&G managers use all the time to talk about and make some potential predictions on when they might see another pulse come through as legal males to be fished. In 2018, that was the largest recruitment event since the survey start period in 1988. At least this version of the trawl large mesh survey. As you follow that cohort through the years, you can see the proportion of crab that eventually make it to legal size. And in this case, legal size is referring to 144 millimeters or 5.5 inches. This cohort has since reached its low point and the fishery is now closed. And you can see another cohort on the bottom left of males coming through the district that appeared in 2023 that are a lot smaller than that previous survey record high. We don't expect to see males come through from that population this year or maybe even in the next year. But that's a challenging one to predict. And that's why Mark Stickert is on the phone if you have any more questions about that. In terms of the harvest strategy in the area, the state has used 3 different versions. They have implemented the most recent one in 2022. The GHL setting incorporates mature male and mature female abundance from the current year compared to the long-term average. And I wanted to note this relatively new harvest strategy because that was something that the council noted in their purpose and need as one of the advancements and one of the reasons why they wanted to look at Tanner crab again. Another notable advancement, even though it's may seem like a little while ago, but it was incorporated into the newest harvest strategy, is the elimination of the use of a molting mature males calculation. Really what that means is that somewhere in the mid-2000s, the fact that Chianocetes crab reach a terminal molt was finally widely accepted, and that was now reflected in that newest harvest strategy. Harvest strategies can have an impact on the population, although I would say it's challenging for us to discern what those impacts are. If you look at, I can't remember what the figure number is at the moment. In the document, I have figures in that section 5312 that speak to the trends in abundance across multiple districts. And you'll see kind of the same story with the 2018 recruitment event. And one thing that we don't know what to attribute to, but is something to note, is that the cyclical recruitment that occurs with this stock was finally noticeable in the year 2000. This slide, I just wanted to briefly touch on those Tanner crab density maps that Alaska Department of Fish and Game provided. This is data from their trawl survey. These maps are separated by sex and maturity status. They are very washed out on that screen up there. The scale ranges from very little of low density of crab in blue to the highest density in red. These are maps that aggregate data from the entire time period from 2012 to 2025. And as I mentioned previously, the analysis focuses on mature males and mature females because they are the life stage that we considered to be of higher density in these proposed closure area options. So we chose to focus on that at this time. You can kind of see evidence of juveniles generally be in higher density in the inshore areas, and mature males and mature females with hotspots or higher densities further offshore. The fourth plot shows legal males, and that is simply just a proportion of the mature male population that has reached that harvestable size, which is why it looks like there are so few, which is still true. These annual maps are available in Appendix 1 if you would like to look at the annual pulses in recruitment and how that plays out into spatial patterns by sex and maturity status. One thing I wanted to note here is that we have seen signs of potential spatial segregation of males and females, and this has been directly observed by Alaska Department of Fish and Game survey biologists as well. Finally, I wanted to note that even though the summer survey only informs our knowledge for the summer, we do think, and ADF&G staff have indicated, that the same distribution seems to be reflected in the winter fishery locations.
We have a question from Bob.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Question about the survey design. Saw the graphics in the document, but it's not clear if the survey stations are changing over time. Is this random stratified just within the gullies? And with Mark online, maybe I can dig a little bit on the survey design to better understand the appropriateness of the aggregation here.
Sure. Through the chair, thank you for your question. I will let Mark speak after I just touch on this a really high level. This is a fixed grid, and these are locations based on historical fishing patterns when they were designing the survey. That is another reason why we went the route of developing the species distribution models to make better inferences outside of the survey footprint, which also incorporated data from the NOAA trawl survey, the bottom trawl survey. Mark, are you online? Do you want to add anything to my answer?
And before you go, Mark, maybe a follow-up that you can answer at the same time. So fixed grid, but consistent sampling within that grid from year to year? Thanks.
Thanks.
Thanks. So Anita, Anita, I think you mostly have it correct, Bob, to the chair. Yes, this is a fixed grid survey. This is predominantly a survey aimed at supporting tanner crab management. And so the survey has been standardized since 1988. We've had pretty consistent sampling both in time and space within that grid. There's been some variation, and we've standardized all the stations. So what you're seeing there is a standardized fixed grid sample. In this case, we survey this area the last 2 weeks of July for the last 40 years. And it is fixed throughout the survey, so it's not just fixed in the gullies, but it's a fixed grid survey across the board.
Thank you, Mark, for covering that answer. So colleagues at the Alaska Regional Office, Dr. Mallory Yeager, I almost butchered her name. She was pivotal in developing these species distribution models and the resulting maps. What you'll see here are a panel of 3 maps that I pulled from the paper that each had their own panel at one point, but this was just helpful to summarize. The panel or the map on the left are for mature females based on Fish and Game survey data. The map in the middle is based on mature males from the Fish and Game survey. And then the map on the right combines all sex and maturity status for both surveys. for all Tanner crab. And what these maps are really telling us, they're depicting sub-areas of occupied habitat based on habitat-related abundance. They allow us to make some inferences about areas both within and outside the survey footprint. Abundance information and environmental covariates are included in the models to make these inferences. So you can see here what is noted in yellow as the 25th percentile. Those are hotspots for mature females, mature males, or in the final map for all Tanner crab. The combined map on the right definitely shows the importance of the juveniles to those inshore-based systems. And what I also like about the combination of the survey data, even though they are providing different types of data, they're telling us similar things about where crab persist in these in this region. You will also see in Appendix 2 versions of these maps, but we call them spatiotemporal maps or spatiotemporal SDMs or STMs. You may have heard about that during the launch of the EFH 5-year review process. It's kind of a similar method or at least a similar approach. And in those maps in Appendix 2, you can see those pulses in the population, kind of reflecting what we've seen in those cyclical recruitment events. But what we think, again, is most striking that year on year, there is still that predicted persistence of the Tanner crab population in these gully systems and other areas of high bathymetric relief.
We have a question from Dana.
Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. On this particular map on the right panel, why when you add in the NIMS data is the spatial footprint smaller since there's a lot of data outside? Maybe I'm not understanding the map.
I'm through the chair. I'm going to pitch this to Mallory.
Okay.
Mallory, are you online?
Yes, thank you through the chair. Thank you, Dana, for the question. You all can hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. Yeah, Dana, I think that is actually, if you look at the actual predicted estimate of abundance and not these breaks, you'll see that there is a continuous surface. It's basically a product of the fact that the survey was not catching a lot of Tanner crab in that area. And so when we use this breaks of 95% occupied habitat based on habitat related abundance, you see like a shrinking effect. It's also possible that due to the fact that the model is incorporating juveniles, which really, I think, pull those densities into the gullies. As you can see, the hot spots are really farther interior into those gullies, that we have just the larger scope of crab that are being collected there is changing the model fits a bit. But so basically, we're not finding a lot of crab. Another, within that multi-panel figure, the first figure on the left actually shows the survey data points, and you can kind of see where basically if it's in those deeper regions where the NIMS bottom trawl survey is, there's typically a lot of missing points, little cross marks, like little square crosses, which meant that they did not find any Tanner. So it's compressing it via that way. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, thanks, Mallory.
Yeah, of course.
We also have a question from Curry.
Yeah, thank you. I guess another question for Mallory, since you're on the line. I was curious about two things. One, when you were intercalibrating data from the ADF&G and the NIMS surveys, did you think about, in addition to your overall survey effect, having a spatially varying catchability effect? And two, I was curious if you could fill us in on the cross-validation sort of approach. Were you randomly dropping out locations or observations, or were you blocking in space? Thank you.
Through the chair, Curry, thank you for the question. I did not explore the spatially covariant catchability, but that is a really good point. We've simply used survey as a fixed factor in the model, which accounted for catchability. But it, if this analysis does progress further, I think that's a really great point. And I'll write that down in my notes as something to further explore. For the CV, we simply did a, within the SDM-TMB framework, a CV cross-validation K-fold. And so we did not incorporate space within that. However, I'm realizing a common theme from our EFH SSC meeting that could be something we also incorporate. I think I was imagining the spatial scale was a little smaller around Kodiak relative to all of Alaska, but we've definitely explored and integrated the CV block design into the EFH work, so I could definitely deploy that here as well. Thanks for the question.
Thank you for the clarification.
If I could interrupt, it looks like you're about to change topic. Would this be an appropriate point for our afternoon break?
Whenever you like.
Okay, then we will now take our afternoon break and come back at 3:30. Thanks. Okay, if everybody could come back, we're getting ready to get started. Okay, we're going to restart, and I would just like to note that it's a little past 3:30. We have a good chunk of the presentation left, I think, but our intent is to power through the rest of the presentation and questions and our discussion this afternoon. So if you feel the need to hold your questions a little bit, go ahead. Otherwise, I'll hand back to the analysts.
All right. For the record, again, this is Anita Kroska. We are starting back with potential sources of mortality in the EA section for Tanner crab, and the time constraints are noted. All I really want to say about this slide is that there are a lot of other sources of mortality that Tanner crab may experience in anywhere they live. I think these would apply to the Bering Sea population as well. And in fact, a lot of our information was borrowed from the Tanner crab ecosystem and socioeconomic profile document, which was pretty recently put together. It's a great document because it also included research from around the Kodiak area. So we're assuming that those mortality factors apply to both portions of the stock. In the impacts analysis, we qualitatively address unobserved mortality at a high level. We don't dive into it too much. And the reason for that is that there really isn't a lot of new information at this time, and it's something that we can't really quantify, but we suspect may be occurring. Some of those research gaps and limitations are outlined in the 2023 Unobserved Fishing Mortality Working Group report, so it's something you can refer to. I've also listed a commonly cited study from Craig Rose et al. That looked at unobserved mortality in non-pelagic trawl gear, and a new one that came out this year in Norway on smaller demersal trawl gear, again, non-pelagic. A takeaway here is that there really is limited to no information on this unobserved mortality phenomenon at this time for pelagic trawl gear, at least not to my knowledge. Here, I'm just going to walk through some really high-level findings from our dig into the Tanner crab PSC. This table here shows Tanner crab PSC rates separated by gear through time for the year-round closure option. Overall, if we are just looking at PSC counts, the non-pelagic trawl gear has the highest, and on average, the counts and rates are higher in the custom closure area, option 2B. However, the counts and rates for both closure area options are really pretty similar. And if you remember our caution against overly comparing very close numbers between these closure options because of our estimation methods, that's something that applies here as well. In a seasonal sense, PSC counts decrease for a non-pelagic trawl gear and are minimal for pelagic trawl gear and groundfish pot gear. And that really tracks with what we see in the groundfish fishing activity track density maps that we've talked about earlier in this presentation. Seasonally, though, PSC rates slightly increase for non-pelagic trawl. We've included some PSC rates for immediately adjacent stat areas. Stat area 535632 is just to the southwest of our proposed closure areas, and stat area 525630 is immediately adjacent, touching the closure areas to the south. We looked at those for PSC rates. In area 525630, the rate for Tanner Crab PSC is slightly lower, whereas in the stat area to the southwest, 535632, the PSC rate is much higher than either closure area option. This could indicate the potential for a change in PSC rate if fishing is displaced due to some sort of implementation of a time and area closure. This is kind of a coarse look, again, because we'd have to make a lot of assumptions about where they might go and how much of that effort is displaced. One thing I wanted to note here, in 2020, and this was brought up as a known factor in previous iterations in discussion papers, the PSC rates and counts, the extrapolations are pretty high and likely an overestimate, and we think that is from impacts on observer coverage, which were lower during COVID, and resulting in PSC extrapolation from broader areas in the fleet. And so though the rates and counts in the year 2020 may not be representative of fleet interactions with crab that year. So you asked about fishing and Tanner crabs. So I put them side by side on this slide. This is kind of to help us mentally overlay what is going on with our predicted mature male Tanner crab abundance, for example, and non-pelagic and pelagic trawl activity. Again, we don't really know where people might go fishing if they are displaced from these closure areas and where that might be redistributed, but we can make some guesses based on the historical footprint shown in these tract density maps. Excuse me. Even though there's a lot of uncertainty there, we think that it's reasonable to assume that a redistribution of some or all of the fishing activity from a time and area closure could result in some increases or perhaps even decreases in Tanner crab PSC and unobserved mortality, just depending on where their fishing is displaced to. This is important to note because redistribution of fishing effort outside of the closure areas could offset some of the potential conservation benefits that are gained through implementation of those closure areas. When you compare any of those species distribution model maps to the tract density maps, it is again really apparent that the gully systems are important to Tanner crab and also to groundfish fishing. I don't know, we don't have SDMs at the moment for groundfish, but we know that they are there and they've been productive fishing grounds. And we know that productive fishing based on relative inferences from the density in these maps also occurs elsewhere nearby, such as Chuniat Gully to the northeast. One thing I wanted to note here too is that impacts from increased fishing intensity on Tanner crab is an unknown or an uncertainty. For instance, if fishing pressure that was once spread across the length of Barnabas Gully is now displaced from a closure option under alternative 2 and perhaps more concentrated in a smaller area of the gully system, the impacts to the local Tanner crab stock are unknown, and that is something to consider on how we approach that. This slide here is just a summary. This exact same table is pulled from the executive summary. This talks about the relative conservation benefits by element for this action and summarizes much of what I've already touched on in the previous slides. The main takeaway is that the custom closure area may offer the greatest potential conservation benefit to tanner crab as it contains the highest amount of tanner crab population and the highest amount of groundfish fishing as compared to 525702, and that correlates with how much of the gully system is contained within that custom closure area. Again, there's just a lot of uncertainty of what would happen if fishing is spatially or temporally displaced to other areas where tanner crab are known to persist. Maybe perhaps offsetting these benefits that are gained. And again, we focused our qualitative impacts analysis on localized impacts and not population level impacts because those were not able to be discerned at this time. All right. This slide is doing a lot of work. It's summarizing 3 of the components within the EA. I put them all on one slide because what I really want to point out here is that alternative 2 is expected to result in minimal impact to these 3 EA components at the stock level. That outcome is expected to be the same for either proposed area closure area option. The one stock I did want to highlight here is flatfish. You'll see on the left-hand side. According to the fishing activity that we know of, the shallow water flatfish complex seems to be especially concentrated in or near the Barnabas Gully system that we've been talking about. There is a potential for moderate localized impacts to the stock. If fishing for shallow water flatfish with non-pelagic trawl gear was displaced, this could result in a redistribution of fishing more broadly, or even perhaps higher intensity fishing in the adjacent stat areas where there are known, where there's known activity for fishing for shallow water flatfish, where they have been successful in the past. However, we think that the proposed action alternative relative to the no action alternative would likely result in minor impacts at the stock level, given the low TAC utilization and the broad spatial distribution of flatfish species around the island. Finally, the final component of the EA is the effects of alternative 2 on habitat. Here you will see a plot of estimated bottom contact area that has been summed by month to produce a summation or a estimated value for that particular year. This represents historical fishing activity from 2012 through August of 2022. That is the date range of availability for the legacy catch-in areas database that is now being transitioned to the new 2.0 database that will have more recent information. Because it's using the legacy database, it doesn't really reflect current conditions in the last few years. The data was put into the fishing effects model into the fishing module that is a mid-model product. And the plots and associated tables that you'll see in the document are best read again as historical gear-specific contact estimates from that legacy database. So they provide some useful relative context, but they are not estimates of unique area disturbed. The habitat module cumulative disturbance or current fishing conditions or net tanner crab conservation benefit. I already told you about all that summation thing. The summed bottom contact area is very similar between these proposed closure area options. You can see very similar trends. Bottom contact area maps, which are available upon request, were very similar to spatial fishing activity patterns that are depicted in those track catch density maps. But the maps that I looked at were zoomed in just to the east side of the island. So if a closure area of some kind were implemented I can pause.
Question from Franz, go ahead.
You can finish that slide.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Well, since I have your attention now,
Okay.
since the question is just about the bottom contact area, just trying to understand that. So that is just the overall total cumulative area that was swept by the or had bottom contact at the bottom, and so in the document, I mean, it's in the section on habitat impacts. I mean, how are you thinking about the relationship between that and potential habitat impacts? Because they obviously, trawl some of the same areas over and over. And so are you thinking of habitat impacts as kind of proportional to this metric, or are you neutral on that, or what's just trying to think how to interpret that in terms of potential habitat impact.
Sure. Through the chair, thank you for your questions. I don't have personal feelings on it, but I do think there is a relation. First, yes, this is bottom contact area that is summed to produce a value for a year, and it's adjusted for the gear type. This is a good relative metric to understand kind of how much fishing is happening, but it doesn't account for dynamics of recovery and susceptibility that is incorporated in the habitat module portion of the fishing effects model. If the SSC or the council wishes to see further analyses that get at that metric, that would be available in the future. In terms of relationships, we definitely took a qualitative approach to kind of understand what could happen. Given the fact that we don't have yet have the recovery and susceptibility metrics incorporated here, we're more just making some guesses. So if bottom contact area were displaced from an area, it would be somewhere else and it would have some impacts on the benthos, and that's where crab live. And so we're thinking about this more in terms of the potential for crab that live in these habitats interacting with the gear. Did I answer the rest of your question, or did you have anything else?
No, I think that answers it. So it's more about sort of potential interactions with crab than maybe habitat area affected or anything like that.
Through the chair, my lens has been a lot more about impacts to crab, which are inherently associated with the benthos. We can make some rough inferences of, displaced fishing and the subsequent bottom contact and how maybe that would impact the habitat in another area, but that is something that we need to develop further. I do have Molly Zaleski online, who helped write this impact section, if you want her to expand on anything.
Sure, if she has anything to add. I mean, I think your response was,
okay,
clear, but yeah.
Yeah, thanks. I think that you've responded fine, Anita, but happy to be here.
Okay, great. Well, let's move on in the interest of time.
All right. The final portion of this presentation will focus on alternative 3, under which there's information to support an evaluation of the existing Goa crab closure areas around Kodiak. So this slide briefly describes the approach and overview of alternative 3. Under alternative 3, again, is an evaluation of the existing Goa crab closure areas, which are shown on the map to the right. You'll see the Marmot Bay Tanner crab protection area, and then the type 1 through 3 closures that were established for the protection and conservation of king crab. This was a discussion paper style analysis that gives a broad overview of objectives and some other points of focus, but there is no impact analysis at this stage. That would come later after this has been refined. I will note here that the development of an evaluation option or options under Alt 3 may inform the development of criteria and timelines to review the effectiveness of Alternative 2. And also there's some additional points of focus for the SSC listed on the last slide. But just as a preface here, before we get into the meat of Alt 3, the SSC may want to provide input on the kinds of information or data that should be included in such an evaluation, and the kinds of data that would be useful for the council to consider. All right, so first I'll get into the objectives of the type 1 through 3 closure areas, which were again established to promote rebuilding of the severely depressed red king crab stocks by reducing bycatch mortality. These were put in place in the 1980s, and additional protections were established throughout the implementation process over the 5 or 6 year period after they were first implemented in '86, as outlined in the table on the right. They were grouped into different protection frameworks. So you have type 1 areas, which are closed year-round and contain larger portions of the stock and higher levels of female red king crab abundance. Type 2 areas have a slightly low or has slightly lower female red king crab abundance, but were still important to red king crab stocks at the time. They are closed from February 15th to June 15th, which was identified and thought to encompass the entirety of the soft shell phase for red king crab. Type 3 areas were implemented later, and these are threshold-based closures. As Anita gave a sneak peek to earlier, these have never been triggered. The abundance-based threshold was based on abundance data and levels from the 60s and 70s. And as such has yet to occur because the stocks have yet to be rebuilt. Okay, for the Merrimack Bay Tanner Crab Protection Area, this was established to protect tanner crab by reducing tanner crab bycatch and GOA groundfish fisheries and reduce gear contact from non-pelagic trawl gear. There's also a trailing amendment that required trawl sweep modifications. This required elevating devices in central Gulf directed flatfish fisheries in order to decrease gear contact with crab and the seafloor. This also originally included some observer coverage requirements in other areas that were considered for closure, but not selected for closure, that had high levels of tanner crab PSC. But the confidence in that observer data was low at the time, and therefore some improvements were thought necessary prior to further consideration. However, these were not ultimately included in the final rule because the observer program was restructured between when the council took final action in 2010 and the implementation of the final rule in 2014. All right, this slide provides some high-level information about red king crab abundance and PSC estimates throughout the Kodiak region and within the existing closure areas. The takeaway here is that the majority of the stock is confined to Alatac Bay in recent years, and it remains in a depressed state. The Alatac Bay area is circled in blue on the map on the left of the screen, and that lies adjacent to the Alatac Flats and Towers Type 1 closure area. You'll see in the table on the far right that 18% of the surveyed abundance of red king crab from 2012 to 2025 is contained within the boundaries of the Alatac Flats and Towers area. However, including the federal waters and the adjacent state waters, you'll see in that middle map that 95% of the surveyed abundance are located either within Alatac Flats and Towers Type 1 closure area or the adjacent Alatac Bay. Anita spoke to tanner abundance and PSC estimates within the EA section, so I'll try to keep this brief. The tanner crab stock around Kodiak is more widely distributed than red king crab. As you already heard, the bulk of the stock is included in the east side and southeast sections, which do overlap their proposed closure areas, as well as the type 2 Barnabas closure area. The table on the right, I will note that the PSC method here sums overlapping stat areas and therefore is a conservative estimate which may overstate PSC counts. For example, for the Barnabas type 2 area, that is likely an overestimate because the Barnabas type 2 area only really encompasses a sliver of federal waters outside or within 525702, but that number includes all Tanacrab PSC from 525702. This slide just provides some overarching considerations for all closure areas. First, in the Marmot Bay Tandem Crab Protection Area, as you saw in previous slides, this area does have low abundance relative to other Kodiak crab protection areas and other regions of Kodiak, including the east side and southeast areas. For the type 1 closure areas, Altac Flats and Towers remains an important location and area for red king crab and contains the last remaining portion of red king crab stock in the Kodiak area. The Marmot Flats area lies adjacent to the Marmot Bay Tanner Crab Protection Area and also may provide additional incidental Tanner crab protections in addition to the red king crab protections that it was established to provide because it overlaps a portion of the Chiniak Gully. For type 2 areas, that seasonal closure duration was based on data from the 1970s and 80s. This could be revised or investigated further to see if it needs to be updated. The Chirikoff Island area, I guess I didn't mention this on previous slides, I apologize, but the Chirikoff Island area is not surveyed, and so abundance within this area is really difficult to quantify. And for the Barnabas area, that overlaps the proposed closure areas in alternative 2. Type 3, we already went over that. They've never been triggered. Benefits have never been afforded. And for all closure areas, the Kodiak waters have a complex landscape of closures, some of which overlap with the crab closure areas or otherwise provide some incidental protections. And those were not really quantified or examined at this stage of the analysis, but are noted here.
Question from Chris.
Oh,
To what extent in these existing closures or in the proposed closures is there, does the state align with federal policy, or does that matter?
Through the chair, Chris, I assume that you're referring to federal policy in terms of non-pelagic trawl closures. And I can pitch to Mark as well if my answer is not sufficient, but the state waters around Kodiak are close to non-pelagic trawling year round. And so the adjacent type 1 areas really just in effect extend those non-pelagic trawl closures to waters further than the boundaries of the state waters. And in terms of the specifics on those regulations, I would need to pivot or pitch to Mark.
Yeah, I think you have it exactly correct. Most of these actions originated in the mid 1980s, really after the full collapse of red king crab around Kodiak. State waters closures within state regulation happened over a course of a couple of years, but most all waters inside 3 miles have been closed to non-pelagic trawling, primarily motivated by crab conservation concerns, since the late 80s, early 90s, and then these were developed sort of parallel to that action in federal waters.
Thanks, Mark. I was about to add one more thing on this slide. We mentioned this potential for incidental protection from these overlapping closures, specifically the stellar sea lion closures. It's easier to tell in the other summary map that we showed earlier in the introductory portion of our presentation, but some of those closure areas grow in size, and that's not always apparent when you're looking at a static map. So we thought we would just add that for consideration.
All right. Unless there are other overarching questions for all three, I'll turn to next steps and points of focus for the SSC in this action. Analysts are requesting feedback on several pieces as described in the action memo and provided for reference here. And I in the interest of time, I won't go through and read everything off the slide, but I'll leave it here for reference. And we're happy to answer any further questions that you guys may have.
Sarah.
Yeah, thanks. I had a question about subsistence harvest. And in reading through, there's some mention and inclusion of subsistence, potential impacts to subsistence harvest. And I'm wondering if any efforts were made beyond the specific subsistence data that's available for Tanner crab to access broader data streams or information with community representatives or tribal consortia from Kodiak.
Through the chair, at this stage of the analysis, no, we have not coordinated or consulted tribal representatives or other community members in Old Harbor or Kodiak in terms of the subsistence patterns. However, I did access some Alaska Fish and Game data on patterns of subsistence harvests, and they're included in the analysis as a potential subset of Kodiak Tanner crab users that may be impacted due to the importance of Tanner crab as a subsistence species in Kodiak, and also based on the patterns of subsistence harvest that was indicated in both subsistence and sport data. The Kodiak road system connects to Ugak Bay, which is adjacent to the waters that are being considered for closure under ALT 2, and Old Harbor also lies adjacent to those waters. So that can kind of indicate, as well as from the actual data from Alaska Department of Fish and Game, that the areas are highly utilized by subsistence users.
Just to follow up on that, in looking at the table where you do provide the subsistence data that's available, there seems to be a surge between 2020 and 2023, which might suggest around COVID and heavier reliance on local subsistence for food security. I'm just wondering if there's maybe any literature around that or documentation that might be beneficial.
Through the chair, I could certainly dig into the impacts of COVID further, but I'll let Anita jump in if she has any more information. But I would personally attribute a lot of that increase to the big surge in the Tanner crab stock that we saw in 2023, and the increase in legal males. That was reflected both in an increased GHL on the commercial side, and you can also see that in the subsistence and sport data as well.
Thank you.
Chris, go ahead.
Okay. Having gone through this now, I think I need a reiteration to an answer that either Bob or Franz asked before, which is what really is the relationship between alternative 2 and alternative 3 here? Is the presentation just focused primarily on king crab, which is not the focus of alternative 2? Is the hope that we could learn something about the efficacy of closure areas by studying what's going on with tanner crab in existing closed areas or something else?
Through the chair, we've been puzzling through this one as well, what the relationship could be. I would say process-wise, we would perhaps approach these two in the same way in how we've analyzed the options. We're just waiting for more specificity. We bring up red king crab because that is the intention of the protection for most of the existing crab area closures that were included and mentioned in this analysis. It's kind of a circular thing because if we're evaluating existing closure frameworks, how much does that apply to how we might set criteria and timelines to evaluate a new closure area? There may be some differences there, but we're hoping you can also help provide some of that feedback or advice to us. Do you have anything to add?
Franz, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. I have a few questions. I'll start with just the CPUE. You referred to CPUE in the document several times, and I think that you generally refer to the survey CPUE. I was actually wondering what data, if any, are available for the fishery besides aggregated catches in the tables that you provided. In particular, are there like spatially resolved catch and effort information to compute CPUE for the fishery or the directed fishery? Yeah.
Sorry, directed tanner
Or
crab
the
fishery?
directed tanner crab fishery, yes. Jen.
I am not sure off the top of my head. I'm gonna see if Mark has some answer for you on that one. He might know.
I apologize, I missed the question. Was the question what data are available from the directed tanner crab fishery?
Yes, for the directed tanner crab fishery, and in particular, are there spatially resolved catch and effort data to compute CPUE?
So yes and no. So as we've seen, these crab tend to aggregate off the east side of Kodiak into some fairly spatially explicit bays and gullies. Our understanding is there's not a lot of movement across those gullies. There's some movement from within the gullies, but we don't think there's a lot of net migration across areas. And so the state, and during our directed tanner crab fisheries, basically establishes unique management sections for each of those gullies, and we set unique GHLs or harvest limits for each of those spaces. So in that sense, we've got sort of area-specific exploitation, and there's 172 permit holders in the fishery, and so when there's a lot of fishing, it can be quite busy, and so we essentially force boats to pick a section, and fisheries are quite fast, oftentimes less than 2 weeks long. And so the information we have from fish ticket data, again, it's sort of at the statistical area level. We do conduct skipper interviews during our dock. We do a lot of port and dockside sampling of these crab when they come to dock, and we ask for skipper interviews, and we get some at least anecdotal information on where they fish. Because of the sort of on and off again sort of frequency of the fishery and its very short duration when it's open, we don't have an observer program. It's just not economically feasible for that fishery. So in some sense, the fishery that happens in this area is basically fully contained within 525, 702, 525, 630, and inside state waters. And so that's sort of a lingering answer, but the fleet doesn't fish very far outside the footprint of our survey stations in general.
Okay, thank you.
Did you have a follow-up, Franz? Go ahead.
Well, it's not a follow-up. I have a few other questions, but either way.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
I'll go to you next, Caleb.
I guess I have maybe three more. So for the tenor-crab PSC or bycatch, is there any information on the size composition of the PSC?
Through the chair, thank you for your question. I believe there is size comp data, but I would like to check with my colleague here. Mike, do you have a better answer for that? Yeah. Okay, he's confirmed that we do have size comp data for that.
Thanks. And then I, I don't remember or maybe missed it in the document, but can you remind me what the rationale was for the lengths of the time series 2012 through 2025?
Sure.
Starting 2012, I guess.
So through the chair, thank you for the question. I was going to start with 2025, which is the easy answer. In past iterations, which were discussion papers, the time period kind of shifted and grew. It was initially smaller, but was expanded further back in time to better capture a lot of, I would say, really dynamic conditions in the Kodiak region. For example, the Pacific cod collapse that was happening in 2017 and 2018, huge market volatility, COVID, all of these factors. Do you have anything else to add?
No, I just echo what Anita said about the Pacific cod collapse. We wanted to capture about 5 years of data prior to the collapse, and this was a way to kind of look at pre and post Pacific cod collapse impacts on the pot fleet and on the non-pelagic trawl fleet as well, since they also have pollock as a primary target species.
A follow-up, if I may. So are data available to go further back in time? You just decided to look at a more recent period?
Just to be clear, we didn't choose 2012. That was the, handed to us by the council for this analysis. I think either 2012 or 2013 aligned with some change in the observer program too. So that was a good impetus for this as well. There is data available before that.
Okay, and then one more. Are there this is with regards to the alternative 3, I guess, if we were to make any recommendations on that. Obviously, the goal, I guess, would be to understand impacts of opening up these areas or changing them or modifying them. Are there any data available for Tanner crab PSC, for example, from those areas? I mean, they've been closed, so there aren't a lot of fisheries, at least no non-pelagic trawl fisheries. But are there any data available that would allow us to retrospectively look at what bycatch rates were or anything like that?
Through the chair, that's a really good question. We provided you a very high-level overview with more conservative estimates. There is a data available. The common thread through all of these closures is that they're close to non-pelagic trawl gear. So we could provide data for other gear types. And it just depends on which area you're looking at. For instance, Marmot Bay Tanner Crab Protection Area was implemented in 2014. So that would, speak to that time period and the gear prohibitions after that point in time. So we could look at some time prior to that.
I'd also add, in terms of looking at data before for non-pelagic trawl bycatch before those type 1 through 3 closures were implemented. There was a document that was produced in collaboration between NIMS and ADF&G that's referenced on page 196 of the document, of our document. It's called Conservation Concerns of the Kodiak King Crab Resource. And this was the analytical document and contained data that really was pivotal and central to the council's decision on which areas to close, what duration to focus on, and the gear types as well. Having read through that document, I want to say it was primarily based on historical fishing patterns and just observed the observed fact that there were crab bycatch that was occurring in NPT fisheries and less occurring in other gear types in terms of bycatch rates. I don't know off the top of my head, but that document may have more information.
Next question's from Kaylin.
Thanks. So I've never heard this term localized or this thinking around localized benefits, and no one else kind of stopped when you were presenting, I think, 5.3.4, the PSC rates, and in particular, the highlighting of an adjacent stat area and how it, if I'm understanding it right, I think it has a size, much more substantial rate. And of course, that's not kind of completely adjusted for effort and this revenue reallocation. But I guess wanted to ask you, I've been sitting here listening and I see that, and that it's, am I right to be a little alarmed, or is there a reason that we should only be thinking about a really small area? Because to me, if you close an area, you say, okay, well, there's obvious benefits. I mean, I don't need even analysis to do that. I feel really, confident in that. So I would naturally be thinking at a larger scale, but then some of these numbers, if I try to take that larger perspective, it seems like I should be worried, but am I missing something with the ecology, or kind of why is localized here, and is there an ecological reason? How does this all fit together when we think of sort of net benefits and costs?
Through the chair, there were a lot of layers to your question. Um, I think I guess I'll speak to the PSC rates and those trade-offs. PSC is one of the main lenses that we have to try to understand, like, what would happen if we displace fishing elsewhere. We're hampered by the fact that we just don't know how much of that will go elsewhere and which of those fisheries may move, and if they may shift to other fisheries, and how that would impact CPUE and resulting PSC rates. If we only looked at these PSC rates, yes, we can make some inferences that tanner crab PSC could go up, especially in like the example area, like to the southwest in 535-632 might be the one you're looking at for non-pelagic trawl. It outlines a potential, and what may happen when we have these conservation benefits from closing an area that kind of makes sense is that displacement could cause these fishing activities to displace to an area with higher PSC rates. And that could offset the benefits that we're trying to gain from closing an area. And it's in an area that's really close by in the same gully system. And there's just a lot of unknowns on how that kind of fishing pressure might impact tanner crab that are kind of seem to be bound by the gully systems. And a lot of the fishing also seems to be bound by these gully systems. We're talking, speaking to your comment about localized impacts, I term it that because let's say in contrast, we're talking about red king crab. If we were looking at fishing impacts in that area, I could maybe make some qualitative assumptions or guesses that we would have stock level impacts, because it seems to be like one of the last remaining areas of the population. Here with tanner crab, even though the east side seems to be really important, there's a lot of abundance there, higher densities, it's still widespread around the island. So we don't know what impacts to the stock would look like, because we don't really know the importance of that component of the stock that is in that certain location. But in localized impacts, maybe it would be a bit higher, because they don't really, we think they don't move around among these gully systems very far. I hope that gets at some of what you were asking in all of the layers of your question.
Yeah, this is maybe even a dumber question. So is the objective the stock, or is it something local? when and I guess this goes back to the impetus for this action by the council.
Through the chair, thank you for your question. You'll see in bullet 4 of this slide, we are hoping for some advice on ways to provide specific objectives to protect Tanner crab. I would say that it is important that we look at the stock-wide basis, but also this east side area seems to be very important to the stock. I just can't quantify what that is.
Did you have a follow-up, Caitlin? Okay, I've got Bob next.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. So speaking of objectives, it's not clear to me what the original objectives were in the document with respect to red king crab to know how, I mean, number one, we shouldn't be addressing the objectives that might be appropriate to protect Tanner crab. I think we need to know what the objectives are for this action. So my question is whether or not you think it's, or was for red king crab, to reduce bycatch, or was it to, because they were put into place after there was years and years of fisheries, or whether it was to see an increase in crab abundance, production, et cetera. All we have focused on is that there's a lack of bycatch, which is fairly obvious in a closure area, but there's also the question about production.
I can take a stab at that. Per the council's rationale at the time, the type 1 through 3 areas were implemented with the objective to promote rebuilding of the stock by reducing fishing mortality and by reducing bycatch from the non-pelagic trawl fisheries. And yeah, I think there's a little bit more context in there in section 7.2, 7.3 of the document, the one that goes into the history of the type 1 through 3 closures, but I would state that as the overarching objective at the time.
And just to add, she's speaking to the red king crab objectives, but the current objectives for this action for alternative 2 are listed in the council's motion. It included a goal to minimize groundfish fishery interactions with Tanner crab in this specific area on the east side of Kodiak Island. And it was first where high densities of Tanner crab are known to occur, and second, during life stages in which available information indicates that Tanner crab are vulnerable to fishery interactions. So they're looking to reduce the interactions between the two.
Next question from Chris.
All right, I've got a few sort of bigger picture questions here from around various points in the analysis here. So I guess my first question is, when you do the catch density maps, why are they weighted by catch? Is there some sense that a tow that catches more fish is more detrimental to crab?
Through the chair, thank you for your question. These track density maps are not to demonstrate any bottom contact or subsequent habitat disturbance. All they're really telling us is where a lot of vessel tracks are occurring that are from fishing activity. The line density tool that the analysts use to create those maps relied on the vessel track data, and there's this weighting portion. You have to choose a metric to weight the line by, and we chose catch for that. In an ideal scenario, we would, as you would in the catch and areas database, take careful consideration in apportioning the catch along the track line, and eventually we could get to something like CPUE. So here we're just using those maps for inferences on density of fishing activity and spatial patterns over time.
Could you do that with a weight of 1 tow, 1 pass that went over the area once?
We can look at ways of refining this. This was an initial first pass. It was to try to get at a metric initially of CPUE, but we found it wasn't possible at the time.
All right.
To add slightly onto that, weighting it by catch also served as a way to kind of signal that areas where vessels are catching more fish are likely more popular areas for fishing, whereas an experimental type tow where they're fishing in a new area but not catching much, that would be then weighted differently in this methodology. And
different question. Once you've got some, the tables in here look at PSC rates. How big is PSC relative to the Tanner crab tack?
Great question. I remember some metrics showing up like that in the Marmot Bay Tanner Crab Protection Area action back in 2012 or 13. That is not something we calculated in the analysis, but that is something we could figure out because we do have Tanner crab estimated counts, and we also have the state data and the GHL attainment, which is usually pretty close to 100%.
Next, I'm trying to understand the impacts of how to interpret and think about these measures when there's so much variability in Tanner crab recruitment, which has implications for how I'd measure whether or not these were effective. So a first question along those lines is, I notice in the PSC rates, there are years that are really high and many years that are very low. Do those years correspond to years of high recruitment in any particular way?
Taylor's flipping to the table. I'd have to eyeball that. I would, 1 second. Yeah, that's a tough one. That's something I would have to sit with a little bit longer to see where that alignment falls out. When we look at that, for instance, that plot of cohorts, that size abundance plot, we can see these pulses coming through, but which crab are actually, like what size are those crab that are caught as bycatch is not something that we've dug into yet. So making those correlations is hard on the fly, but that is something we could look at and see if there's some correlation there.
And more generally, if this is a species with a really weak stock recruit relationship, right? So suppose recruitment were completely random, right? And independent of the number of adult crab. Why would a measure like this matter?
Could you reframe the question in the last part? You said, why would a measure like this matter? Do you mean like the alternative two considerations?
Yeah, alternative two. Why, if the number of crab is just random, then why do we need to close areas to protect crab? Because that isn't going to affect the number of crab next year anyway, because it's random.
Through the chair, that's a a tough question that could apply to a lot of these types of proposure actions. I guess you're trying to get at like, why does the closure matter in a sense? Okay. The way I see this, and I hope I'm not paraphrasing this poorly, but it's kind of a proactive action to protect this area where a lot of tanner crabs seem to persist. And it's not just one portion of the population. We're seeing a lot of indications that there's, a lot of recruitment happening there. The juveniles seem to be doing well in those connected bays. We're seeing the legal males that survive to fishing are there as well. So I would say that's kind of getting at it, but that's something I'd have to mull over and maybe better answered by the council in this case.
And I guess lastly, in summarizing this, if I were to try to think about this in the context of like a cost benefit analysis, the RIR provides a lot of mirroring of what a lot of depiction of some of the impacts that this may have on the restricted fisheries. Is the benefits seem highly uncertain and unquantifiable, and maybe just what should I be taking away from that? What are the benefits here?
Through the chair, a follow-up question for you. Are you referring to the proposed possible benefits under the EA portion of the analysis?
Yes, though I think to bring them up to the same level, we want to be able to support a harvest of those crab and have beneficiaries of that fishery as well.
Yeah, this is a tough one. We have a lot of information here. I would say we're like data rich in this case. We don't quite have the approach that maybe some stocks do in the Bering Sea, where we have a way to pull together all of these nuanced factors and better understand through, like, say, a stock assessment of how these are interplaying, and is the stock doing well? Is it dipping below minimum stock size threshold, for instance? We don't necessarily have that here. We do have a lot of information, though, on how the state manages this stock, what they're seeing and their long-term averages when they're opening and closing the fisheries. And, it's a really tough one to pull together because we had to kind of keep it at a more qualitative kind of analysis of the benefits in this case. But I think if we had more specificity moving forward through the council process, maybe we could better get at some of those trade-offs and benefits. And mostly here, we're just looking at our assumptions of potential conservation benefits by protecting what population is there, given the fact that there is a lot of uncertainty. And this is a really super cyclical stock, but we have other things that we do really know about the stock. There are a lot of crab stocks that we wouldn't be able to predict location of so well, and we can here. And the ADF&G managers are also able to kind of tell like when that next cohort pulse is coming through. Yeah, that's all I have on that one.
I have a next question from Bob. You still have it?
I do. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So going back to, you were talking about the observer track lines and weighting. This has been niggling at me since the beginning. Those track lines and the lines that you're using to infer, you wanted to do CPUE, but you got catch. They're only the observed, correct? There is no extrapolation out to the other 70+% of actual effort. Is that correct?
Through the chair, you're correct. This is observer data only. It doesn't include like human observer data only. It doesn't include trolley M, doesn't include the other portion that is not observed. You're correct. And that's why we took the approach of aggregating the data over the whole 14-year time period.
Okay, thank you. And if I may follow up on that then. So there's also a statement in here about, in the document that you believed that that was representative of fishing effort. You know, for instance, in those maps, what information are you using to determine that? Again, acknowledging that these observed trips only represent a small fraction of the total effort in the area. And the reason I'm asking is because then that's the baseline, that's the jumping off point for a lot of these other discussions on where effort might go, or, you know, the CPUE type question, et cetera.
Through the chair, thank you for your question. I would say that you're right, that they rely on a lot of assumptions. We are assuming that it represents, for instance, fleet-wide behavior, and we are only looking at it separated by gear type because, again, we can't break the data down too much more because there isn't a lot. And observer coverage rates are pretty variable and somewhat low in the Gulf of Alaska. I would say that, again, with the raw data that I've seen and just a small portion, because we aggregated across such a large time period, it feels like the basic inferences of densities in a relative sense and also spatial patterns are still hold true. Could we develop it further? Sure. We are missing data source right now at hand, and that would maybe be a great way forward so that we could kind of cross-reference those products too and see what's going on. Yeah.
Kaylin.
Yeah, I have a follow-up. So your exchange with Chris was really helpful when you were describing sort of the crabs at the different stage, I don't know, structural integrity of the seafloor or whatever is there. So you had the exchange with Chris and you described some of what these benefits would be. So I just wanted to follow up and say, were you thinking about that in a localized, just the closure zone? Or would you think that that idea of certainty over benefits from that closure would still persist if you thought a little wider and then started to think about, well, what if effort reallocated and so on and so forth? Are these potential kind of reallocation stat areas, are they not as rich in types of crabs at different stages? Are there other reasons that you think that those other stat areas, just these adjacent ones, for example, are not as valuable ecologically?
Through the chair, I think the last part of your statement helped me figure out what you're getting at. So let me know if I'm answering your question. The council chose these closure area boundaries, you know, and we provided some of the reason that or rationale for that. Couldn't change in boundaries or other areas that are immediately adjacent that overlap that Barnabas Gully system that we've been talking about be just as valuable? Yeah, sure. We're focused here on examining the ones that the council brought forth, which seem to encompass a good chunk of the population, but again, a line that is drawn through a portion of the gully doesn't separate the stock, you know, that there's still connectedness within that gully system outside of those proposed closure areas.
Sherry?
I just wanted to ask, Kaylin, were you asking if the benefits could expand with the current closure area, or were you just asking whether there should be a different closure area, which was the
I could
council's?
even, yeah, I guess I could even frame this as, are you sure there's going to be benefits? Because if all that effort gets displaced just down into this other stat area, and you just said it's quite a quality stat area, and I'm looking in the PSC, the best data we have reflects we maybe should be concerned. So now actually total PSC is higher in this other very nice stat area. In the exchange with Chris, you had characterized it as benefits, and I can see where the localized benefits would be positive from an ecological perspective. But I guess, is there any chance that the total ecological outcome could actually be negative in given what you know about this system?
Through the chair, thank you for your question. That's getting at what we're trying to guess for what would happen if fishing is displaced. And that is like the toughest thing for us to understand because we can't predict behavior and it's super nuanced. But I will say that there are definite trade-offs and potential offsets to what benefits might happen. If these closures were implemented, maybe the benefits would be offset because the fleet is displaced to an area of higher PSC. And so there is that potential where maybe it would become a net neutral situation or maybe even a negative situation. Until we have more information about where we truly think the fleet will go beyond these high-level track density maps, then maybe we could make more inferences. But again, we're also talking about fleet behavior. If I knew for sure, for instance, that they are going to go to that closure, that is touching it right here, I could make a much less squishier statement about what the potential benefits might be.
Brad?
Thanks, Ian. Anita, I apologize if the answer to this is in the document, but so I was thinking about this, the Tanner stock in the Gulf is managed by the state of Alaska. It's not managed by the Fisheries Council. And in that state assessment, are there stated conservation concerns for which there may be links to some of the benefits that are being discussed? And if that's characterized in the document, maybe you can point to where it is, or if not, then that might be something we look for.
Through the chair, thank you for your question. Maybe need to work on how I synthesize the outcomes of the information, but what I was trying to get at in the harvest strategy subsection, which Taylor will totally find for me in the table of contents. I don't have the section numbers memorized at the moment. 5.3.1.2. What I was trying to get at is that the state does have its own pretty rigorous system for managing Tanner crab in this area. That subsection really kind of walks through the notable advancements too that they incorporated in the most recent iteration of their harvest strategy. They decided, for instance, to include a metric of mature female abundance compared to the long-term average as a factor when they're determining harvest levels for legal males. That's one example. Mark, did you have anything else you would like to add to that question? I'm sorry to put you on the spot a few times here.
Yeah, no worries about that. And if I understood the question appropriately, so obviously the state has in regulation guiding principles for, in this case, king and Tanner crab management. And it's really, more of a proxy for national standards that provides some broad scale direction for the department on what specific conservation and economic outcomes and provide some direction on how to balance that. They're again pretty broad in their application. And then as the state, in this case for Kodiak, our most recent harvest strategy that gives us our annual harvest limits was derived from a management strategy evaluation. And so as we go through that badge evaluation, we, basically reference back to ensuring that the projections and criteria that we use to select our harvest policy match up with our guiding principles, again, that are sort of really a parallel of national standards on the federal level. Does that help?
Quick follow-up. Thank you, Mark. That was helpful about process. I was just wondering if there were some identified conservation concerns, declining size and age, concerns about recruitment, concerns about specific aspects, sort of symptoms of the stock that might guide the SSC in terms of things we would potentially look for or focus on as it regards conservation metrics and so forth related to this action.
Yeah, thank you. Helpful. I understand now. So, one of the challenges for I guess me or us as state crab managers is, we're undersea, we're kind of seeing a lot of change in this stock. We saw obviously the optimistic fishing pressure in the 70s and then a regime shift and the subsequent collapse. The Tanner crab abundance really flatlined and was quite low for about a decade and a half. And then, 20 years ago, we started seeing these blips, and now we're 4 or 5 cycles into these highly cyclical recruitment trends, and they're challenging trends to engage in a fishery, and especially one that provides any continuity. And we tend to be fairly reactive, and when the crab are in the water, we fish on them, and then when they're not, we close them. And so it creates a lot of feedback from the crab users in particular. And so I think, maybe blending a couple of these past questions together, the crab users, from what they communicate to me, believe that, the industry, local crab industry here and under state management has taken a fairly precautionary view about appropriate interaction with these crab and a directed fishery point of view. And crab users communicate, or at least advocate, that they carry the burden of conservation relative to the stock. And they contrast that to the federal contributions where, really crab is PSC. There's been some gear modifications to get trawl sweeps off the ground, but really there's not a, obviously not in the FMP, and not a large contribution from the federal sector towards, Tanner crab as a species to manage, so to speak. And all this gets really confounded because it was mentioned there's no discernible stock recruit relationship for this critter, either here or Bering Sea or anywhere else, and that really confounds our ability to, even at baseline, generate good biomass estimates, and it certainly confounds our ability to establish, some baseline PMSY or MSSTs or some other proxy for stock status to measure ourselves across, against during these types of conversations. And so I think we naturally want to say, what's the cause and effect? Do groundfish fisheries remove enough animals to suggest we're doing harm to the stock? And we just simply do not have that measure available to us, really anywhere in the state, I would argue. And so then we seem to fall back to sort of more process-based or economic arguments from the opposing viewpoints of, both the trawl sector, groundfish sector, and then the crab users. And then we're kind of off to the races. This is the third time in 2.5 decades we've had this conversation in this arena. And so this has been a long-standing issue. And unfortunately, I think just hopefully not be overly generalizing, but the science is just not available to a point where we have a clean pathway to assess harm or conservation needs.
Thank you. That was a great response. Super helpful.
Okay, this is the last call for questions. Seeing none and not looking too hard. I want to thank the two of you for a very clear and well-organized presentation this afternoon. We are now, I recognize it's getting late, but also that people have been waiting all afternoon. So we are going to proceed and take public testimony this afternoon. A note that we have 2 written comments submitted already and several people signed up. So I think with that, we will just move right to the first testifier, who I believe is Teresa Peterson. And welcome, Teresa. You can go ahead and start whenever you're ready.
There we go. Good afternoon. I get the hot seat for a little bit. Well, thank you. My name is Teresa Peterson. I'm a Kodiak-based commercial fisherman. Our family participates in the Tanner crab fishery, along with a lot of others, and most all of our crew are local. So it's a really important fishery to us. And we just want to do all we can to support these crab and implement the best practices to support these densely populated areas. And so that's, why we're coming before this body and the council to advocate on behalf of the crab, really. So in looking at the objective to minimize groundfish interactions with crab, I really appreciate the comprehensive review of these areas. We've been looking at this for a long time, and this is the deepest dive I've seen in understanding the consistency of the dense populations of crab. And the custom area that we've been talking about was refined by Tanner crab fishermen and kind of brought forward in good faith to, recognize that, it's a balancing act in decisions, and that this area really captures the core concentrations of crab, and that's also connected up with the bays when the crab are, growing and maturing and migrating out. I think we have the most of the information needed to move forward with alternative 2, with a focused discussion on measures to protect crab from non-pelagic trawl year-round. This is consistent with other management measures. And from the review of the analysis, the data really points to the greatest interactions with crab on this gear type. But, I'd also note it, at this juncture, we have non-pelagic trawl activity on top of these crab year-round. And in kind of tracking the discussion on alternative 3, I really suggest we bifurcate that discussion of evaluating modification of existing closures that are not directly tied to the area closures under consideration. That should be done separately if the council chooses to take a look at that. And honestly, I really think it's confusing this conversation. There are 2 existing closure areas that intersect with the areas under consideration. They've got the type 2 Barnabas Gully and the type 3 closure that are, right in both of these areas. Those should be discussed in the context of this action. So in looking at what is needed further to inform this issue, I think more data to understand crab vulnerability to disturbance, injury, and mortality, both unobserved and observed from non-pelagic trawl throughout their life history, will help us determine whether seasonal or year-round closures are more appropriate. And then also, I know in past iterations of this, we've seen PSC rates by month. I think it'd be good to have that breakout again. I also think it helps us understand the movement of crab. We have the trawl survey, we've got the winter fishery, and then we have PSC rates. And that really helps us understand the connection with crab to this area, these areas. The custom area has the highest density of crab compared to 525702. And again, the crab appear to stay in there year-round. And there really isn't any data suggesting that they move out of this preferred habitat. They seem to move in and out, but it's almost like we have this like really tight package here with this crab, which is pretty cool. I also think in just tracking conversation, it will be helpful to get a better information on fleet displacement and, to understand where the fleet's going to go. I think it would be helpful to get a better breakdown of the composition of the non-pelagic trawl landings. Most of the landings are mixed trips, and so an aggravated review of the species composition and the value from the fish tickets will help us understand what other grounds are available to harvest the species that are landed under the non-pelagic trawl. I think they're, pretty mixed. So let's get a better understanding of what these are and where there's other opportunities. And in thinking about the PSC, I recognize concerns with PSC outside of the proposed areas. But, again, for, reference to Tanner crab, I have concerns with that area that was cited. But I'm also looking at this in kind of the spirit of compromise and moving this discussion forward. And also, I think it was mentioned, it's important to recognize the opportunity with rockfish fishing now in April too. And I better close this up real quick. I also wanted to see if we could get a better understanding of the fishing effects and the EFH models to know if we're really understanding the potential impacts on this area, relatively discrete area, particularly with increased effort in trawl. Can still, come to the conclusion that the impacts are minimal and temporary when, we look at this intensity there. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Do we have any questions? Okay, seeing none. Thanks again.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Julie Kavanaugh. Welcome, Julie.
You'll have to excuse me, my laptop is not charging. So we're going old school here. I appreciate you guys all being here and spending a lot of time working on all these things. It's a little bit beyond me, and it's intimidating to come up to the SSC and speak to people that are really smart about these subjects. So bear with me and I'll just begin. My name is Julie Kavanaugh. I'm from Kodiak, Alaska. I've been working on the current Tanner crab action for several years. Originally, the Tanner crab fleet wanted to include federally managed statistical areas 535, 702, 630, and 632 in this action. These two boxes, the two boxes in the analysis now are reflective of the council's preference to refine the area and our goal to protect the largest percentage of Tanner crab biomass. The document before us is the most complete look I've seen of the GOA Tanner crab biomass, so sorry, I'm nervous. Let's start that sentence over. Is the most complete look at the Gulf of Alaska Tanner crab biomass every day utilizing scientific data from both state and federal systems. It looks at Tanner crab abundance, the life cycle and history, as well as impacts from groundfish fisheries. We believe the document contains ample information to move forward to final action. We are looking to select a year-round closure using the custom box on non-pelagic trawl. The paper shows the highest impacts are associated with non-pelagic trawl in both footprint and PSC. We also think it would be helpful to consider if data is available to parse out the area-specific impact of each gear type in response to the analysis in the current EFH that indicates a concentration of effort in this area. We recognize that there is a displacement question, but believe this could be better informed with the mapping of biomass availability for individual groundfish species around the Central Gulf. While we know species such as arrowtooth is available in these boxes, we would like to understand the broader availability and that helps us better understand displacement beyond nearby areas. This action is meant to protect Tanner crab in its known preferred habitat on the east side of Kodiak in the Gulf of Alaska. As a proactive measure, it should, 1, minimize groundfish fishery impacts, 2, protect tanner crab in all stages of life. 3, encompass an area large enough to envelop a significant biomass and maximize the previous 2 objectives. 4, it should reduce PSC and unobserved mortality. And measuring success would need to acknowledge the proactive approach by 1, looking at the concentration of crab over time within the box. 2, the size and timing of recruitment events. 3, measurable repopulation or spillage. 4, consistency of a directed tanner crab fishery. As for alternative 3, we think that this is a more broad action and could be separated to become its own agenda item. It should consider the diverse conditions under what each closure area was implemented. While they may have similar objectives, we should look at 1, the reason for closure, 2, the status of stock at implementation, 3, the life cycle and history of the species, 4, types of fishing effort that are remaining in the closures, 5, the lifespan of the species, and 6, known anomalies or environmental changes. We think that's important that longer-lived species that mature slower require longer time frame to measure this effectiveness. And I do believe that you can make a decision and move forward even if the information is incomplete, but you use the best available data. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Yeah, thank you.
Not seeing any questions. Next, we have Alexis Kwachka.
Thanks for sticking in here, you guys. I'm a blunt object for this process at the SSC, so I apologize profusely. My name is Alexis Kwachka. I've been fishing tanner crab my entire life. This all started, I was 38 years old. I'll be 60 this year. And it started because we were looking at, we finished the tanner crab season and we saw the trawl fleet move immediately onto the grounds that we were fishing on. And people got outraged about it and I got involved in it. And through that process, I've been involved in the AP. I've been telling you guys, let's protect tanner crab forever. I heard some of the questions were like, why this area? It's the absolute epicenter of the crab in the Gulf of Alaska. You cannot find a better spot for tanner crab. And so I think the question you guys need to ask is, do you want to be looking at this when we're trying to draw boxes around a crab stock that's no longer here? King crab is a perfect example about, there used to be a 90 million pound quota on Kodiak Island. It's a chicken and egg situation for me. We're not in the FMP. If the crab were in the FMP, would we be treating them the way we're treating them now as PSC? The answer is no. So we know where the crab are. We know there's interaction on. We don't know what is going to happen, but do we want to protect these crab? And it's really a fundamental question. Do we think that mobile gear is having an impact on these that are negative or positive? If you show me a paper where we can really define that, I'd gladly read it. But we don't know what we don't know. But we do know where the crab are. So it's like, let's build a box, let's protect it. And then thinking about alternative 3, let's add all the goodies in and then let's rally around trying to find the money. Tagging surveys, adjacent grounds where there's heavily trawled. We saw down the southeast corner of that box that there's interaction, southwest corner of the box, there's interaction, there's a higher PSC rate. Well, let's figure out what's going on there and then mitigate those and then look at what we can do to all these other closed areas, whether the efficacy of those boxes is appropriate or not. We know what we know. The tanner crab are in these gullies. You cannot find a more perfect spot to say, let's do something. And it's that we started out with 2, 3 statistical areas. We've refined it down to the last area that I'm willing to concede on. It is valuable to the trawl fleet, which is valuable for the community of Kodiak. But if I look at page 59, I see there's a lot of places there where I cannot go fish. The tanner crab fishery is the most conservative fishery you can find in the state of Alaska. We advocated for 20 pots. We're daylight hours, in-season reporting, and we know a lot about this fishery. We have borne every conservation cost there is to bear. We don't know what the impacts are to non-pelagic trawl in the area where these crab are. I worry about the crab, whether they're big, little, full of clutches, whatever. And a 3-inch bobbin in my mind, you can't tell me if they're mounding when, where, or why. And those are important things to understand. And if you drive through a 6-foot mound of crab that's protecting itself from peacock or predation, What's that do to that? What does that cause an effect for that predation to increase? You know, so I can beat it up and beat it up. You know, there's going to be effects. There absolutely are. But I can tell you what, if the survey from that area doesn't show that there's crab for me to harvest, I do not have a fishery. I have nowhere else to move to. Bottom line. So we're talking about displacing a fleet that can go somewhere else to saying, well, we don't know what the impacts are, but there weren't enough crab for you guys. Sorry, you can't fish here. I don't know. I think that if you want to talk about value, let's talk about X vessel value. Let's not talk about wholesale value over here, first wholesale value, and then talk about something else over here. If they're going to be apples, let's talk about apples. But when we talk about apples, oranges, and kiwis, we make a mess. And I just like to keep it simple. And it is really a policy and political decision whether or not you're going to close this area. Bottom line. Hey, thank you guys very much for sticking around.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we will take Rebecca Skinner.
Am I live? All right. Rebecca Skinner testifying on behalf of AWTA. I think I want to start out by saying that after hearing Mark Stickert's answer to the question, it was maybe from Bob Foy, that there really isn't, there is no science or justification that indicates a conservation concern with tanners that would be helped by these proposed closures. And I would love to just end there, but I am going to go into the specific details or the details on the concerns I have with the analysis, and ask that the SSC recommend that it undergo a second initial review. I do not think that this analysis is ready. I think there's a lot of holes in it, and I'll go through some of those. I'll note I did submit a letter, so I'm going to highlight a couple of new things that were not in the letter or emphasize important things that were in the letter, and please feel free to ask questions. I feel like I have a lot of information in my head. There was a lot, there's a lot in the paper. And so if there's something that I don't cover that you want to know, please ask. I guess I want to start off with contextually, these potential closures in the proposed area will have a huge impact on Kodiak-based trawlers who rely on flatfish, particularly shallow water flatfish. And there aren't really other areas where the trawlers are going to go to catch those fish. After I testify, Patty O'Donnell's going to come up and he can give a more perspective from a boat owner and a trawl fisherman about where he can actually catch those fish. But I think it is incorrect to say that there are good alternatives and that the geographically there's just going to be displacement of fishing effort. So because of that, we are really keying in on areas, geographic areas that need to be protected. We want to understand what that means. Where are these areas? What are the tanners being protected from? And what are the impacts to tanner crab? It's apparent to me that crab and flatfish, or the shallow water flats, the fishing on them occur in the same location. There was no geographic compromise where you could protect tanners here and allow flatfish fishing here. I think these are exactly overlaid. Because of that, I think it's important that the analysis provide a lot of information to understand the trade-offs, and I think there are some gaps there. I think hopefully Patty will talk about, for Gulf trawl, there is a reliance on a diverse portfolio of fisheries, and that when you talk about a 10% loss, I think in the analysis, it implies that that's small or negligible. From a Gulf trawler perspective, 10% is it's an important component of the business. It makes a big deal. Okay, so at a high level, tanners aren't federally managed. They're not part of an FMP. There's no stock assessment. They're not included in EFH. And it seemed like this analysis was pulling in a bunch of different tools that is not regularly used with tanners. including the SDM, fishing effects, and EFH. And I think the paper should more clearly explain what those tools are, how they usually work, and how they should be used or considered, because I think it's easy to assume or try to use them in a way that just doesn't work. For bottom contact, there's a table. I address it in my letter. It looks like non-pelagic trawling is having this huge area of bottom contact, particularly in stat area 525702 that's bigger than the stat area. My understanding now is that the way bottom contact is calculated, you could have 5 boats towing on exactly the same track. The way the estimates are derived, they're just summing up. Instead of this much area is impacted, they sum up boat 1, boat 2, boat 3, boat 4. So in a way, it looks like an overstatement of area, which is relevant because I've already heard people characterize these bottom contact estimates as, oh, that was the amount of area that was contacted. And that's not what those estimates are. So that should be clarified. Purpose and need, I think there was a lot of discussion around that. I think it needs to be clarified and better defined. I also suggest pulling in more years of Tanner data. I've looked at a lot of the Fish and Game survey results. It's clear to me that Tanner, they're in different places. So in the survey grid boxes, there'll be years where there's Tanner. There may be years where there's no Tanner, and then there's Tanner again. So from a trawl perspective, because we're really trying to hone in on a compromise, it becomes very important where exactly are these crab and when are they there. So I think looking at a bigger range of data would be helpful. And then CV dependence on area 525702, it looks like it's understated because in the table where that's being calculated, the denominator includes both CP and CV catch, where it's primarily just the CVs that are fishing in 525702. So mathematically, you're going to end up with a smaller percentage of reliance. And I think that's a major issue that needs to be addressed. I think I addressed shoulder season in my letter, so I won't speak to that. And I'm out of time, so I'll end there. Thanks.
Thank you for your testimony. Not seeing any questions. Thanks again. Our next testifier will be Mr. Patty O'Donnell. Welcome, Patty.
Yeah, good evening, Chairman, members. For the record, Patrick O'Donnell, I own the Caravel 85-foot trawler out of Kodiak. I've been fishing in Kodiak for 36 years. In that 36 years, Tanner crab fishing's a boom and bust fishery. That's just the nature of the game with Tanners. I don't support any more grounds closing around Kodiak. We had the crab protection measures, as you've seen, Tier 1, 40+ years, no recruitment of crab, no improvements. It's no coincidence that the 2008 biomass of crab led to the biggest Tanner crab fishery we've seen in plus 40 years. And that was following the crash of the cod in 2017. And after the inception of the arrowtooth flounder in the late single digits in teen years, the most heavily trawled area is that gully in Kodiak, and is productive for groundfish, flatfish, rock sole, and Tanner crab. So it's important to the trawl fleet. It's close to town. We get a better quality of product out of there because it's a short run. It's economical to fish there because we don't burn a lot of fuel getting there. It's sheltered in the winter time from the northwest wind, which is the predominant wind around Kodiak in the winter. We introduced modified sweeps in 2014 as part of the Marmot Bay area closure, and that reduced the footprint of the trawl net from 100% down to 10%. I don't see much in the document about that or the results that came out of the Bering Sea study. We did a crab viability study in the Gulf following that. It was my boat. I couldn't find the results of that, but they're around somewhere. All the trawlers in the last 10, 12, 15 years have moved away from bottom trawl doors, so that's a non-issue at this point. We use pelagic doors. They're about 3 fathoms off the bottom to 10 fathoms, depending on how you rig your gear. So they're not having an impact on the bottom anymore. Moving vessels out at 525-702, we have a high CPUE there, especially for shallow water, rocks hole. Under the degree of catch distribution, I've fished flatfish a long time there, and you will not attain that CPUE around in different areas around Kodiak. So the concern with that is higher or lower CPUE, more PSC rates, higher PSC rates, and then again, more discard of MRA species like cod and pollock and such when you're in a fishery at a time of season when that directed fishery is closed. It states in the paper that, or was implied that 10% reliance is all that the trawlers have in that area, and that 10% of our earnings come out of that area. And 10% may not seem like a lot, but it is a lot. I mean, that's how fisheries operate. You get all the 58-footers in Sand Point, for example, that go into pot codden, state water pot codden, go into trawling for pollock, go into salmon fishing, go into longlining, go into crab fishing. That's how we make our money. 10% here, 10% there. That's the difference. It all adds up at the end of the day. And then I heard about the rockfish fishery in April. Well, the way we're doing rockfish right now, my boat delivered today. The April fishery for rockfish, we changed the start date, but we start off on a slow start to try and find out what the impacts of salmon are. So a couple of boats from each processor in Kodiak, which is, 6-8 boats, go to different areas, report in, determine the interactions with salmon. And it wasn't until the 29th or 30th of April that my boat started, just because of conditions with interactions with Chinook on the ground. So it's a slow start fishery, and the flatfish boats are filling in that month to keep the cannery workers around, keep everybody working. Anyhow, we've got the new 23 cohort, and historically we've had great abundance of juvenile crab. And if I remember correct, years ago, prior to 2010, when we were going through this, it was less than 0.2% interaction from the trawlers. And it was stated by Fish and Game that the juvenile crab never made it to adulthood. And I still today think they don't know that. I believe predation is the main issue here. And I think it's going to be an issue again. Cod's on the uptick. We've seen an increase over the last few years. So I think that's going to be an issue. But I don't support closing any more areas. And if you decide to go and advance this forward, another initial review till we fill the gaps and voids in data, because there's a lot of them. Thanks.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I do see one question if you're willing to take one. Curry, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Patty. Just a quick question in terms of changes in gear over time. You mentioned the 2014 modified sweeps adjustment, and you said everyone's fishing pelagic doors now. Was that following a regulatory change or just changes in what you saw as working more efficiently?
Thank you, through the chair. The modified sweeps was a regulatory change that was part of the 2014 Marmot Bay area closure. So we were required to use modified sweeps for flatfish in the Gulf. I just bought 20 of them about a month ago. And the doors, I was one of the first boats to start doing it way back when. I experimented with it like 2010, 11, and another couple of boats tried it. And I've tried 6 sets of doors since, and they're not cheap doors. But we did that voluntarily. There's a couple of benefits to it. One is getting the door off the bottom. You don't have the interaction with the bottom. You're not, digging a trough through the bottom. The other thing is you're not going to hang up with your door. A lot of times with the old bottom doors, you'd catch a boulder or hit something and snag the door, or the door would fall over and you'd have to haul back. So we did that voluntarily. With the pelagic doors being 3 to 10 fathoms off the bottom, you don't have to worry about that. And now that we did the modified sweeps and reduced that footprint down from 100% to 10. We've even decreased interactions with the bottom where we snag less. And anyhow, it works to the benefit of the crab. It works to the benefit of the trawl fleet. And then the other thing in public testimony stated the big balls of crab. We've advanced technology, and it wasn't my testimony. The equipment we use today is similar to what the Oscar Dyson uses for the surveys and the Shelikoff. It's very expensive net sounders. You can now see the balls of crab on the ocean floor. And if somebody caught crab in the last few years, they're probably on their iPhone.
Okay, thanks again for your testimony. I believe our last testifier today will be Sarah Webster. Welcome, Sarah.
Thanks. I'll try to keep this fairly short so you guys can get out of here. Good afternoon, chairs and members of the SSC. My name is Sarah Webster, and I am the Science Projects Director for the Alaska Seafood Cooperative, representing the Amendment 80 trawl catcher processor fleet. I just first want to take a second to note that our vessels have very limited catch in the areas that are considered under Alternative 2, and I think you heard that from a couple of other testifiers, but just confirming that. So that said, I actually really want to focus my comment on Alternative 3 of the analysis, although I think these comments are broader than just this specific action item and have relevance to area-based management measures throughout the North Pacific. I appreciate the inclusion of Alternative 3 in the staff's discussion of the challenges associated with evaluating longstanding closures. From our perspective, this type of evaluation is a really important component of adaptive management. The Amendment 80 fleet operates within a management framework that includes a substantial network of area closures that were established over many decades and for a variety of purposes, including habitat protections, bycatch reduction, crab conservation, marine mammal protection, and other ecosystem objectives. These measures, including the closures that are considered under Alternative 3, were developed using best available science, ecosystem understanding, management priorities, and fishing practices at that time. Since then, the science has advanced, the ecosystems have changed, many fisheries have been rationalized, fishing gear and operational practices have evolved, and management objectives have expanded. Despite these changes, there is often no clear or consistent process for evaluating whether existing closures continue to achieve the intended purpose and whether they remain appropriate under current conditions or how they perform relative to other management objectives. In some cases, the original objectives or performance metrics might be difficult to even identify, and in others, the changing ecological conditions or management priorities might alter how effectiveness should even be evaluated. Importantly, this really isn't a simple question of whether closures should remain in place or be removed. Rather, I think it's really a question of ensuring that area-based management measures remain purposeful, effective, and responsive to changing conditions over time. Periodic evaluation should be viewed as an important component of adaptive management and sound scientific stewardship. In many cases, such evaluations may confirm that existing closures continue to be important and provide conservation benefits. I want to note that the Council is also reviewing the groundfish management policy during this meeting, and we submitted comments under that agenda item with just really encouraging greater emphasis on Goal 6, Objective 26, which calls for the Council to review and evaluate the efficacy of existing habitat protection measures. While that discussion is occurring in a different forum, I do think that the issues raised under Alternative 3 will illustrate why that broader conversation may be valuable. As the Council considers this action and future area-based management measures, I would really encourage the SSC and the Council to consider at least developing a discussion paper, but probably better developing a working group or a similar process that could explore the best practices for developing and evaluating closure areas. I'm not suggesting a specific framework today. I don't have one in mind. But I think there is a body of scientific literature as well as examples from other regions that could help to inform those discussions around objectives, performance metrics, review timelines, stakeholder engagement, and analytical challenge, and the evaluation of ecological and socioeconomic trade-offs. Given the scientific and analytical challenges that are associated with evaluating longstanding closures, I think the SSC could provide some really valuable guidance on what a rigorous evaluation framework might look like. And just finally, in closing, I believe that a more structured approach to closure evaluation would really strengthen the scientific foundation of adaptive management and help ensure that area-based management measures continue to be relevant as conditions evolve. So thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Okay, seeing no questions. I realize I said earlier that we were going to power through to the end today. We are not going to power through to the end today. I do have, however, before we close, I do want to make one announcement, which is that we're going to have a change in our schedule for tomorrow. Due to constraints for some SSC members later in the day, we're going to take the E2 climate work plan and harvest control rule item first tomorrow and take the D2 GOA trawl survey item second. So we will still take both items. We will still try to finish by noon. But should we not finish by noon, we're going to spill over with the trawl item, not the HCR item.
And we'll have the discussion.
And those are going to follow our discussion from this item in the morning, yes. You will not remain on call on this item.
Because I'm lead on this, I'm teaching 1:45 to 1:30.
Okay. And we will be done by 11, no doubt.
Excellent.
All right. Thanks, everybody, for sticking in this afternoon. Closed for the day.